They're probably already sitting there. Yes, they're sitting there. The way they're always sitting there. They're always waiting for me. All right, we're just waiting for it to come up on YouTube, guys. I never understand the lag here.
That's the link there?
Yeah, that's the link. And if you need it, Danny, there's a little thing on the side that's got like a chat bar. There we go. Okay, here we go. Ready, mate? I never understand the lag here. I'm talking to myself.
That's the link?
That is correct. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So professional.
Hey, what's up, cool weed nerd? Get your bowls, your bongs, your pipes, your vaporizers, your big fat blunts, your hookahs. It's time to get high with the weed nerd. I'm a weed nerd. They call me smoke a lot. Don't give me that, you know I'm not crap. Now we know we got weed nerd. Nothing but the high grade. So won't you come my way? Weed nerd. They call me smoke a lot. Don't give me that, you know I'm not crap. Now we know we got weed nerd. Nothing but the high grade. Smoke a lot of herb.
Come on, we nerds, let's all get down to that old school sound with that K-Lou pound. Put seeds in the ground, tilling up the dirt. Shovel in my hand and I'm putting it.
Well, that's right. Welcome to the Weed Nerd, everyone. We've got a really good show for you tonight. But you know the deal. Get your bowls, your bongs, your big fat joints, your hookahs, your 3-hole bowls, your vape vaporizers, your e-nails. It's time to get high with the Weed Nerd.
Yeah, man. In my blunt seat, skunky, smelly, space bomb sticky. Stepped in the dough, got the whole team with me. Iggy Pop, my city's hot. Ukiah, California, got the green on lock. Chilling in my weed crop, blowing some herb. Dope boy, OD, yeah, I'm a
Weed Nerd.
Weed nerd. Call me smoke a lot. Don't give me that, you know I'm not crap. Now we know we got weed nerd. Nothing but the high grade. So won't you come my way?
Well, it's time to get the show started here, everyone, and we have a special guest tonight. We're going to bring him right on here. By the way, Danny, we smoke a lot of hash on this show. I'm just warning you.
All right, welcome to episode 88 of High Times.
So we've got Danny Danko in the house. How you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm great. I'm having a great time. It's really exciting to be here on the Weed Nerd Show.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we have a lot of fun here. So tonight we're raising money for Jordan Jackson. We'll have her on a little bit. That's the base of the show, so we're pretty excited about it. Mother of 2, had several strokes, brain surgery, and somebody was telling me today she hasn't had a day off in a very long time. So this is a really good cause to help out. So we want to take it first to Danny, and we want to talk about the SoCal Cup. He was breaking some stuff down earlier. So we will be heading down there on the 20th. It'll be Alpine Alternative, Subcool Seeds, Mendo Dope, the entire panel from the Grow Tube Roundtable, and the entire panel from my show. So tell us what's going to go on down there, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited. It's April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So we actually have that Friday where it's going to start about 3 p.m. that day as well. Yeah, I mean, we got hundreds and hundreds of booths that have been sold for the event. We've got a lot of tickets that have been sold, VIP tickets, regular tickets. So we're really excited. We have Damian Marley performing, ASAP Ferg, Chief Keef, Busta Rhymes on Sunday. So that's going to be really exciting as far as the musical talent. But really, you know, the show is really about the cannabis and the weed and the hash. And so we're very excited about that as well. We have all kinds of different activations there, from topical spa to edible village, where people can compete against each other, creating edibles and whole, multi-course meals and stuff out of cannabis. The panels are really exciting as well. I know, Subcool, you're going to be on a panel, one of my panels about cultivation. We're going to do one basically for the home grower and the individual sort of connoisseur, medical patient, aficionado for growing your own. And then we're also going to do one about sort of the business of growing and how all these big warehouses and huge outdoor grows and greenhouses and stuff, and how much different it is when you're growing on that type of a scale as well. We have concentrate panels on, concentrates that use solvents, as well as, of course, everybody's favorite, the solventless, been creating and making. I mean, I'm just so excited about all the innovations in the concentrate world in general. So that's great. And we're hoping to have a live grow room, which we did last time, but, on pretty short notice. So we didn't have, the greatest plants at that time, but we're hoping we have some nice plants for people to see. It's tough to get people to bring their plants because obviously when you have thousands of people traipsing through your plants, you're going to wind up probably wanting to trash those plants. So we're, just because of all the pests and things that people can bring around, and everybody's sort of manhandling the plants and everything. So it's tough to find people to agree to, basically bring in a bunch of plants that are going to be scrutinized by thousands of people. But we're hoping to pull it off, working with some nutrient companies and some hydroponic shops. So yeah, I mean, there's just so much to discuss at a Cannabis Cup. If most of the people watching us have probably been to, if not a High Times event, at least one of the other events that are out there. And there's dabbing at every booth, and there's lots of free stuff that people are giving out and deals that people have on genetics. So and for me, honestly, it's also just a great place for people to get together and network. We can't forget that the activism side of this thing still goes on, and we've still got a long fight to go before we really have freedom for the flower. And so the activism, getting together, the NorCal Cup that we're doing up north, we're actually have the Lifetime Achievement Award for Eddie Lepp, who just recently got out from serving almost 10 years in federal prison for growing in California. I mean, granted, he had 30,000 something plants, but still a completely nonviolent situation, and it's just a real shame that he had to go away for all that amount of time just for growing a plant. It's really insane. So we're giving him the Lifetime Achievement in NorCal, and I also have an exclusive announcement to make here at the Weed Nerd Show, that the SoCal Dr. Lester Grinspoon Lifetime Achievement Award will be going to Subcool.
No shit. All right, Subby.
I don't think he knows about this. Sub, you didn't know about this yet, did you?
No, I did not. That's
Congratulations, brother. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, chat,
well,
better hit thumbs up for that, and cheers, everybody.
Yeah,
Come on.
hit the bomb. Yeah.
It gives me a tremendous amount of pleasure to be the bearer of that news for you, and to let you know that we all decided as a staff at High Times that all of the work that you've done for breeding and for teaching people about the plant, and all of the amazing strains that have come out of Team Green Avenger. And I mean, I can remember, I think I put you guys in the Seed Bank Hall of Fame in 2009. So that's almost a decade ago that you were already, just crushing it with the genetics. And, you've had so many top 10 strains of the year, 1 cups with your genetics, and, so we've seen Vortex win. We've seen, I think, some of the Jack the Ripper and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, to make a long story short, the Lifetime Achievement Award in Southern California will be given to Mr. Subcool himself. And it's amazing to me. I thought maybe you might have already known about that, but it's really exciting that to be the person who lets you know.
I heard rumors, Danny, but I wasn't going to believe it until I heard it from you, my friend.
Well,
is that the San
yeah.
Bernardino show? Is that the San
That's
Bernardino?
the San Bernardino show. Yeah. So the Southern California one, that award is going to Sub, and the Northern California one in June, that's the one that'll be for Eddie Lepp.
Awesome.
So, we like to honor people who have, a lifetime of achievement in promoting cannabis and all its many uses. And it's especially nice when it's someone who's actually made such great improvements to the gene pool itself, because the information's wonderful, but the genetics is really the amazing thing. And so some of the more unique strains that I've tasted in my life are some of the TGA strains that have, you know, unique qualities that that kind of set it apart from a lot of the other stuff that's out there.
That's all.
So congrats.
I'm overwhelmed, Danny. I'm overwhelmed, and thank you so much. Really, we'll get right back to you in a minute once I catch my fucking breath. So tonight, got to talk to you guys. So tonight, hit that thumbs up button. We got 300 viewers. Tonight's show is dedicated to Jordan Jackson, mother of two. She suffered a stroke and multiple strokes. And in the house tonight to represent her first guest, we've got Soil King. How you doing tonight, Patrick?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm loving life over here. I just, I'll be at the San Bernardino Cup. I'll be at this one up here. Eddie Lepp's fucking family. I mean, come on, sub. This is great. I can't quit smiling. This is awesome, man. I wasn't expecting this tonight. But I'm with Rosin Tech Products down in San Bernardino, and we got like a 40 by 40 booth going in. So we're going to be squishing a lot of your product down there, brother. That's what we're going to be doing.
Hell yeah. Well, we appreciate it very much. We'll hear more from the Soil King in just a minute. I want to go to Minnesota Nice. And how you doing tonight, buddy?
We're doing great over here. How you guys doing? Danny Danko?
Life is sweet. Yep.
Danny Danko, it is great to be on here with you. Appreciate all the work that you've put in for the industry. It is absolutely amazing. And just want to say thank you.
Well,
and Soil King, it's a pleasure to be on here with you tonight. I appreciate everything you do as well.
Thank you.
Putting the work in on, definitely bringing great soil to the farmers. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So
while I got Minnesota Nice here, I mean, I give the dirt guy. So are you're using Soil King now?
Me personally, I am not using Soil King.
Okay. I was just curious. I'm trying to get a feed on all this because if I don't miss this, everybody's going to be using Soil King here before too long. Patrick called me today and told me about a new product called Emerald Triangle Soil or Emerald Triangle Mix, I think
Emerald
it was.
Roots. Emerald Roots.
Emerald Roots. Yeah, he wants me to test it and collab and brand. And I've already told you guys one time, if this guy can make soil that I use is the same way that I use soil, and I don't have to go mix soil every 60 days, I can actually have a professional soil person make it. Oh my God, how much time will that save me? So we're looking forward, and more importantly, we're looking for recreatable results. Super Soil Recipe is all over the world. People get amazing results by it. But not everybody can mix the damn stuff up. When I lived in Winnipeg, man, you should have seen us trying to chop up bales of Pro Mix in the frozen damn snow and make it up. So Soil King's got his soil in bags. And so our warehouse is full of his soil now. So we're just really excited about it. Thank you very much, Patrick. We'll be back in just a little bit. We're going to talk more about Jordan Jackson. And she may be stopping by here.
Yeah, she's waiting right now. She's trying to get a link emailed to her. She's on standby right now. She's not feeling that good, so she doesn't have much time.
I'm working on it right now, Pat. I'm having an issue.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Malik, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing very well. Just loving the energy here. Everybody in chat is super excited for you, Sub. This Lifetime Achievement Award is amazing. Danny, thanks for blessing us with your presence. This is exciting.
Absolutely. And so Danny, if you don't know, just gotta let you know. So Malik, this dude sits behind that little screen right there. And if you say the word of a product, an event, you're going to see a screen share pop up immediately. So the dude makes the show just roll, and I can't thank him enough. Next on our panel is one of my favorite people to make my brain hurt, and that's the Grow Mouse. How are you doing tonight, buddy?
Hey, fantastic, Sub. Congratulations, man. And to the rest of the panel, thank you so much. So glad to be here and hang out. Soil King, really enjoyed your cameo on the Mendo Dope video. I just love seeing your shop and love seeing where the magic happens. And
thank you.
Yeah, you bet, buddy. And hope to see more of your operation. Looked really cool. And Mr. Danko, obviously big fan of weed, and free weed is even better. So cheers, brother.
We're going to see more of our shops.
We'll get back to Grow Mouse.
Sure. We're having a show,
Absolutely.
right? We're having a show next week.
Tuesday, we're doing it live. We're ready.
Tuesday, we're
Right,
doing
we'll
it
be
live
there.
at the show.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mendo Dope's gonna be breaking the beats. We'll be breaking down the information. Should be fun. Get some of them
We
damn
got
tacos,
Beazle,
man. They were good.
Beazle extract will be in the house.
Shit. Tell him to bring me some hash. I like his hash.
Oh, he's got it. Yeah, they got shoe boxes coming for you. So you got.
Next on the panel, we have the hostess cover with the mostest. Fada's always got my back in the show. How you doing tonight, Fada Mike and Ruby Doobie?
We're doing great, Sub. Thanks for having us tonight. Ruby's over here holding down chat as she does, you know. And I'll pop in and out of there. Everybody in chat, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button and get that thumbs up going on. But what a panel tonight. I'm just going to shut up and listen for a little bit. And I know you'll bump me in when I need to be. So, Sub, congratulations. Mr. Danko can't say enough about your stuff. And Soil King, we got Minnesota here. Malik, hey, look at down the end. Our man from England is back home. It's good to see you, Dago. Y'all have a good evening, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, Fred. I love that t-shirt. And last but certainly not least, host of the GrowTube Roundtable, fresh in from England. Flew in just this last night. How are you doing, mate? Danny, a little bit of crazy Dago there, buddy.
Hello, Governor. How you doing? What's happening? Sub cool. Man,
it was funny to watch you in the hotel, being all quiet, dude. I love that.
That was so hard. Well, because I talk so loud to begin with, and then like I'm trying to keep quiet, and here I am in the middle of London trying to host a round table about growing weed. So that was it. Just was a weird experience, but we made it through. We're good.
Awesome.
But yeah,
Thank you very much.
Oh no! Hey, I'm like everyone else, man. I'm honored to be on your show, Sub. You've blessed us with your presence several times on our show, and I'm happy to be on here in official capacity tonight. And man, pleasure to meet Soil King for the first time, and my goodness, Danny Danko, man, what an honor! And you're getting an award. My goodness, it's party time over here. This is a hell of a. This is how you come back home to a Saturday night. I'll tell you what.
Talk about it.
I think he's a little excited, boys. What do you think?
This is from Trevor Lyons' new CD. I ain't heard something this funky in a long time.
Now let me tell you what we call it when they try to get at this. BZ, groupie, reggae, mattress. They try to attack this. Pulling on my toe. Dancing on my lap while I'm cracking on my toe.
Trevor Lyons for real, man. I'm telling you, he's got it coming from his soul. I know why they call him the Lion, because it just roars right out. When he gets down, it's impressive.
And it's good until old E just flies on this fucking.
Oh, I love him.
All right, I got a little business to do real quick before we get into some more other stuff. We got a fallen soldier out there, guys. Popo crushed his world, made his life suck some butt. He's facing some trials and tribulations. So we want to call out the Weed Nerd Warriors here to give him a shout. So next week, go check this out. Tonight's all about Jordan Jackson, but I just had to put this out there. So we're going to be promoting next week, all week. We want a free dirty, keep dirty bong free. So I will get the link up in the channel. Malik will get the link up for you, I think. And he's got a GoFundMe page, and I'll tell you about that a little bit more later. But we want to get that in the queue for next week. And so before I got started, I got to tell you, we've already sent 2 prizes out, and Danny doesn't know about this yet. But so the other night we were sitting there, and a guy named Ryan Miller came up with this idea. He said we should carry our weed and our hash and our dab rigs and all of that shit. We should carry it in a lunchbox. So lunchbox. So here's my lunchbox. So I got hash, I got weed, I got a dab rig, I got a lighter, I got tools, and I got a bong. And if you put one of these up and it's got all foam and everything in it, like I'm gonna treat mine out, and you get some stickers on it, you got to get stickers, and you send me a picture of it, I'll give you a prize. It's that simple. It's called the Lunchbox Contest. Send us a picture of Lunchbox. On the Weed Nerd Nation website that Sid and Malik are building, we're gonna have a whole damn section that nothing but lunchboxes. So we're trying to get the craze. And the last thing I'm going to say about lunchboxes, SoCal, and you come to our booth and you don't have a lunchbox full of goodies, you're going to look really fucking stupid. Because I'm going to have
lunchbox.
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 You know, Sub Cool, I called my mom this morning like any good son does. And, I, shot the shit with her. How's it going, Mom? And then you ask her for something, right? And I asked her, I was like, hey, do you still have my old Voltron lunchbox from 1985? Sure enough, she did. And she's going to ship it to me, man.
That is beautiful.
That's heavy duty, man. I saw so many lunch boxes on eBay today. I freaked out, man. There's some up there that are for like $3,500. I think I saw one for. Dude, there's some heavy duty shit out there. So, but I'm gonna sticker mine all up and make it pretty just for Sub Cool.
The lunchbox. All right, so tonight, first I want to tell you about the Progress Outdoors. So we're pretty excited about it. You guys know I got Skunk Works on the case. So what we've done so far is we filled 12 giant smart pots with big root soil, and we put a little bit of stuff. We put some neem and some crab and some ligonite and a couple things. Skunk's working on that for me. But then 2 days ago, we put the cover crop on. And I was really excited that California gave us one more nice rainstorm and got everything nice and wet. I can see the beans swelling. So we're really excited about that. The 40 seedlings that we have selected, Herkel for the CBD, Cuvée, Conspiracy Kush, and Marionberry Kush. They're all, and we're getting ready. So I see Jordan Jackson has joined us today.
Yeah,
how are you tonight?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes,
I certainly can.
Okay, good. Yeah, my brother had to come over and help me figure it out, but.
Thank you, brother. We can see you too. This is awesome. Jordan made it, everybody. Let's give her a hurrah.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Well, I'll tell you, the story between me and you, we've never met before. And it's really simple, Jordan. I was at Soul Kings and I had Patrick's, and I know how good a person he is. And I saw your collection jar, your donation jar sitting there. And I read the words and they touched me. And I said, well, I tossed $5 in the jar. And my mind went to spinning. I was like, I'm going home and tell the damn weed nerds that this person needs help. And we're going to get behind and help. And as of right now, I think it was like $1,300. So yeah, after YouTube, we've already got you $1,000. So everybody out there, I want you to hit that thumbs up button, and I want you to make a donation to this fine woman to give her some help. Would you care to share a little about your story, Jordan?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much for doing that. The whole community has been awesome. I'm 35, and let's see, 3 months ago, I had 12 strokes and open brain surgery as a result of it. And it all started with a torn artery in my neck that bled up into my brain. And so it wasn't anything that anybody could have foreseen or knew what was happening. My whole medical team has all been really awesome. I mean, basically, there were several times that I should have died, and I didn't because they made really good early decisions. And prior to this, I worked 60 to 70 hours a week, depending on the time of the year, and for between 3 jobs. And I just, it's a small town, so everybody, and all my jobs were in town. So even still knowing everybody and being involved in everybody's lives, I still was shocked by the response that we got when this happened. We have we have a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old who go to the schools in town and know all the kids, play sports with all the kids and stuff. So it's, that's Jack right there. I don't know if you can see him, but he's home. He helps take care
Hi,
of me.
Good to see you.
What's up, Jack?
So he's really good about helping take care of me when my husband's out of town working like he is now. And so it's been definitely a life changer.
Yeah, let me tell you a couple of things. This lady right here, this mother, she is an impressive woman. It is absolutely incredible the amount of energy and time she spends as a mother. She works, like she said, 3 jobs, and she volunteers and does all kinds of other things. I go in to a diner Saturday, Sunday mornings. I see her, and I'm like, did you get a day off? No, my kids are playing sports, or this is what's happening. She does not give up. She works 7 days a week. She's at 2, sometimes 3 jobs in a day. And she is a dedicated wife, mother. Impressive. She is what I love you. And I am so, you know me, Jordan, and how we talk and how impressed I am with who you are. You're an inspiration. I am honored to be sitting here with you right now. I am blessed to have you in my life. This community is blessed to have you part of it. And my cannabis culture family right here, we want to show you guys, we want to show the real community how we get down and how we do, and we serve and we help and we protect and we come together in unity, and we serve our communities, our local communities, our beyond local communities. This is how we do it. Right? Am I right, family, or what?
Oh,
thank
absolutely.
you, Jordan.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for everything you do. We got your back, you know. And I love
thank you very much, and I love you too. And I really appreciate the time and energy that people are putting into helping my family, because it really is amazing that I'm even here right now, and they expect that I'll make a full recovery. So that's pretty awesome.
And know that at home, that she's sitting there. She's not working. That income is not coming in right now. It's up to us, community, me. I'm willing. I'll put up $1 for every dollar raised tonight. That's what I'm putting up right now. Every dollar that's raised tonight, I'll put $1 up with it.
You don't have to do that, Pat. That's very generous.
Oh yeah, Soil King the man.
I know, he's pretty awesome. It is really hard too when you're not expecting to be out of work, because one of the companies that I worked for, which was my primary source of income, they have been around for 125 years. And so decades ago, they opted out of state disability insurance. So I don't even get disability income from that job, you know? So it was, it was definitely like, when the surgeons were taking me into brain surgery and told me to, you know, say my goodbyes, like the first time, I mean, they did that 3 times, but the first time they said that to me, everything was running through my brain, like all this stuff I needed to tell my family to take care of that wasn't going to be, you know, handled. So, and I didn't remember everything, of course, but that's all right. At least I'm still here to do it now. So.
Well, bless your heart. We are so glad that you came on. You're probably not looking at the chat right now, and Danny, just so you know, you're in the chat. Never mind. So yeah, the chat is blowing up with nice words and donations. So we thank you for coming on and telling us your story, and we hope the best. So definitely the Weed Nerd Show will be donating 1,000, and I think there's a hydro shop or something that's going to match it. So. Yeah, just tonight we're going to continue raising until the show closes, and we're insane, so the show can go on for hours and hours. So,
yeah, we got Vallejo. It's Vallejo Holistic Healing Center out of Vallejo. Greg Shope, a friend of mine, he put up $1,000 for every dollar raised to cap it at 1,000 too. So I mean,
that's really awesome, you guys. Thank you so much, because my family definitely appreciates it. And it's a big stress off my husband's shoulders, I can tell you that much. He's won't have to travel for work anymore, hopefully.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we love you. People are asking how to donate. So there's a little thing on the bottom. It's a little $sign. It's called Super Chat. So you click on it, and it'll either ask you for your PayPal account or your credit card, and then your CC number, and you say okay, and you pop it in there. So we created this forum to help people. Last week we helped out Jinx's Northwest Family Autism. Of course, this week Instant Karma with the $4.20 donation. Thank you very much. So this week we're going to help out Miss Jordan. I feel very, very good cause. I mean Jordan Jackson. Sorry. And yeah, this is the kind of love we get. So thank you guys very much. Everyone's donation. 420 viewers in right now. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, so
I want
cool.
to kick it back over to
just so the chat knows, because not everyone's going to see that dollar icon. The super chat does not work if you have an iOS device, so like an iPhone or an iPad. So if you're an Apple user, you're going to have to go to the web, go to YouTube on your web browser on your computer, and hit the super chat that way. So if some people don't see that $, that's the way to do it. But speaking though, Sub, I got a bone to pick with chat because, like you said, there's 420 people watching, but there's only 260 thumbs up, and there's absolutely no reason for that. So I think everyone watching right now needs to make sure they click that thumbs up button.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dago. Oh man, $100 from Northwest Chronic TGA. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm fixing to get busy here with raising some money.
Yep. Let's raise some money. Put $1 to it.
I like that.
I was just really grateful that today was a good enough day that I could do this, because most of the time, like last week was a really rough week. And so most of the time I'm not in the kind of condition to do this coherently, but thankfully I am today. So that's good.
Yeah. We're so happy to have you in the channel. Yeah. You probably see some crazy stuff going on in a little bit, but just kind of hold on. It's all good. I want to flip it back over to Danny Danko real quick, and not the High Times gig. I just want to talk to my old friend. I mean, we haven't talked in so long. Several years ago, I know you had a baby, and tell me all about your life, man. I haven't talked to you.
Well, yeah, I have a son. He's about to turn 7 in May. Life has been good. I mean, just been working. And yeah, I'm actually was in the middle of putting in my information to make a donation. Let me just finish that real quick.
No problem. A pretty neat platform we have here.
What's that?
I said it's a pretty neat platform where we smoke weed, we yell, holler, we listen to rock and roll, and we help people.
I love it that you're helping people. I'm hoping. I can't believe I missed out on this all this time. I mean, I knew you had a show, and I watched some of the earlier, older episodes when you'd be out in the garden and stuff. But I think it's amazing what you're doing here to help this woman, Jordan, and I mean that's just this one episode. So I can only imagine what you guys have done over the past. So yeah, it's humbling to be here. I think it's really amazing what you're doing, and it's just another indication to me of just how awesome you guys are in general. I mean, the whole TGA crew, and you guys have always had helping people as your motivating factor. It's not the industry, it's not the money, it's not the it's that all that stuff is fine and dandy, but it's nothing if you're not helping the people around you. And as I was saying earlier, we still have a long fight to go for legalization. I mean, I know people are in all different places all over the world that are on this show. So most places are pretty heavily oppressed. I mean, we're just very lucky in the last 10 or 15 years or so to have these havens like California and Colorado and Oregon and places where we can be free, or at least taste of freedom. But none of us are really truly free until all of the prisoners who are in jail for nonviolent cannabis offenses are released, and people like Jordan can be helped by our community, because that's what we are first and foremost. People talk about industry and all the money that's coming into the cannabis space and all this stuff, but really we're from the underground, and we are outlaws and rebels, and we stick around and we help each other. And when there's a person, part of our community, in need, we get together and we help them. And that's just one of the amazing things about cannabis people in general, is that we have that compassion for others, and we share it. And I think if we were unleashed from all these laws that hold us back, I think that the general society would see that we are great people who do our best to help out as much as we can. And so I commend you on what you're doing here. And I hope this, I hope I can come back a bunch of times, because this is amazing. It makes me feel really good to participate.
Thank you, Danny. And also, I'm gonna sneak attack you here a little bit. So we had the idea the other day, and I haven't written an article for you guys in a long time. And so this is basically what happened. So on Friday night, we have the Grow Tube Roundtable with Dago. Dago has a very structured show. They take a subject, whether it be LED lighting or topping or transplanting or whatever, and they take it to the limit. 3 hours and some really smart people, and they learn about it. And Saturday, you got my Saturday morning, you have Grow Mouse's show. One of the smartest people I've ever met. Then Friday night, you have my show. Then Wednesday, you have Fodder show. Everybody on here kind of has a show. And this is called the Round Table. I think it's something that's really cool. And I would like like maybe to work with you, or you to maybe interview, however you want to do it. I think we need to tell stoners about this. We don't sit around and watch TV anymore on Friday night. We're fucking partying and rocking out to music, helping people. I think it's a really good subject for an article, or at least maybe a smart article. Let the stoners know that this exists. You know, get more people involved in it, and then we can raise more money for more people. Because the money we raise for people come from the channel, not just friends. So I'd love to talk to you more about that after the show. Maybe we can get together and do a little peace talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything I can do to help amplify your message through my social media, through High Times, through our website, our print magazine, our events. Yeah, anything I can do to help, I'll do, because just in the few minutes that I've been here, I'm really humbled by just how awesome this community is, and what great things you guys are able to do for people in need, and you know, also just to spread the information about this wonderful plant and all the great things that you can get out of it, you know, from concentrates to flowers, but also, you know, medicine, topicals, you know, edibles, things that are keeping people alive and helping heal veterans, you know, people, children with epilepsy, people who, you know, the elderly people who really, you know, can help with fibromyalgia and all these amazing accomplishments. I mean, I think we're only just really discovering just the surface of all the amazing things that cannabis can do, and it's people like you guys spreading the word that's important. And so anything I can do to help amplify that, I will do.
Yeah, I'm gonna bust her out. She doesn't want to come on right now. She's just hanging out with us and everything. So Eleanor here is from Candor. Candor is a genetic sequencing company. So yeah, we're sequencing our garden. So that's the kind of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. It's kind of funny. Somebody told me, "Oh, you created Jack the Ripper," but what is Jack the Ripper? So we're doing that. So it's kind of funny. So anyway, we're going to make sure everybody knows we want to go to Soil King's Garden Center Tuesday for Taco Tuesday. We're going to be there with Mendo Dope, Beetle Extracts. Dung Beetle's going to be there. We're going to shoot the show live. We hope to get Mendo Dope to, excuse me, maybe perform a little bit. It's going to be a damn blast. I got to tell you that the tacos are really good, and I had a really good time hanging around with Patrick and all his friends. Lots of nice people. Patrick, you want to tell us a little bit more about who's going to be there on Tuesday?
Yeah, we got, I mean, first off, Danny, it's nice to officially meet you over a chat line, but yeah, and all you guys, I mean, all of you right here, it's an honor to be in here with everybody. This is what it's about. Danny was saying it's, you know, a blessing to be part of something that's bigger than just the wealth of this industry. This is the wealth of this industry right here, what we're doing right now. This is what counts. You know, making money isn't what counts. It's giving money and helping people out. That's what counts. Tuesday tacos. I mean, this has kind of turned into a crazy thing. I was just something that I'm like, let's just give back to our community. I got a lot of people I know coming down wanting to hang out, and I'm like, let's just make it a Tuesday party. And then what rhymes with it? I'm like, I'll feed a bunch of people and let's call it Taco Tuesday. Who knows? We had empanadas last week from Puerto Rican food last week that was delivered up, and who knows what we're going to have this week? I mean, I don't know. We're going to do some sort of taco theme, and the people that were there, it's awesome. I have a film crew that's there. You know, you guys, if you haven't seen any of my shows, I'm on YouTube under the Soil King. You can kind of see, you know, we're taking it to the next level. I mean, that's our direction we're heading. I'm trying to enlighten and show off that the biggest players of this industry that I think is doing right, that is making changes, changing the world one plant at a time. That's kind of the motto that we're going after. Our mission, Soil King mission statement is changing the world one plant at a time. And, you know, and that's where we're going to. I mean, this is about health right now. We talk about health over wealth. Then comes wealth after that. So, you know, all this green renaissance, that movement that started across California, and it's really big and been up here in Northern California. We have an opportunity that feels just right. We get to share in the way we're doing things. We get to learn more of organic and healthy medicines, and we get to hold up the people that are doing it right, that are producing clean medicine. we got so many people that are calling it medicine out there, and it just kills me because, you know, if you're calling it medicine, it better be medicine. It better be clean. It better be consumable, right? If you're not, it's okay too, because I go buy a Coke at the store. There's a pack of cigarettes being, you go down, you buy a pack of cigarettes. It says hazardous for your health or whatever on the side, but they don't call it medicine. So let's call it what it is. If it's medicine, let's hold up the medicine creators. Let's hold them high. Let's put them, let's bring them up. Let's elevate them, right? And the other people that are doing it, even me, let's other people that there's a place for everything, right? There's a place for everything, but it needs to be leveled out.
Patrick, you led me to a thought, buddies. That happens a lot when people are talking. So here's my thought.
I get excited.
I got some friends. I do. This is just, I'm pissed off now. So I got some friends in Savannah, Georgia. They're lifelong friends. Jay and Lisa Akavosi. I went to grade school with Lisa. And they have a son. His name is Wesley, and he has some problems. He's having seizures, 400 seizures a month. And we got him on my tincture, and he's only having a couple seizures a month. And he's been doing this for almost 3 years. Now, they've also sought out other things. They go to Colorado for medical treatments for their son because they live in Georgia. Georgia's like a prison colony right now, some shit with weeds. So. Mm-hmm. They go to Colorado and get these treatments, and their son's doing so much better. He only has a couple seizures a month compared to 400 seizures. And then just recently he had to go to a doctor in Savannah, Georgia. And while he was in there, he had some problems, and they needed to give him medicine. He was having a seizure. They needed to give him anti-seizure medicine. And the motherfuckers would not give him medicine because they detected marijuana in his system. All I can tell you, if I'd have been there, I'd have killed some fucking people, straight up. And my friend Jay is not a very calm person. So I can't imagine when I said something to Lisa, she's a little bitty Southern thing. She talks like this. And so, I said, I can't believe Jay. And I said, even she goes, honey, I thought I was going to tear that doctor's throat out. So it's, when your kid's sitting there trembling and they have a shot in their hand that'll stop it, and they won't give it to you because they suspect somebody of using marijuana. I mean, the reason I bring this up is because a lot of us are on the East Coast and in states where it's a little more friendly, but don't think we're even close to the finish line yet. And you can deny a child medication. So that stuff just really gets me revved up and pissed off.
That's right. We got to talk about it and expose it. We got to expose it.
Absolutely. I want to kick it real quick. Just shift gears real quick because we like to keep the show popping all over the place. I want to slip it to Minnesota tonight. So we got our corn, we got our crab and ligonine, we got all this stuff. We got the cover crop in. We're pretty excited about it. I think Badger's coming on here in a minute, so we've got some kind of fungus tea or something, and they said it to go last night, and then it didn't make the web or whatever because it was too cold, so they moved it to a warmer place. But I just want to kick it to Minnesota Nice. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about what's going on here? Because I'm learning, and just kind of take us to this process of what's going to happen here. Rutro Raggy.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem. You might want to log back in soon tonight.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
I'm in. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so one big thing you have to watch out for when brewing a tea of any kind is the temperature of the tea. If it's too cold, microbial population is going to remain in more of a dormant state. They're not going to be so apt to go out and just eat a bunch of food and get a bunch of energy. They're not going to repopulate how they should. So one big thing that you're going to need to watch is the temperature. 75 degrees would be optimal, and an easy way to achieve that would be to put an air pump with an aquarium heater, just one of those little glass aquarium heaters inside your tea, just to keep the temperature up, because right now it is a little bit cold outside. It's still early spring, and there's going to be cooler nights that will dull the population of bacteria and fungi down a little bit. So you'll definitely want to watch that.
Now, I got a couple of small questions. Yeah. Go ahead, Sulky. So I want to do, who's in the chat? Is everybody in the chat watching? I'm going to show you guys something kind of funny. So this is one of our favorite things to do. Everybody go watch the chat. It's time right now. And we'll get back to some education.
Here it comes.
So I'm going to ask everybody on the panel what they're smoking, but I want to ask everybody in the channel what they're smoking. So 450 people in the channel right now. Let's make that thing spin like a damn slot machine. So I am smoking Frozen. Danny was talking about some new tech the other day. So the way this is made is fresh frozen weed is put in the freezer, minus 50 degrees. Then bubble hash is made with it. Then it's put into a deep freeze, and there it goes. There goes the scroll. I love that. So then it goes into the deep freeze, and all the water's sucked out of it. And it leaves basically a white pile of hash trichomes. And then these guys are actually taking those and rosining it and making what I smoke, which is called Frozen or frozen rosin. And it's pretty epic, Danny. Like you ought to see what your lens does when you get onto it. It just looks like a. If you look at it through a camera, you can see the damn trichomes stuck to each other. It's just a vial full of trichomes with all the wax missing. It's unreal.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
All right, so we covered Taco Tuesday, and we've had Pat and Jordan Jackson on. All week long, I'm telling the story of your story, and I got your name backwards almost every time. So started to write it on my hand so I can get right there.
Come on, I got
Yeah, you would not be the first one to get my name wrong. Definitely not. That happens all the time. So I just really appreciate you guys in the community and everything for including us and involving us in this new process you have.
No, thank you so much. And again, I would just.
And I got $1 for every dollar raised. Don't forget that. Cannabis family out there, every dollar you put up, I'm going to put $1 to match it. You put 500 up, I'm going to put 500 up. You put 1,000 up, I'm going to put 1,000 up. You put 50 cents up, I'm going to put 50 cents up.
Well,
That's how we're gonna do this.
with that big ass donation from Hustle King right there, I think that puts us over the $1,000 mark already for tonight. So I saw about $500 in donations go up in about 10 minutes there. So,
oh, dude, we're way over $1,000. I can guarantee you that. I've been watching this stuff. Chat's blowing up. Hey, Chat, God bless you all. I can't believe this
Well,
stuff.
thank you very much, and thank you, Pat. You're very generous for everything that you've done for us and for my kids, and it's really awesome.
Oh, thank you guys.
What about? We all love you.
All right, so we want to take it back, and I want to get with Mr. Grow Mouse. Are you in the house, Mr. Mouse?
Yes, howdy.
So I'm we're excited. I think Grow Mouse knows this. So back up a little bit, give you guys some information. So we've had our enforcement officer in the building. I've given my fingerprints, which was freaking surreal as shit, because last time I had my fingerprints taken, it was not nearly as cool as me going into a lawyer's office and doing it. And so when they came in here and they told me I could get the less than 500 square foot cottage permit, and I asked them, well, how many plants does that mean? Thank you very much, Northwest Conic, with a $100 donation. So he said, well, I don't care how many plants you grow in here, it's less than 500 square foot. Okay. He goes, if I was you, I'd fill this man cave thing here you got with the TV and all the pictures, I'd fill it with plants too. Well, yes, sir, Mr. fucking conformant officer. I think I'm going to listen to you. So we're going to build out from the back side of the room in the command cave mouth. We're going to do 5 foot by 12 foot, and the 1 foot extra is for walking. But I want to put 3 of your LEDs in there and convert that to an LED flower room for testing our new strains. So we're pumped. We'll call somebody Monday and get the wall built and fixing to do some LED with your stuff. So I'm pumped, dude.
Well, I have to be honest, it's as surreal for me right now hearing Subcool talk about plugging in an LED into his room as it probably was for you having that enforcement officer telling you to fill the whole GD and thing with plants. So it is pretty surreal. And I think when you're talking about LEDs versus HPS, or you're talking about no-till versus bottles or whatever, I think when you have people that just kind of talk about the technology and show you the technology and show you what it can do, it takes a person like yourself, Sub, that you know, like you're a pretty open-minded guy, but your mind certainly wasn't open on this when I first met you. And you see it with your own eyes and you say, okay, well, cool. Maybe there are some things out there that'll work. And so that would be, you know, whether it's lights or nutrients or whatever, that would just be my message. Just keep an open mind to other people and other growers, and who knows, they might just show you something, you know? So I'm more than happy to help out in any way I can, help you plan it out. And, you know, if the LEDs perform better for you, then that's fantastic. That might send you down a whole different journey and a whole different chapter in your growing career. And if I could real quick, I had an idea for Patrick that popped up, but I didn't want to butt in.
Yeah, bring it.
Taco Tuesday contest. Okay. Bring either, if you're local, bring either your best resin tacos or your best photograph of resin tacos, and you win, I don't know, free cheese on the taco. I don't know, whatever the prize could be, but the best resin tacos of the day get the prize. What do you think?
You get a kiss, or you get a sub cool kiss.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I can't have the resin there, unfortunately, yet.
Oh, that's right.
So, but we can definitely do any kind of contest with pictures, you know, whatever. You know what happens if the Soil King stays at the motherfucking Soil King? How about that?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I saw Danny. So we when we talk about resin tacos, Danny, there's certain strains that we grow. Not all. There's certain strains like Jack the Ripper's one. The resin gets so thick on the outside of the leaves that the resin curls up like a Venus flytrap. It comes all the way down the leaf face, and we call those resin tacos. We figure they make pretty good hash. Yeah. All right, everybody knows what time it is. I think it's time to do a dab, and let's jam to some Mendo dope. Everybody, rig up. Of course, this is from Trevor Lyon's new DVD.
Trevor Lyon, love him. Mendo dope, my boys. That's all my family. Love them. I love who they are. Actually, they're just one off.
So smooth and listen to Oldie Fly.
Ain't tripping on the bomber, dirty hands, I've been killing. If you love somebody, hands up to the ceiling. Race, it ain't a problem, we can solve it with the beat of the heart. Color of skin ain't something that should keep us apart. Stay sharp, never tripping on what others thought. They was at the bottom, I can see them from the top. For those who lost, I show them the way. Don't judge a book by its cover before you read through a page. Confidence is the key, it's what the knowledge you see. Look deep into the soul, where it's setting you free. L-O-V-E.
About the color of your skin, it's just a bit of don't care. About the style of you, I don't care. About those clothes that you don't care. About the color of your skin, it's just
Excuse me. All right, we've got a list of questions for Danny Denko. Hopefully he's stoned enough to be with us.
Buckle up. Here we go.
Questions for Danny Denko. Upcoming High Times events and locations, please, sir.
Okay. Well, we have Southern California, San Bernardino. That's April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. We have June in Northern California. That is, let's see. I'm going on the website right now. They do not have it memorized, but
it's okay. I didn't mean to.
June in June. That's good enough.
No,
right?
it's okay. It's okay. I definitely want to promote. So all the information is also at cannabiscup.com. NorCal is at Santa Rosa County Fairgrounds, and it's June 3rd and 4th. We're going to be in the Midwest, in Michigan, in Clio, June 24th and 25th. And then I'm really excited about this, Rhode Island, September 9th and 10th, which is our first East Coast Cup. And being from New England, and now, I mean, you know, growing up in New England and now living in New York, it's nice to have a cup here on the East Coast. We're really excited about Rhode Island in September. So all of those are going to be great. I mean, SoCal is always amazing. The venue's just a blast. Sonoma County Fair, you know, that area is just, that's the home of the weed. I mean, that's where it all comes from, right? Like,
That's so awesome you guys were able to secure that venue too. I mean, much better than the Cow Palace.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And you know, they've also done they do the Emerald Cup there. We did one cup there a couple of years ago, and we're just very excited to be back in that space. And that's going to be really exciting. I mean, NorCal is always a blast. Michigan is really awesome. I love the Michigan Cup. It's got a lot of heart. You know what I mean? Like, people just have such pride in their cannabis, pride in their region, pride in the strains that they grow, and the rosin and the solventless technology that they have, and edibles and everything. It's, people sleep on it, and I don't think a lot of the cannabis community outside of Michigan really understands how much they have going on there, and how big of a part of the economy it is. So that's great. And Rhode Island also is kind of slept on, because it's this tiny state on the East Coast. But for us, with our laws and the medical laws that we have, some of these states, I mean, I'm in New York State. It's not the greatest, you know, law for us. There's no flowers. There's no home grow. There's no dabs. You know, there's really nothing for New York patients at all. New Jersey, all these laws are pretty, I mean, I'm glad they exist, but they're pretty watered down, and they need to be expanded upon. But Rhode Island and Maine are two places that just really are going off, and, you know, patients are getting the meds that they need. People are growing, home grows are allowed, which I think is really, really important. It's nice to go to a dispensary, and it's great to have these shops everywhere. And I think for some people that'll never grow in their lives, it's a great, you know, opportunity for them. But at the same time, there's no feeling like creating your own cannabis, whether it be for medical purposes or just for your own, you know, spiritual purposes or otherwise. So I'm a big proponent of that grow your own thing, and it's really cool what they have going on in both Maine and Rhode Island for caregivers and people that are able to produce on a smaller scale a great product for patients and for their patients and for themselves. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, I guess those are the next 4 big cups that we have. We're always looking to do other locations. We really want to do one in Canada this year. We really want to possibly, I mean, I'd love to see us return to Amsterdam, because that's really the beginning of it all right there. You know, the first Cannabis Cup in Amsterdam was in the 80s. So, and we did 27 cups there, you know, year after year after year. And it's just been sad how they've really cracked down over there while things have been kind of opening up over here. So we'd love to go to Barcelona and work with the people who do Spannabis on an event at a different time from Spannabis over in Barcelona, because Spain is really going off as well. And then Eastern Europe. I mean, people don't talk about this enough, but places like Czechoslovakia and Poland have these huge industries, you know, being created as we speak. And when you talk to people who sell seeds and stuff, I mean, they sell, you know, 10 or 20 or even like 100 seeds in an order to the rest of Europe or to America or to Canada. But when the people from Eastern Europe come, they want kilos of seeds. So they're growing on a massive scale in Eastern Europe. And I think, you know, that's kind of the next frontier in a lot of ways of where, and, you know, again, we'd love to go to Australia. We'd love to go all over the world. I mean, I think, you know, it's a global movement, and so it lends itself to these events pretty much anywhere where we can get away with it, I think. So, yeah, I mean, that's really what we want to do.
Danny, for some reason, our Australian viewership, I don't understand why. So
I mean, no, the opportunity to go. I've always wanted to go to like Mardi Gras or one of those events that they have over there. But they have a thriving cannabis culture in Australia, New Zealand, that part of the world. Mullumbimby Madness, and, you know, even the legendary Neville I mean, I think that's where he lived. He's lived for the last 20 or so years, if not more. He's been over there. So, and there's a lot of great activism going on over there as well. So, Australia's, definitely it's on my nugget list. I got to scratch off Hawaii recently, which was pretty amazing. I loved going there. And I can't wait to go back there as well. That's a beautiful place. And one thing I noticed in Hawaii, when you grow for a long time and you kind of have this affinity with plants, you can kind of hear the plants talking to you in a way, and I didn't hear one plant in Hawaii complaining, from the palm trees to the ganja bushes to everything. I mean, they're just in the perfect environment, a rich volcanic soil, incredible, weather, nice humidity, a little rain once in a while just to keep things happy. And I mean, I just, when you're in tune with, plants, you go over there, you see the same plant. We have these tiny, scared house plants back home, and if you planted one of those in Hawaii, it would just become a monster.
Well, one thing I'd love to tack on is, you guys just had the Cup in Vegas, and I think, Gromouse and Fada Mike can back me up. Man, the reception from the locals in Vegas, and you got a lot of people from Arizona come over, and a bunch of people made it from Southern Colorado down. I mean, what a great local community down there in the Vegas area too, man. It was a small Cup, very rural. But I mean, if you remove the dust storm from the equation, the Cup was a blast. I mean, it was a great, small local, it was small but big, if that makes any kind of sense, right? I mean, Mouse, Fada, you guys can back me up on that, right?
Oh, absolutely, dude. It was the timing was perfect. It was that cool, dry desert air, despite getting sandblasted in the face. But High Times can't control that. I don't think anybody can. But let's put it this way. I came home from the Cup with a big smile on my face, plenty of gear in my pockets, and a freshly exfoliated face.
I have to say myself, personally, I have never been to a bad cannabis Cup because, myself, I enjoy cannabis.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. There's drawbacks at times. I mean, that was I believe our 50th Cannabis Cup. If you count up Amsterdam and the U.S. Cups that we've done since 2012 and the one Jamaica Cup, I think that was number 50. So that's a lot of events to put on, and we don't control the weather. We're having trouble with the government as well these days. So it's tough, but they really tried to shut us down. And the fact that we were able to at least pull something off there means that next time when we go back, it's just going to be twice as big and or even bigger than that. And, being able to stay on the Strip in Vegas and drive, the 45 minutes or so out to the space, it was definitely surreal. It's kind of reminded me of some of those old Dead Show days when the whole community would descend upon Vegas and it would just become this hippie wonderland. It was pretty amazing.
Well, Danny, I was just talking about that just a couple of nights ago when we were discussing the Vegas Cup. And basically what I said was, anytime that High Times puts on an event, even if the bad guys come in and interfere, it's pushing that envelope. And like you said, next year at Vegas, it's going to be a little bit more lenient. And if we keep pushing on that envelope, eventually we'll be partying in Vegas. And I commend you guys very much for that.
I mean,
before I get any more,
the other thing I wanted to mention is that, people who paid for tickets that wanted refunds and people who came to judge the Cup and things like that, we're making good with people. I mean, if you want to come to SoCal, if you want to come to NorCal, you email cannabiscuphelp@hightimes.com and they're going to work something out, because, the last thing we want to do is upset people. The last thing we want to do is cost them a bunch of money in vain or anything like that. We want to spread the word. We want to celebrate this plant. We want to get together. We want to get people to make their connections. And I mean, people have met and fallen in love, and marriages have happened, and kids have been born. All of this basically because of the get-togethers that we have, whether it be a High Times one or any other one that's out there. So, we want to make good. If you didn't make money on your booth in Vegas, you know, talk to your ad rep and we're going to hook you up with a booth in SoCal. You can upgrade to a bigger booth. Whatever it is, we want to do right. We've been here for 43, 44 years as at the forefront of the industry. So we're here to stay, and we want to keep people happy. So, and I think this SoCal event is going to go a long way to sort of, you know, making things right and being a really big event. We're very excited. The people who are putting this together, aside from myself, a lot of the logistical people are really going all out to make sure that it's an exciting event with lots of different activations and different things that you can see and participate in.
Well, and if I could offer some input, you know, in terms of getting the word out there more about the Cup, all these activations you talk about, Danny, you should probably start thinking about having kind of a live stream activation as well. You know, we were able to pull it off. You know, it was a feat, let alone we were in the desert, but we pulled off not only the GrowTube Roundtable live stream from inside the Cup, but we also were just streaming during the day. And man, if I could have recorded, you know, we deleted the stream because, of course, what happens at the Cups stay at the Cups. But if you could have seen the chat scrolling through, you know, people like, you know, like, this is groundbreaking, like, this is amazing, like, we're actually like getting to see people, you know, enjoy their medicine publicly, you know, like, and getting that view for people who can't travel for the Cup. So, you know, with live streaming being the big form of interaction right now, it might be something for you guys to think about, you know, from doing it more in an official capacity, you know, because it's a lot of people were really impressed, and so they'll be tuning in. It definitely drew a lot of attention.
Nice.
Absolutely. And Danny, I was going to just say, dang, you and Dago need to talk. You guys' names will kill me when I'm stoned. Anyway, Danko and Dago need to get together. Dago's got a show. Dago's got a show Friday night, 7 o'clock. GrowTube Roundtable. It's why you're looking at me right now on camera. Inviting me on. I had such a damn good time. They only do it once a week, and hell, I stream constantly. I stream.
I told you it's addicting. I warned you. I said careful.
Yeah, guys should definitely get together. Danny, it would be awesome for you to get on the GrowTube Roundtable. Amazing guest and wealth of knowledge. And again,
we got to get him on for sure. Because our show's about the same thing that you preach, Danny. It's all the whole point of the show is to get the knowledge to the people, teach people how to grow their own medicine. I mean, that's what we do. Like Sub said, we just, you know, growers aren't out partying on Friday nights. We're all sitting in our garden, and you know, we're getting shit. I looked at our statistics. I'll leak them out early, but we had, you know, we hit our new max peak last night. We had 963 concurrent. So, you know, we're almost breaking 1,000 viewers. You know, and these people are hanging out for 3 hours. You know, by the time Monday rolls around, we're getting, you know, 7,000-8,000 views, and it's people. They're already in their garden, and so now it's a chance for everyone to log in, and we're all just smoking together, talking about the plants as we're sitting next to our plants. You know, and it's a great conversation. And now with guys like Subcool coming on and Mendo Dope, and you know, I'm gonna try and get Soil King on, and Danny, I'm gonna try and get you on now. You know, and it's just. It's a way for all of us to talk about the plant, you know, and you got all the top YouTube creators on there, and these are guys that are putting themselves out there, making weekly videos, garden updates. Like, these are like the guys really pushing, you know, we're taking advantage of it while YouTube is allowing us to still do this because, you know, as you all know, the switch could flip off any second. So as long as it's here, we're just trying to get that knowledge out there. It's a great way, you know, for people to get it for free. You know what I mean? Like, all they got to do is log in. So
yeah, right. And I'm telling you, man, I've learned. I say this, and I'm not just shining. I've learned new music. I've learned stuff about. Hell, I've got a compact metal halide hanging in my damn bedroom. 4 weeks ago, I didn't know what a compact metal halide was. So, I mean, the knowledge we're putting down here is pretty badass. I appreciate it. I want to flip back to Soul King. Soul King, I didn't see Jordan slip out, but thank you for bringing her on. And it looks like the weed nerds have really reached down. So thank you.
I just want to point something out though. Now, Grow Mouse pointed this. So I'm stealing this from Grow Mouse. This is his material, but he pointed out on our show last night. For what the chat needs to understand is what I think is so awesome about this platform. You know, and I don't mean our show. I just mean the live stream and this community, the way we can all interact together. Because someone like Subcool, who, as y'all know, is a stubborn SOB and very stuck in his ways, to be able to communicate with other growers and share data, and for him to be like, okay, I'm gonna try ceramic metal halide in one of my quads. Let's fuck it. Let's give it a shot. Like, that's the power of this format. And that's why I really feel like we're on the cusp of something with this live stream in general, because the amount of information that we can all share together, is awesome.
Exactly.
I agree.
Jordan,
Danny, I got a couple more questions for you. I'm gonna drive you crazy. Oh, go ahead, Soul King. I apologize, buddy.
No problem. She just sent me a text, and I'm just going to read it to everybody here. She said, "Thank you so much, Pat, for everything. Tell the guys thank you and bye for me. I didn't know what I was doing, but I need to lay down. Not feeling so great, but just part of the process. So my brother showed me how to end the call. Thank you again. That was awesome and exciting." Jack said, Jack's her son, right? Jack said, "Mom, didn't you have so much fun?" I mean, that statement right there is a lot, because she's not hearing that from her kids right now. So us bringing that together and her smiling, I'm telling you, timing's everything. There's more purpose in this world who brings things together. And that moment, her to be in that space it was just like it was meant to be, right? So
I got chills, dude. I got chills.
I know, me too. So she says, "So I'm glad we got it figured out so I could do it. That community is amazing. So much more than I could ever say. Thank you, guys. Love you. Talk to you soon." That was her message to us, man.
Love me some weed nerds. Love me.
Yeah.
Right? You got to love weed nerds. Yeah.
Our community's amazing. You know what I mean? It is. I want to say it right now. It's amazing. Unity in numbers. Man, $1 for $1.
Danny, I got a couple
putting it out there. $1 for
I love
$1.
it.
Put your
I got a
buck up.
couple of
I got
questions.
mine against it.
I got a couple of questions for Danny. So, Danny, I have a question for you, actually. What is your favorite strain?
I get this one a lot. I mean, I think it has to go to strawberry cough for me if it's like a desert island type situation where it's that or nothing for the rest of my life. But I love so many other strains, so it's really hard to choose. But I think I'd go with that one. That one's like, it's the sativa dominant strain. It's pretty easy to grow, unique flavor. The upliftment of the high is really what it's about for me. Like it's like a soaring, nice, electric, creative feeling. And as I get older, that's really what I'm looking for, is that effect. That really kind of like just inspirational effect that, if I need to write an article, or if I need to do some housework or whatever it is that I gotta get done, I feel like strawberry cough is like, my savior in that situation. But I could name another 20 strains that I would certainly be happy to be on a desert island with, including, of course, I'm here in New York City, Sour Diesel. We all love our sours, our chems, Chem D, Chem 91. Those are, Chem Sister. Snow Dog is one that I really love out of that family of strains. Of course, Vortex, Jack the Ripper is my TGA faves, but yeah, I could go on and on. I mean,
Danny, I got to tell you, I was looking at a chart today, a genetics chart, and it was documenting the siblings of Jack's Cleaner, and it went all, it went to 3D and all that, and then up in the corner, swear to God, I did not write this. This was on the internet. It says Vortex, and underneath Vortex, it says God's pussy. Swear to God, it's on a fucking genetics test. You assholes let him enter that shit under that name.
Oh yeah, I'm never gonna live that one down. I was on stage. I was on stage with Valerie Corral when that was announced, and completely unbeknownst to me.
She couldn't say it.
Oh yeah, no, I had to say it. I think, or maybe it was an awkward moment for all of us, and I mean, that's not something unique to you. I mean, strains are changed and renamed, and the same strain has 5 or 10 different names in some places. That's kind of like another one of those problems with prohibition, is that if with everything having to be in the underground, we're just basically at the mercy of each other as far as sharing of information. And so it's like a game of telephone sometimes. Someone says, "Oh, this is the Kush. Oh, this is the my friend said it was called tush, so suddenly a whole line of people start calling it tush, or whatever it might be. And so, that's one of the great things about all this genome mapping and being able to actually, use gas chromatography and liquid chromatography to do the testing to find out what is what and map it and take away some of this sort of folklore that we have built around all these myths and things like, Vortex being renamed particularly as God's pussy. And, that goes back to like a joke that was made in Pineapple Express or something, right? Like he says, oh, it's like, yeah. So it's just like someone took something from a movie and just renamed one of your strains and entered it into a cup. And of course, because it's such a good strain, they won. And, and we're kind of at the mercy of what they tell us when they enter. I don't remember him. I wasn't there at that intake, but yeah, I don't know. Stuff happens.
Here's backstory. The backstories are beautiful, Danny. Here's the backstories. So if I would
give you credit, did give you credit after the fact.
Of course, no. If you guys love you, but the story is so awesome. So if I would have won, it would have been sub one the cup. Yay, woo, sub one the cup. But so this other guy, Green Bicycle, he wins the cup with God's pussy. So an article came on it, and then seriously, like 9 days later, there's an article on the web that said, "What is God's pussy?" So it's another week of marketing and hype for the product that I sell. And then there was another one correcting it. And funny as hell, in Emerald Cup, this dude came walking up to me and he shakes my hand. He goes, "I'm really sorry about all that." And I'm smiling, I'm happy. I'm like, "What?" He goes, "I'm Jack, God's pussy." And I was like, dude, I don't care. It was a damn big funny joke. So anyway, I love it. Danny, I've got a really unique question for you. I think, who is the most famous person you have ever met in the cannabis industry, in your opinion?
Wow. In the cannabis industry or just in general? I mean, certainly, people like Tommy Chong and Be Real and a lot of the, actors and artists and people that I've met have a lot of fame, but people I'm most proud of meeting are people like Jack Harrer and Dr. Lester Grinspoon and, people like that who've just, actually had a positive impact on either spreading the word of medical cannabis or spreading the word that this is a healing plant. And, anybody, celebrity doesn't impress me as much as people being good people that share information and help spread the word. And in whatever position that they're in, if they're a musical artist, if they're in acting, if they're a sports figure. I love seeing the people in sports and people like veterans that are coming out and speaking about this, because TV and people just see, oh, here's some dirtbag that wants to get my kids high, but then when they hear it from a veteran, or they hear it from a senior citizen, or they hear it from someone like Jordan, or people that are patients. I meet these people all the time. Working for High Times for over 15 years now, I can't even tell you how many people I've met who have literally told me that marijuana saved their lives. Cannabis saved their life, whether it be veterans with PTSD or parents of kids with epilepsy. All of these things. It's amazing what you hear, and then you go on TV and all they want to do is make munchie jokes and puns and poke fun at us as a community. And that's all well and good. I understand, there's jokes to be made. But for me, the issue at times can be dead serious because lives are at stake. Families are being torn apart. People's dogs are being shot in raids. All of these horrific injustices. I'm not trying to be a buzzkill right now, but this is the reality of the situation that we face. This is the stigma of our cannabis use and the stigma that's been put upon us by this misguided prohibition of this plant. And so, yeah, I mean, again, I'm like ranting and raving, but to me, the people who I've met who've had the most impact are the ones who I appreciate the most and who are the ones who help spread the message for us. But yeah, I mean, it's fun. I've gotten to meet a lot of famous people and it's great. And almost all of them don't disappoint you when you meet them. And then there's always a few of them that do, but yeah, that's kind of the fun. One of the fun things of the industry is being able to meet these people. And now that things are changing and becoming more out in the open, you get all these sports figures. I mean, there's nothing like a person who played professional sports coming out and saying, "Hey, marijuana helped me or helps me now in my recovery or with brain injuries or whatever it might be." Because the people who are listening to them, we're preaching to the converted all day long when we talk at these pot rallies or when we talk to people. And those are the people who are actually changing minds out there in the world. So that's what I appreciate.
Subsmooth.
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
He's muted. There you go. Come on.
So I've asked you. I've sent an email to Matt, and I think I've sent an email to you, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to know, and because these guys have the best statement. These guys don't sing about hoes and guns and violence and shit. They sing about really good stuff. So this is our friends, Mendo Dope, and we would love to see them on a High Time stage. And we just want to make sure you know about them. Everybody dab up. Let's check out some Mendo Dope.
Yeah, this is my favorite.
Roll this stuff up, man. Let's do this.
I think I just saw Frenchie Cannoli.
You did.
Yeah, you did see Frenchie Cannoli. His Viceland show is amazing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, that hash is amazing. And
We got eagles. We got flags. What you want?
Danny, we got to get them out of High Times. Got to get them in there.
I love the DVD that you sent me, Sub, the 3-disc DVD of those guys.
I tell you, this year we're going to run the DVD in the garden. We're going to just do everything those boys do, and we're going to grow some fucking trees.
Redwood trees with pineapples.
Back to aromatics and the $40 sack. Barbecue and steak, deer, jerky, full of snack. Running on the mountainside, searching for a catch. Weed gets matched. Got the rolling skills, survival techniques. Learn from Bear Grylls, start a fire with my knife. Cook on the open flame, cause buddy, where I'm at, there's nowhere quite the same. Gotta be smart, not only on the street, cause half the roads out here ain't even concrete. See, we in the mountains, every game we starters. I'm from Mendo County, home of ganja farmers. Certain roads out on the ranch, from the mountain guys. Hard dogs watching my plans, from the mountain guys. Moonshine up in the glass, from the mountains. That girl shake it like a rattlesnake tail. Certain roads out on the ranch, from the mountain guys. Hard dogs watching my plans, from the mountain guys.
The dog's name is Cuddy.
That girl shake it like a rattlesnake tail.
Moonshine.
So it's pretty commonplace. This is
Kicking back, eating on some elk sausage. Wake up to breakfast, scrambled egg ostrich.
Yeah, Mendo Dope. So those boys are what's right with music and the cannabis community, in my opinion. So, love those guys.
I can listen to that all night.
I know.
They've
I
done-
love hanging out. And that, by the way, that dirt road on that truck, I've been in that back of that truck on that dirt road going that fast with those idiots, just so you know.
They've done 3 theme songs for me so far. All of them outdo the next one. It's just crazy.
I think they're in chat. I see people keep tagging them, so they may be chilling in chat right now.
I hope they are.
They're coming on in a little while. He had to cook dinner for his parents. When I say good people, good boys, that's what I'm talking about.
Grandpa, we love you, Grandpa.
Right? Got to cook for Pop, man.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to flip it over real quick to Minnesota Nice. I see he's I've been waiting to talk to him for a while. Now he looks like he's in a small, but there he is, buddy. So why don't you tell us about your start? I asked you about my start. Why don't you tell us about your start this year and what's going on over there?
All right. So what we got going right now is we just selected some new genetics to run. This next time around, we're playing with the 9-pound hammer right now. Extremely excited about that, ready to get it popped and rocking. Right now we got the Gorilla Glue 4 times Space Dude testers going. Those bad boys are doing absolutely amazing. We haven't seen any females or males yet. They're about 40 days in from seed. They have been topped twice, though. So I imagine that has something to do with why they haven't shown their sex yet. But they are looking thick and lush, and we seem to have gotten 2 different phenotypes out of the mix, out of a 10-pack. One of them that does not like to be topped and stays short and runty and did not respond well at all. And I wish I didn't top it at all. And then I got one of them that responded extremely well and seems to be putting off really good traits. Very consistent with the Space Dude as well. So we're super excited about that.
That makes me happy. That makes me happy. It's fun to see. I mean, there's so many people in the round two playing. Hey, Danny, do mute your mic when you're coughing there, Stoner. So your pots are filled outside Minnesota Nice. I mean, you're ready. You're right where we at, or I've been watching Mendo. I think they're filling this weekend.
Yeah, it's time to get soil rocking. If your soil isn't amended right now, then you are actually becoming late on the game. You should already have your cover crop going. Just get everything, all your amendments in there. Get your humus layer going. It's time to let that build up, and you can do that while you veg your plants, which right now is a perfect time, and that's what everybody seems to have going on, and it's working out well. So
awesome. So this is kind of crazy, but it is what it is. So Danny, when I'm down there on the 21st of April, it is what it is. I got a crew coming out here to cut the biggest damn tree in my yard down. And I've talked about this a lot. I'm not happy about cutting it down, but it's going to give my garden 4 more hours of light. So I'm not going to be here. So Badger's going to have to watch them. So hopefully it doesn't fall and crush my house. But I've never had a project done this big in my yard, and I'm not going to be here. I'm a little stressed. We got some more questions for you, Danny. Let's see here. Where was that? I don't exactly know what this is, so I have to ask you, Danny. Will there be joint art like there has been at recent High Times events, and will there be any at SoCal Cup?
I believe so. I think we have the Joint Roller League or something like that. Like, we just had an article about them in the magazine. It's like the Joint Rolling League. If you search for Joint Rolling on Instagram, you'll see them. And yeah, they do a bunch of different really cool types of joints. I just roll regular spliffs and cones and stuff. Those guys are really they're artists. They put together incredible work, and there's a bunch of people doing that now. So yeah, there will definitely be some joint rolling artists doing work. Hopefully some glass artists blowing glass. I mean, that's the key, is having a lot of things for people to see and participate in and do. We got a skate park, I believe, going in there as well for skateboarding. So yeah, I mean, there will be joint rolling art at the Cup, and I'll be rolling plenty of these regular joints too.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to see Danny just smoking regular joints, because pretty much on the West Coast, if you ain't got a dab rig in your pocket, a damn get out here, carb cap. They're fucking me the other day because I don't have 55 years old and I don't have a carb cap.
Yeah, I could go do a dab a little later too, But I'm old school. I still smoke my flowers. I love them. You know what I mean? I do dabs too. I love solventless. I love import hash. I love it all. I like good, clean VA.
Go ahead, son. Yeah. Well, you get. I mean, now I don't know if you can answer. How much? How can I say this? How much goodies do you get to enjoy when you're not at a Cup? And if not, I'm trying to ask roundabout questions. You got a local guy, or you get to bring like giant fucking truckloads home from Cups, or what's the deal?
No, I always have a little bit around. basically. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. And,
Okay.
It's great when you're traveling because especially, places like Cali and Colorado, Oregon, Washington, people are very generous. But, I don't fly with anything on any airplanes or anything like that. So, and I'm pretty cautious as far as, how much I keep around myself at any one given time. I'm still here in New York State where, New York City is it's the marijuana arrest capital of the world. We used to have 50 to 60,000 arrests per year for simple possession. And that means running that person through the system, though. You go to jail overnight or over a weekend. You go to central booking, the Tombs downtown. You spend. It's a pretty lousy experience, I got to tell you. I know, a lot of people out there have been through it. And as a New Yorker, you go through it. Thing is, out of those 50,000 people that are run through the system every year here in New York, 90% of them are Black and Latino. 90% of them. It's clearly an outrageously racist practice and a messed up situation that we have going. And luckily, our mayor now, de Blasio, he's not nearly as harsh as Giuliani or Bloomberg were about it, but he hasn't really done much to help either. So we're kind of stuck here. We can't vote on things like you guys can. We don't have referendums that we can vote on. Everything has to come up through our politicians, and even our liberal politicians are pretty chicken shit when it comes to this issue. So yeah, it's New York is a tough place to be as open about these things as others. But then you got to remember, there's other places on earth where people are executed for cannabis. Indonesia, you go to a surf vacation in Bali, be super careful, man, because they will throw you in jail and throw away the key in places like that. So, if you keep in mind that, all these things are relative, and every little freedom that we gain in one state or one place is just a little brick of the wall that's crumbling, but that wall's still there.
Oh yeah, we got to keep
Danny, I
chipping
got a
away.
question for you, if you don't mind. I'm stopped all over, Dick. I just quick question, real quick for Danny. Do you know? You would know if anybody knows. Do you know where Gypsy is? Is Gypsy in a jail or a Taiwanese in jail? Do you know this? Or do you know about it?
I don't. I'm not aware. Last I heard was something at ICMAG that said that he had been released, but I don't know. Okay. I don't know a lot of information about. I'm actually banned from ICMAG, so.
Me too. From day one. Well, here's the deal. Everybody knows that I can't stand Gypsy, and he's a piece of shit. But I hope the guy's not floundering in some fucking prison somewhere eating cockroaches. I don't dislike anybody.
I'm pretty sure that he's free in England. I think that someone's saying that in the chat as well. Last I read on ICMAG was that he had been released. But that's the thing, is nobody should be locked up here in New York for one night. In Eddie Lepp's case, 8.5, almost 9 years. Everybody knows someone or is someone who has been affected by the ridiculousness of prohibition. And somebody mentioned Overgrow also in the chat, and they brought me back that idea that, like, this is this internet, this spreading of information, this is the reason they'll never win, is because we have the power now. They used to have the power over the information, and there'd be a grow book here or a grow book there. I can remember photocopying, like people showing me photocopied versions of Jorge or Ed's books that they had just literally photocopied because it was illegal in Australia, or it was illegal in Canada to have a grow book. And these are books that are describing techniques and flower arranging. You know what I mean? What are they so afraid of? It's crazy that of it, but we have the power in this situation, the spreading of the information. Yeah, and exactly, high times, whatever people think of it, and I've heard it all, so I get it. We always strive to be better, but we do have that history of 40 plus years of spreading information that was very hard to find, There was no internet. There was no, any of this, of what we have now. And so that's why they can't stop us. And we will prevail. We're on the right side of history. So, I forget the original question.
Yeah, no, I know. Danny, I don't know if you know the count, but I've been in 4 times, bro. That's my total count's about 4
I know.
years, so
We've spoken about that before in the past, and it used to be just Amsterdam was the place where we would go and feel a certain sense of freedom, and luckily there's more places like that now. But we can't forget about the ones that don't have it yet, or still.
Absolutely. Yeah. And because we talk to them all the time. I mean, if you're in Indiana or you're in Georgia, it's bullshit. Dago, I know you tried to chime in. I stomped all over you, Ben. Have the floor, my friend.
Oh no, I was just gonna add on to what Danny was saying. I agree, it's the wall, and things like our live streams and Instagrams and stuff like that. That just keeps chipping it away. And I strongly think, whether you feel, good, bad, or ugly about it, I think once you start to see epicenters, like California just legalized, and it's going to take a couple years to come online. But once those other states start to see the amount of tax revenue rolling through from a real epicenter, they're all going to start loosening up, their belts pretty quick. I have a feeling, money is what drives those people, and it's unfortunate. But, but I'm kind of... See, I'm in a different boat than guys like Subcool, right? I don't grow for a living, but I think if it's careful what you wish for, right? With you want legalization, you got regulation that comes with it. But that's why we always preach, grow your own at home. Let them legalize it, and yes, there's always going to be people that are going to go buy it down at 7-Eleven, wherever it's going to end up. But if you grow your own, the quality, because I'm with you. I think Soil King was talking about earlier, Patrick. You talk about how it's medicine. The growing is just as powerful medicine spiritually as the actual cannabinoids are physiologically. You know what I mean? It's that whole process that is just, because I'm a firm believer. Because everyone I talk to, because I'm with you, Danny, so many people say it's changed their life, and I say the same thing. Grow Mouse said the same thing. Especially anyone who's like relatively activist, it's like we don't choose the plant chooses us. I didn't start smoking until I was 34 years old, and it changed my life so prolifically that I'm like, this is what I need to be doing. People need to know about this, and everyone I talk to, or at least the majority of people, have the same thing. They're like, I don't know, I just started growing, and now it's like this is what I'm supposed to do. The plant chooses us, I feel, and that's part of that connection as growers. And I think if people grow their own at home, they'll realize that same connection, and that also is part of the healing. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Isn't that kind of what all the ladies do? They choose you, not the other way around.
Exactly, right?
It's a love affair and a relationship with a plant. That's where it is. You know what I mean? I remember living in the mountains, hanging out naked underneath my patch. It was that relationship at midnight with the moon, looking up to the moon through the patch. Just crazy. It's a whole experience.
So, if I could, I wanted to ask Danny something while I've got this unique opportunity. And Danny, I'm sorry to be that guy. Free weed. Episode 88. Was that the last ep? Minus the obviously the panels that you've done from the cups and published, right?
Right. Yeah. We're basically kind of on hiatus right now. Basically, they're trying to work out a deal with a big podcast company, and it's just been in the works and hope so. My plan is definitely to do a weekly podcast in the very near future, free weed podcast weekly. 45 minutes to an hour. We're just basically working it out so that we have the resources to really do it weekly. Because what I found in podcasting for me was that it was great and I had an amazing time doing it, but I couldn't be consistent because I'd put out an episode every in 2 weeks, and then we'd take 3 weeks and we'd have an event or we'd have something go on. Also my producer Mike took on the editor-in-chief gig. He's also like the managing editor. So he's got a lot on his plate as well. So we're both working really hard and traveling a lot. it's just been difficult to have that consistency. So I want to get to a place where I can literally have a day a week where it comes out and we have banked interviews and we've got all that going on, and I want to do it right if I'm going to do it. So that's the plan. And basically just we're chomping at the bit to bring it back.
You need help with that, brother. You let me know.
Okay.
I appreciate it, Danny, and I know you probably get that a million times, tweeted at you and Instagrammed at you, but
I love hearing it because, like I said, I really did enjoy doing it, and I'm chomping at the bit to get back to it. But I want to do it right. I want to, not
you want to
be
do it when you're ready to commit to do it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're banking.
Story?
Yep.
Okay. Well, since you agreed, Danny, well, here we go. So where I'm sitting right now in this grow room was my first solo grow room in about 7 years. I had been partnered up with guys on warehouses and all that stuff. And so I got this place, I signed the lease, got the place. And so it was me. It was just me again, doing all the setup. I didn't have a guy on the other end of the 2x4. And that's about the time I discovered your podcast. And I think it was well into 40 or 50 episodes in, so I discovered it, and there was no cable. Obviously the cable people couldn't come out for 2 weeks, all that bullshit. And there's no internet. So I just started downloading them on my phone and just playing them. And it probably took me about 60 hours to set up the room, crawling around in a hot attic in late May, 90 degrees outside, 105 in the attic. And I had you in my ears. And even when my phone ran out of batteries and I didn't have a charger here and I was setting up this grow room, I would walk around the room and walk around the apartment and just hum, Danny Deco, oh, free weed, free weed.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Sorry, I'm a little bit of a weird guy. I had to tell you that one face to face. So
that's really awesome. I really appreciate that, though. That makes me feel really good. And like I said, you were saying you didn't want to be that guy, but for me, it's really inspiring to hear that. I mean, I get people tweeting that at me and telling me that, A, that they love the show, and B, when are you bringing it back? So it's in the works. I've been talking to Mike about it. We've been, like I said, chomping at the bit. So you heard it here first. It's coming back, free weed. Just got to work this stuff out with the podcast company so that we can, capitalize on, at least doing it right. So I'm excited about it. It's going to be fun. And we already have interviews banked. I mean, I got an interview with ChemDog, G, the original ChemDog guy. So, and I want to really dig deep and get some really amazing interviews with people because, again, it's about the information. So I want to demystify the whole home grow idea. It's really not that hard, I mean, if you really put your mind to it, it's not that difficult to grow your own cannabis and really have a great product, and everything that went into it, how it was fed, any pesticide or anything that might have been used, and you can just know that it's well done and clean, and nothing beats lighting up something that you created out of thin air. It's like modern day alchemy,
I know.
I will say though, Mouse, you said face to face, but dude, you're not cammed up. What's going on over there, bro?
Well, when I popped on the stream, I was eating a sandwich.
Oh.
That's hard to do with my helmet. And then I was trimming some buds. So now that that's done, I'll fire it on. Let me take these gloves off.
I tell you what, chat. I think we're still at only 440 thumbs up, and we have over 600 people watching right now. So how about Mouse? You put the helmet on, show the people the helmet and everything at 500 thumbs up. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I mean, if we get to 500, if we get somewhere where the love is being shown, I know. No, okay. Chat, thank you. You guys showed the love big time. But the new people that have come in over this last half hour, y'all show some love, and I'll flip my webcam on.
There you go. Maybe do it. Maybe I don't know. Are you willing to do a dab, Girl Mouse? What if if we actually got the thumbs up to match the view count? Would you be willing to do a dab on there?
I would so be willing to do a dab. I have the extracts. I have the rig.
Uh-oh.
No banger.
Oh, that's right. You broke, huh?
Drop the damn banger.
Sorry, Chad. I tried for you. I tried. Oh, but we are at 500 thumbs up. Look at that. Just like that. All those people. But they're making up for it in donations, though, guys. And again, if you guys see those big donations at the screen all night long, we're donating for Jordan. And Soil King is fixing to match it 1-for-1. So I say we make Soil King dig deep in his pockets here and get those donations compiled up.
Deep. Let's dig deep. Come on.
I
now.
want to see Patrick just sweat. I want to see a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead.
Yeah, what do you get
Oh
into?
my God.
Come on, someone throw $1,000 out there. I'll match it. Come on.
Oh,
now.
damn.
Come on. Who's gonna be the lucky winner? I'll even give you guys some shirts. Whoever throws $100, I'll mail you shirts. Look at that. This one says, "They said it couldn't be done." How about that? Huh? You like that? We got,
That's awesome.
look at it.
I need to turn it over to my producer in the house, Malik. Are you with me, my friend?
You got, "They said it couldn't be done." This one's "Changing the World One Plant at a Time." Soil King.
It's cool.
Oh, awesome.
Love
So, yeah, I'm with it. And the chat's just rolling. Everybody's loving it, guys. This is just great.
Check it out. I got
Cool.
one. This is my favorite one right here. So it's got the Soil King. It's got Soil King on front. To get to the Emerald Triangle, where's the gatekeeper you got to go through? On the 101. Gateway to the Emerald Triangle, you got to drive through Soil King up the 101. Whoop, whoop. How about that? Come on, donors. $100. $100 a t-shirt right now.
Love it. Thank you so much, dude. You're awesome. All right, I want to get to Malik real quick. So Malik, I forgot to get with you on the start of the show. So if you want, I don't know how fast you can do this. You want to whip up a contest or something real quick? So we've got these cannabis playing cards, right? So I forgot.
Yep, I got the link ready to go. I'll go ahead and share it in chat.
One gold pack and one black pack, and then guess what came in today?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So I don't know what first 5 people, or I don't know. Just spin it, Malik. Spin it for me, big guy.
All right.
So this is what the cannabis playing cards actually look like. It's pretty freaking cool. So it's just like a baseball card, but it's not a baseball. It's got the information and shit on it. So the American one sent these to me and for donations and raising money for charity. So we'd like to thank them very much. So pristine, unopened. They're pretty cool. They even got a phone card in them. Don't ask me why it's got a phone card in it. So let's get that contest going right now. All right.
There's the mouse.
There's the mouse. I was waiting for it.
Oh, and that beautiful bucket full of weed right there. Look at that. That's awesome.
There we go with 6-string 2112 with $106. I want to start changing the world one plant at a time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's awesome. Keep them coming, folks. How do you get? How are we going to figure out who donated the 100? So they get a shirt. How are we going to hook
Oh,
that
so
up?
Sub can check on it.
Yeah, in my thing, I can pick up their nicknames. So when they give the donation, it gives their nickname. So we'll screen share them or write them out there. We'll get them. We'll get it to them.
Yeah, you can just click on them and send them a direct message through YouTube. That's the easiest way because YouTube breaks it out per donation, so you can see the date and how much it was and all that. So.
And you can somehow give the sizes they want for the shirts.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
For sure. Well, that's awesome. I really
this chat this community of viewers just never ceases to amaze me, man. It gets larger and larger every week. I see it on your stream too, Sub. I mean, over 600 people now, and man, just coming together, week after week. I love it.
In the event that Patrick or Danny or both were wondering why I'm wearing a giant green helmet, I disguise my identity just due to real life dealings and business dealings. So that's what this is about. Hopefully I'll be out in the open like everyone else on the panel someday soon, but this is what you get for now. It actually is a disguise. It can talk too.
It's not a disguise. That's bro.
That's him. That's the mouse.
That's a mouse. Wow.
That's Dead Mouse. You're real. Come on now.
Well,
first time I saw him in the after chat. First time I saw him in the after chat, I was like, "Who the hell's that sitting there? I ain't talked to him before."
Somebody needs to give him some bloodshot eyes, man. He better take a dab or something over there. His eyes are too light. We need.
Oh, he can fix that. He can fix that. He just has to rotate through the colors.
I gotta search for red. Where's red?
Oh, there's purple, yellow, green. Oh, up.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
So, Mouse, are you going to have the helmet on in SoCal? Is that the deal? Are you going to be dancing with all the babes down there with the helmet on? Is that your role?
Well, I went to the Emerald Cup with it, drug this damn thing all the way through there, through the airport, and all that stuff. Of course, the ears come off, and I never put it on. I felt a lot. I just felt very.
You wore it on the stream. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't wear it around the Emerald Cup. I was like insecure about it or something like that. I don't know. But Vegas, I put it on, I wore it, and people just seem to dig it. I think a lot of people get it that like it's a homage to Deadmau5, and because it has the leaves for ears and stuff like that. And so yeah, I'll very much have it in SoCal, and I'll wear it depending on the weather. If it's hot as balls, this thing's gonna be sitting in a box. But if it's nice and cool, then sure, what the hell, man.
Dude, I just noticed that your freaking ears change color. I mean, seriously, dude, that is cool as shit.
Oh, it's the Grow Mouse, dude. He can build anything.
Hey, Danny, I got a question for you. I need to get a media pass for my film crew down there at San Bernardino to get in with Rosentech and in their booth and walking around. I don't know if you've seen any of the videos and everything I'm doing out there, but I'm pretty big in it. So how do we hook up?
Just send me an email, and I'll forward it to the right person to get you on the media thing for sure.
Awesome. Maybe I don't have your email. Maybe someone could text me.
Dan at hightimes.com.
I'll give it to you, buddy.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Danny.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, Mouse, the chat's going crazy here. They're telling you got to drop a little tiny computer fan in there. Air cool that bitch, dude. Get some airflow going in there.
That's actually a really great idea. I think maybe that'll be version 2.0, which will not weigh 9 pounds. And hey, but thank God for cannabis, man. It does a hell of a good job on neck and shoulder pain at night.
Awesome. We're pumped, SoCal. I mean, 3 days. Danny said what, 3:30 Friday afternoon would kick it in. So was there a concert Friday night or an after party?
There is, yeah. Actually, Damian Marley, and I think ASAP. Let me see here. I'm gonna look on the thing. I want to get it right. I should also mention that next weekend I'm going to be at Hash Bash in Oregon. I'm actually doing a grow seminar with Jorge Cervantes, who's like a mentor and a friend and the person who taught a lot of us to grow. So I'm pretty excited about that. I'm kind of opening for him, and he's like, the headliner at that grow event. And then the Hash Bash Cup is going on, and then the actual Hash Bash itself, which I'm just like amazed at this event and at Ann Arbor's ability to be at the forefront of cannabis politics. It's pretty amazing. This is I think the 46th Hash Bash. Like 46 years they've been having this event, and I can't think of another cannabis event that's been going on for 46 years like that every year, and they were like with the first place where there was just like a $5 fine instead of misdemeanor or felony for cannabis. So, and that was back in 70s or 60s, back with John Sinclair and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm excited. It's actually my first Hash Bash. I've never been to the event. Always wanted to go. So so Hash Bash is in Ann Arbor next weekend. The Cannabis Cup is April 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. So right after 420 weekend. It's the weekend right after 420, which falls on a Thursday. And for that Thursday, I'll be in Vegas doing an event with the Sweet Leaf Nutrient Company. But hopefully I'll see you there for 420 in Vegas, and I'll see a lot of you guys in SoCal for sure, I believe, at the Cup, because you don't want to miss Subcool getting the Lifetime Achievement Award. That's going to be quite a blast on top of everything else that we have going on. And now it finally came up for me on my thing. So it's Damian Marley is that Friday night, and also ASAP Ferg And then Saturday, Most High, Chief Keef, Vic Mensa, and Busta Rhymes, who I'm excited to see. He actually name drops High Times a few times in a few of his songs, so it should be exciting to see him performing too. And that's the third night, Sunday night, when we give out the awards for the best hash and weed and booth and edibles and all of it. So, yeah.
Speaking of name
Awesome.
drop,
Awesome.
Patrick, is it kind of surreal to like have the Mendo boys talking about Soil King and you know, rapping about Soil King and mentioning it and stuff? Or
I mean, it's just like, yeah, I mean, half of it is just, it's freaking amazing on that side of it. But in the inside of this whole deal, we're just, you know, a tight knit little family up here, helping each other raise to the occasion, you know, rising together. Now through transparency in this industry, I can stick my neck out halfway and wait for the axe. Sometimes it falls, sometimes it doesn't. But we get to do this and show off what we do and how we do it. You know, you just saw the shirt. They said it couldn't be done. Those are some of the hashtags. They said it couldn't be done. There's for years that they said we couldn't do what we're doing, and look at us now. So yeah, I mean, I love them. I mean, bucket lists. You want to talk about bucket lists? The Mendo boys are definitely. You have to get. Man, it's just, how do you explain it? It's homegrown. They're straight up homegrown. Right? They're homegrown. You walk in there, you're just like the next guy. There's no better than. There's no, you know, we're just having fun, you know? I mean, Sub, tell it like it is. You feel it. You know what I'm talking about. It comes from the gut.
These
right?
guys
raw. It's raw.
They're changing it. In my opinion, do you know how many people this year are going to grow giant fucking ganja trees because they watch that DVD and they do what those boys say? And are you kidding me? I guarantee I'm going to yield 3 times as much this year simply by knowing.
Redwood trees with pineapples. Redwood trees with pineapples. How we do it, man. NorCal style. Yep.
Danny, can I ask you? Can you stay past the break, buddy?
Yeah, sure.
We'll be here a while. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a real break, real quick. Everybody's going to potty, all that good stuff. We're gonna check out a joint by Trevor Lyon. Of course, this is one of my favorite tunes on the new CD. So we'll be right back.
So please, Mr. Officer, we didn't have to charge me for.
Love this song.
It ain't never hurt nobody. Please, Mr. Officer, we didn't have to charge me for. It's just a little jar of fire. The best beds that job provide. So I was driving, not doing nothing wrong. When we were Babylon in this bad man wagon, trying to capture me and make me fear. He said, hey son, what you got in there? Well, in the back, I got my hand man. And in the trunk, I don't got no weapon. Just my face in the case for good protection. The one was at plenty percussion. The guitar stand, the microphone stand. All these instruments been nice up the land. So please, Mr. Officer, these ain't things to charge me for. Because they didn't find my bag of ganja. I ain't really good yet. But if you found my bag of sense of me, you'd probably try to steal. So please, Mr. Officer, we didn't have to charge me for. It's just a little bag of Sensi. It ain't never hurt nobody. Please, Mr. Officer, we didn't have to charge me for. It's just a little jar of fire. The best meds that job provides. Good day, Mr. Officer. Or should I say namaste, Mr. Officer? Who am I? Just an innocent passenger. What do I do? I'm a reggae ambassador. My name is Pato Bantale Yakayo. Promoting peace and love everywhere I go. Me have a virgin Trevor Lyon, I got to a show tonight, just down the road. In case you never know, I don't have to the coke, I only smoke cess. But you will find your marijuana upon me. Just make ganja bookie and me herbal tea. Medicine from nature, not the pharmacy. So if you're looking for drugs, you won't find none here. Looking for drugs, you won't find none here. But if you're looking for love, we got enough to share. And when you come, Mr. Officer, we all here. So please, Mr. Officer, we never didn't charge me for. It's just a little bag of Sensi. It ain't never hurt nobody. Please, Mr. Officer, we never didn't charge me for. Just a little jar of fire. The best meds that jar provides. So what about those who need to medicate? What about those who love to recreate? What about souls that need to escape? What about bowls that taste so great? What if it was your family or friend who life could benefit from this medicine? What if your child had epilepsy? The only thing that worked was some CBD. You ever wonder why the little plant is so regulated by the government? How could I forget? It's all part of the twisted plot to keep us all sick, yeah, the whole lot. That's why we go so hard on the crop. Push pharmaceuticals on you and me, but I medicate with a high-grade tree. So please, Mr. Officer, we ain't nothing to charge me for. It's just a little bag of sin.
What are you smoking on over there, Grow Mouse?
Me, I was trying to multitask. I can't. I'm like Danny. I'm like, don't talk to me when I'm doing something right here, especially with numbers.
Sorry.
I'm actually smoking on some of the dry version of this bud back here, Pink 2.0 by Exotic Genetics.
Nice.
Yeah, wide range of phenotypes from a really Tahoe OG kind of leaner, all the way down to like the plush berry. This one happens to be kind of a plush berry. So.
You know, I'm curious. Sub always asks chat what people are smoking on. I'd love to see. There's 564 people. I would love to see the chat scroll. Where are you smoking from? Like, where are you guys at? If you're comfortable with putting where you're at, scroll down and chat. Where are you guys joining in from? I'm curious to see, you know, where people are at all over the world here smoking with us tonight.
That could be dangerous. Watch someone put their full mailing address in there.
I love the way you interact, Dago, with our people out there. That's awesome. And I also want to put a shout out to the Hustle King, man.
That
much
huge
love from the
donation.
Soil King to the Hustle King tonight, man. Family, man, hit me up. Let's talk.
He's got to get something for being the biggest donator, right? $420. I mean, there's got to be some kind of special gift for the largest donator, I would
Let's
imagine.
fly him out to a Tuesday Taco Tuesday. Let's do that. Let's do something good for him. Let's have him out.
Oh, this is awesome. Look at chat's going freaking crazy. We got Toronto, Arizona, Tallahassee, Kentucky, North Carolina, New Jersey, Vermont. Look at this all over the place. Washington State, lots of Calis, Michigans, Minnesota, Portland, Oregon, Western Australia. There we go. Now we're talking. Mendocino's in the house. Yeah, look at that. Lots of people. Australia, North Carolina, Manhattan. Dude, all over the world. All over the world. Look at that. UK, Birmingham, United Kingdom. I was just over there, guys.
Yeah, I get a lot of communication from people in Australia, man. I don't know if I just notice it more, but like, you guys are right on. There's just a ton of people wanting to grow in Australia.
Oaktown. Oh, my local homies. What's up? Look at this. This is awesome. Are you guys like looking at this?
Yeah, this is great, man. Look at this, fired up. Chicago, everywhere.
People all over the world smoking with us tonight. This is incredible.
Remulac.
Weed Nerd World.
Right? Hey, put up the site there. Oh, send it to Malik. Do you have the new Weed Nerd World site?
Oh, shit. Here we go. You got the new website up?
1 second.
And I want to take this opportunity. You guys all need to go either sub up to Malik's channel or go over to Instagram and follow him on Instagram, because Malik has got to be the hardest damn moderator on YouTube. He's, you know, Dung and Sid are like in a coma for 24 hours on Subcool's floor, and Malik is still there, still posting up links, still, you know, driving traffic to people's, you know, YouTube pages. Malik holding it down for the YouTube moderators. I got to say, Malik, you're on point, brother.
Hell yeah, Dago. I agree 100%, brother. Malik is my dude, and he is the shit, and he absolutely kills it, bro. Thank you, Malik. For real, dude. You the man.
Thanks, guys. Yes, Sid actually started the site, and he got it going, and yeah, it's looking really good. We got the Soil King up here. We got Father Mike. Girl Mouse. We got a Get Crazy Dago up here.
That's awesome.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's bad.
I don't see the lunchbox button.
Oh, the lunch.
Oh, someone's fired. We're gonna have to dock your pay.
Malik never promotes himself, man. And didn't you drop
He
a
never
video
does.
this morning? It was a fantastic little video. Really healthy looking plants, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. I'm just
See,
enjoying this.
He won't even elaborate to try to talk himself up. Thanks. Well, you're doing a great job, bro. In the garden and outside.
Big shout out to Hustle King again, like Soil King was talking. Tell him to shoot us an email at tgaproducers@gmail.com so we can make sure we get him taken care of for sure.
Yep.
Malik, did you have any questions for Danny or Soul King that wasn't on the thing? Did you have some fresh questions? I know we were. If you guys want to ask Soul King or Danny Danko anything, Patrick with Soul King, Danny Danko, Hot Times Magazine. If you guys got any fresh questions, so just shoot them in our question link, and Malik will pick them up.
I've got one actually, if you don't mind, Sub, for Patrick. Patrick, I think a lot of people are starting to see the no-till movement and well, till or no-till, just the regenerative soil movement in potentially making cleaner medicine or better medicine or whatever the argument is. But a lot of us bottleheads are looking from afar and just, getting inspired here and there and trying some things, trying some different teas and stuff like that. For the bottleheads or the no spill revolution guys like me, what kind of things could I be doing to minimize my dependence on the bottle without changing my cocoa medium or my hydroponic medium, but just maybe just being open-minded to weaning off the bottle here and there?
Well, and Danny can, adhere to this. We got only a few months left, and then this California is going to be organic. So there's a lot of products coming on the shelf right now. There's a lot of people doing things right. Super Soil, there you are, sub right in there, man. You don't need to add anything. That's what it's about. There's just regenerative farming is a must for farming practices. Adding value back to the planet. That's the direction we need to look at. Clean water runoff, right? Clean runoff is an important topic for us to discuss. And organic practices with the regenerative farming, I always go back to my designs, right? With soil designs is I like an aeration soil and I like a super soil that has a whole blend of diet to it as well as minerals. But we always forget, and I tell people this a lot, we always forget we need oxygen with annuals. A plant that grows has a short root life. It only has 6-8 months outside, a lot shorter than inside. It's a turnover plant with an annual. And you need three things. You need water. We always talk about water. We always talk about the diet, the nutrient, the fertilizer, but we don't talk as much about the air. And when you grow redwood trees with pineapples, you have such a short time to hit your goal. And oxygen is a necessity down in the root zone for sure for doing that. So, and then in the hydro industry, which I'm not that familiar in the hydro industry, I used to do a lot of soil indoor, but there's a lot of clean products coming out there, right? We don't need to spray pesticides on our room all the time anymore. We don't be proactive. Don't wait for the infectious disease to hit you all at once. Be proactive and do preventative maintenance all the way through your harvest and out the other side. And there's products you can put on to the day of harvest that is clean. Enzymes actually wash the plant, right? It cleans everything off the plants, and that goes for growing inside, growing outside, greenhouses, and everything. So we are about ready to see major amounts of change going on in California. Look, High Times is in Los Angeles right now. Thank you. You guys are headquartered down there. In fact, I just got invitations today to go down there and see your new facility down there, and that's great, right?
Awesome.
That's awesome.
And, I'll be down there in the next month.
Yep. I'd also add to that, the people in NorCal have been at the forefront for years in the whole kind of what's becoming popular, the no-till sheet composting kind of thing, where you just improve on your soil year after year after year, and little by little you're using less and less bottles because the soil itself is so fertile, and you're just adding organic material on top, and you're letting the worms do the digging and all that, and allowing the mycelia strands to stay intact, so that everything is that soil is so rich and alive. It's like just like chocolate cake, and if you step in it, you sink right down in, because it's just so airy and loose. And if you improve on it year after year like that, you'll find yourself using less and less bottled stuff, just because you have the luxury outdoors and in greenhouses to do that. It's a little more difficult indoors in containers to have that living soil kind of thing going on, but people do it.
I do.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who do it, and the product, what the flowers that come out of that are superior as well.
I haven't pH'd my water in probably 5 years. Right?
Yeah, I swear to God, Patrick, I do not own a pH pen. There's no pH in here.
I was heavily influenced by.
I don't have to pH my water either. Come on now.
I'm sure a lot of you guys, like me, were influenced by the book Teeming with Microbes. I think that really led me to just a better understanding of feed the soil and let the plant, and then let the soil feed the roots, and your plants will be fine. You know what I mean? They'll even have
soil.
Yeah,
grow soil. The soil will produce a plant. What we forget is we're trying to grow a plant. We're killing our soil. We end up with so much root diseases, all these elements. There's nothing healthy in there taking care of the environment. We got to focus and turn around. Grow soil. Soil will produce the plant.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a unique experience last week. I think I told a couple of nerds, but I'm really proud of it. So, California right now has there's a lot of media about all the tests that failed at the Emerald Cup and some of the other cups. And so, the higher quality dispensaries here in California have stepped it up, and all of their units that come in, they're sending them out for testing for pesticide, mold, mildew, etc. And they had never ever done that before when I dropped. So the other day when I dropped, they let me know. They said, "I'm sure everything's okay, but just to let you know." And I said, "Well, the only thing that goes in my grow room is dirt and water and a little bit of sugar. So I think I'm okay." And of course I was. So I like what St. Patrick said a while ago. He said the way we do things is about to end in California. Well, not the way I do things, because it's going to be just situations, same old. A little bit of soil, a little bit of love, and we'll make it happen. Hey, I want to give one more push here. So we want to make sure Jordan Jackson, friend of Soil King, she was on the show earlier. I mean, life just really took an elephant dump on her head, man. And so if you guys could reach deep inside your hearts and maybe, even if it's $4.20, every little bit helps. So, and as you know, I'm not waiting for YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and float the check to everybody that's on our charity, and I'll wait till YouTube gets me back. And I think that's going to drive it better. If we do a charity and somebody has to wait 60 days for money, that's just going to piss some people off. So we're going to fix that with a little bit of sub-cool funds and get.
And I'm matching $1 for $1. Don't forget that. I'm matching
so I'll give you
$1 tonight.
I'll have the total tomorrow morning, Pat. Thank you so much, Minnesota Nice. I basically get up tomorrow and total everything. So it's very exciting to be able to help people with this format. Plus, we get to do dabs, fuck around, listen to music. So I like it.
And I got, you just gave me one of my new favorites. I'm not trying to downplay the situation in what way, any way, shape, or form, but life took an elephant dump on my head. That I'm going to use that in the future, because that is a very polite way of summing up a really shitty, that's a good analogy. I like that, so I'm going to use that. One thing I will say, I want a pretty cool feat, and I just want to show the chat right now why your thumbs up and everything help the stream so much. YouTube now has a live page. You can click on it, and YouTube curates the top 100 live streams that are going on right now. So out of the hundreds of thousands of streams that are going on YouTube right this second, only the top 100 make it on this list right here. right now, from the interactions from chat, all the thumbs up, the donations, our Weed Nerd live show is number 27 on that list right now. So the Weed Nerds, out of all the billions of people on YouTube right now, out of the hundreds of thousands of streams, we are 27. So the Weed Nerds making it happen for the community. So that's awesome.
Dago,
Awesome.
thanks so much for mentioning that, dude, because when we ask you guys for likes and we beg for your likes and all that stuff, it's not so we can do an ego stroke. It's because, like what Danny was saying, now all of a sudden we're out there. We're on YouTube, not Weed YouTube, and we're the 27th, which means more people will see it. People that have never grown a cannabis plant in their life, and they might walk in here and they might pick up something. They might say, "Oh, let me Google this Soil King guy," or "Oh, let me see what Danny's doing. Let me see what Fodder Mike's got going on his website, or Subcool's got going on TGA."
Oh, they get sucked in.
They get sucked in. They plant that one seed, and that might come from your like of this video.
And then they become one of us, one of the community.
Stream nerds.
Stream nerds, baby.
Stream nerds.
Dream nerds, lunchbox.
Lunchbox. Hey, I've got some news. My staff is fucking badass, just so you guys know. Gypsy Nirvana is now facing money laundering and conspiracy to import and export cannabis from Maine to England. He has a court date coming up, so I guess Gypsy's problems aren't over, and I am sad about that. He's not a very nice person, but he can just stay over in England in his house, and that'd be cool. He doesn't have to go to jail. So one of the things I want to call about, so upcoming testers, we're pretty excited about this. So you guys know that I'm making the Pinot times Jack the Ripper. We don't even have a name for it yet. We love the Cuvée so much. If you guys don't know, Cuvée was created with aficionados Pinot. It's a 98 Blackberry times Pakistani. I love to say this because I have to show off mine and Badger's skill. They called us about a month ago and asked for the F1 cut back, because once you give me a cut, I don't lose them. And by the way, Danny, I don't know who your favorite grower is, but if you'll let me, I would love to send him some of my strawberry dacky, which is Kyle Cushman's strawberry cough times my Jack the Ripper 6% THCV male. So that one will get you going.
Wow, nice.
Right.
Nice. Okay, excellent. That sounds delicious.
Yep, just let me know. So a couple of things we've got cooking. We've got the Pinot times Jack the Ripper cooking. And just because the black cherry soda was the right size, shape, healthy, was all vegged out, 7-leaf set. She likes to single lift on us. We dropped her in the damn breeding room with the Corkle Space Queen dominant male. So we're going to have 2 brand new testers coming from my side. Then Heroes of the Farm. Now, this is all the summer testers. So, Heroes of the Farm is going to be dropping the G13 hash plant times Space Queen. We have the Jazz Space Queen, which I'm working on releasing right now with the help of the Weed Nerd testers. The Locomotion will be coming back. There's something called Mr. Machine X. I don't even know what it is, and several other testers that he has coming. Also, our good friends at Galactic Gardens have working on several strains. If I can find it here on my daggone list. Yep. So they've got Black Lime Reserve time Locomotion, AK-47 time Locomotion. That AK-47 is a special AK-47. You guys know, I'll tell you, and Danny's better put his fingers in his ears, this part of it, but you guys know that I believe the AK series sells now is an F2 or F3. I believe they lost the original cut somewhere along the road, because when you grow it out now, you get this homogenized shit with no resin on it. Bo has a badass pre-1998 cut, full AK cherry. Simon at Sirius actually has a quote on the internet where he says you might have to grow up to 100 to get the cherry AK. But Bo's got it. By that's really wicked licorice smelling Locomotion. And of course, the Gorilla Glue 4 Locomotion. You guys know it's going to really take some push to get the Gorilla Glue 4 on my menu again. We just released Cosmic Glue, which is the GG4 times Space Dude by Heroes of the Farm. Every single company on the planet has a Gorilla Glue cross, so it's going to have to really impress me to get on the menu. But we're really excited about that. We're going to have freebies at the SoCal Cup. We're going to be dropping the Girl Scout Cookies Forum times Space Dude. Come see us at the booth. I'm going to lay it on you. I don't know what kind of promo we'll do yet, buy two, get one, whatever, but we always seem to do it. And if you guys don't know, my new favorite thing is to try to hit you in the head with a pack of seeds. Because when I was at Elemental, I had like 15 packs of seeds, and the show got over, and I said, all right, I'm going to throw these out there and to make sure I don't hit anybody in the eye. And I sailed one out, and the first one hit a dude in the cheek. So I like to fly 5 packs out into the crowd. It's a lot of fun. So, yeah, so make sure you come see us there. And I want to check back in with Dago. Dago.
I'm over here. I'm messing around with chats. We got 624 people watching. We're at 607 thumbs up. I'm trying to get them to go over that lip, and I'm trying to convince them. We got to try and convince Dung. If we get 1,000 thumbs up, he's got to eat another 1,000 milligram edible. What do you think? Are you up for it, Dung? Is he up for it? I think we could get 1,000 thumbs up here. I think we could by the time the night's over.
If we get to 1,000, Dung will eat 1,000 milligrams, and so will Sid.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, here we go. Hit that thumbs up.
Hey, there you go. Hey, thank you very much, Dag. That's great, Danny. There you go.
Yeah.
So it was last night before when we dosed them. So it was about 2:15 in the morning, and we were still live, no shit, and we were still streaming everything. And Sid's behind me, sitting on the floor, and he's reading the questions from the collector site. And the next to the last question was like, and so I answered it and said, the next, he goes, and you go, and the thing, and I was like, Sid, you okay? He goes, I can't read no more. And that was it. That was the end of the question right there. Done.
That's awesome. Well, we passed it. We got 635 thumbs up now, 637 with 618 watching. So we got more thumbs than viewers. Hell yeah, baby. That's the way to do it, weed nerds.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thanks, Dago, for coming over and help me. Dago's presence is really cool online. I really like it.
Dude, this is fun.
A lot more. Yeah, you look like a DJ.
Well, I'm just having a blast, man. I don't have to host a show tonight, so I'm just like having fun in chat. Now I know how Grown Mouse feels. I just mess around in chat, chime in here or there with something witty and funny and cool, and then just duck out back in the bushes.
Or you can do like I do, steal a joke from chat and then tell it and act like it was your own joke. Take all the glory.
I like it. So, Malik, do you have the question form in your hand now, my friend?
Yes, I do. One person was asking, Danny Danko, what are you smoking today?
Oh, am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep.
Today, Gorilla Glue number 4. Actually, oddly enough, Sub just mentioned using it in that breeding project. But yeah, GG4. Yeah, it's definitely made its way to the East Coast, and it's one of those strains I think in the last few years that's really made a lot of noise, along with a few others, obviously. But I love seeing the diversity, and I love unique flavors. So that's one of the things that really drew my eye originally to TGA Genetics and the things that Sub was doing. That this was an American seed bank, which at that time was pretty rare, you know what I mean? Like to be out there like that, you know what I mean? So that was pretty ballsy, and the quality of the product and the stability and everything. So yeah, I'm digressing once more, but the GG4 is what I'm smoking.
It's everywhere, Danny. I mean, it's incredible. The resin falls off of it. It's just gorgeous. I mean, it is one hell of an amazing show. Danny, you just admitted I had a question a while ago from one of the fans, and I didn't want to ask it because it's kind of self-serving, but hey, we're all stoned here. So somebody wanted to know what you thought, what effect you thought TGA Subcool Seeds had on the seed scene.
Well, I mean, like I said, to be an American seed bank in the middle of the 2000s at that time was just not. It's pretty unheard of. There really wasn't a lot of people doing that, and so, and then again, the quality, the hard to find, hard to source, sort of connoisseur, that level because we're all in that world. If this plant calls to you the way it does to make you a weed nerd, you're always on the search for different phenotypes and different incredible flavors. So you've got a jar of this and a jar of that, and one's sweet and one's cushy and one's this and that and the other. But all of them have to burn properly and really not be like what we used to call pretendica. You know, like there's some of those sours out there that, you know, they smell like it, they taste like it, but they don't, you know, they don't get you high for 2 hours. They get you high for like 20 minutes. So that was the thing about TGA genetics. When they came out, everything was fire. You know, when you're using strains like Jack's Cleaner as breeding stock, and if you know what you're doing, you know, there's a lot of people out there that just think, oh, if I take 2 elite genetics and put them together, I'm going to get an elite genetic. That's not the way genetics works. You really have to do the selection. You have to do the real breeding. You have to grow large populations and selectively breed. So that's why I tell people, when you buy a pack of seeds, you know, you can buy a 10-pack and that's great, and you'll probably find a keeper, but, you know, buy 50, buy 100, grow those out. If you're going to do that for a mother plant, and that's going to be your producing mom for, you know, the next few years, if you're lucky, a decade or more, you can have that same mother plant for years and years and years, just, you know, thriving, and you can be taking cuttings off of that plant. But that means everything you're taking off that plant is going to be that genetic. And one of the things about seed banks in those days when TGA sort of got on the map was that things from Holland, things from Canada were getting pretty bottlenecked and stale. And, you know, you really had to really hunt for phenotypes at that time. That's why people talk about the pre-98 this and the pre-98 that. Because right around 98 to the, you know, 2000 or so, and even after that, a lot of people started farming out their you know, breeding to other, you know, companies and other locations and stuff. And so it's important to have those boutique breeders that are producing, you know, and it isn't just TGA. TGA was at the forefront of this and is one of the, you know, the premier ones that have been doing that for years and years. But it's, you know, there's more to it than that. It's all these boutique-y breeder outfits that are out there that are keeping these strains alive and improving on these genetic lines and really doing justice to the gene pool rather than diluting it with yet another, you know, watered down sour or Kush strain or whatever it might be. So yeah, I mean, TGA has changed the world just like a lot of seed banks have, but in particular that uniqueness of flavor. I just every strain, I mean, you can just pick them out of a jar without it being labeled or anything. You take a sniff and you're like, okay, that's the Vortex, you know. And I've seen Sub do it. I don't think he labels jars. And he just knows what's in them. You know, he's like, okay, I know this. You can have 5 different buds in the same jar, and he'll pick out, you know, what's what, you know, which is which strain. So, you know, when you have that relationship with your breeding stock, and you're committed, you know, like they don't make. As far as I know, you don't do feminized seeds, right? So you don't do
them seeds are for pussies, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I mean, you know, the business that I'm in, you know, writing about all the strains and stuff, you know, there, you know, I'm going to tell you there is a place for feminized seeds in the cannabis world and auto flowering and all of that. I mean, I've been over to Europe, I've been to Spain. They love that stuff. And to a certain extent, it's because it's easy, you know, and they're used to, you know, they're used to hash and things like that. They're just not quite as discerning, I would say, on some levels, you know, and the advantage of those things sometimes is you plant them, you walk away, 90 days later you come back and you harvest. You know, it's not as much work, and it's pretty simple. But that commitment that, and, you know, 90% of the seeds sold in Europe are feminized, by the way. I mean, that's the reality of the situation over there. It's a lot different here. But the fact that TGA doesn't do that is another reason why you can trust that you're not going to get something watered down or, God forbid, with hermy tendencies in it, because they don't mess around with anything near that. So yeah, I mean, I hate to sound like I'm shilling or doing a commercial, but you know, it's been a long time that I've been an appreciator of the work, and you know, the photography also. I mean, the pictures that I would get of TGA strains are just like works of art. You know, the trichome production and the coloring and all of it is just amazing.
Danny, you're way too kind. Way too kind. I wanted to show, and by the way, me and Danny go way. I mean, oh my God, me and this guy go back, 16 years basically. I mean,
so yeah.
I started pitching him articles a long time ago, and when my first article I got put in there, I mean, I ran around shit like they gave me the damn Nobel Peace Prize or some shit, and I actually have a cover of High Times, one cover, and it's obviously I got a copy of it framed up in the man cave because it's not easy to get on the cover of that magazine. Just so you know, it takes more than just skill and passion. There's a lot to it. So I really do appreciate my ups, my downs, and my long-term relationship with High Times, and I don't know where we would be without it. I showed you that book a while ago. I literally won't even show it on Instagram, Danny. And I'm not talking shit because I love this, but the pictures of the yayo and all that back in the days. And my point is, I mean, information, when we wanted to know the real deal, not something that you see when we wanted to know what shit was. And I got to tell you, the other day we had a drool fest the other day. I put up the picture of the Placidils online, and shit, the channel went nuts. Apparently there's a bunch of old crazy motherfuckers in the channel just like me. So it was pretty funny. I want to show Patrick something that I've been wanting to show you for a couple of days, and I could have put it up on my email and showed it to you, but we do it off the cuff here. So somebody gave me some weed last week, Patrick, and Badger, I gave it to Badger because I don't smoke flowers, I just smoke hash, and he took it and he went upstairs and he took one hit of it, and then he took one hit of our weed. Now, which one do you think is ours, and which one do you think is the sample? And why didn't it burn properly? Can you tell? I'm sorry. Can you tell us why that didn't burn properly?
I can't see it. I really can't see it, Claire.
You can't see it? The one's black and the one's white.
I didn't see that. It looks like this one's rosin or something on the left.
No, it's actually both of these are buds that were smoked. And this one ended up black. We were talking about flushing earlier, so why I brought that up. Right. Somebody wanted to ask me about flushing. I don't really flush because the only thing I put on my plants is water. So, I mean, maybe day 45, we hit them with a little bit of sugar and citric acid, and maybe some carbs. But, I mean, it's pretty much water. And the reason I'm asking you this, Patrick, is I've always said it, but you obviously know a hell of a lot about soil. So, when you've got a complex layered soil like we have, but you're only using water throughout the whole process, I mean, you flushed it. It's not possible to flush the plant. And I'm tired of people taking hydroponic lingo and applying it to a soil base. And you can you expand on that a little bit for me?
I mean, the last thing that touches my seed to soil plants is live teas that I made. They're not a guano tea, they're just I'm pouring organisms on them and I'm feeding them with water at the end. I mean, you guys see my beta test rooms. I'm just running straight Big Roots Bloom in it. That's all I'm doing all the way through the end. That's all. I'm not adding anything to it. I'll test. I have 4x4 trays set up in these rooms, and I test each tray, and I'll just run Big Roots Bloom in both of them right now. And then I have another tea that I'm doing in one of them, and that is it. And with the Big Root, you don't need, if you have the right mix formula design, you don't need all those finishers and hardeners. It's when you have, and I'm creating living soil. So I'm adding life to the soil. Let's say all those minerals and all those fertilizers, guanos, and everything, blood meal, whatever you're adding into your soil, your microbes are eating that up and shitting it right out. And it's making available nitrogen, available food source. It's taking the leftover and making it available, and that's what I see. And that's my driving factor. And the only way I can do it is through these beta test rooms to prove out the other side, you know? So, and I'm always learning. It's cool because right now we have so many cool products coming out that is for clean medicine. You know, I get stuff. If you go in my office, Sub, you've been in my office, I got wall-to-wall crap and stuff people just send me, right? And I shouldn't say crap. There's a lot of good stuff in there too. But I can't, you know, there's like 2% that I'll actually put in one of my gardens. And if I really like it, it's a Soil King approved product. I'm going to get behind it. And when I get behind something, I get behind it 100%. Not always right, but if I believe it, I'm going to believe it until it's proven wrong. And usually it's my beta test rooms that it's going to be proven wrong, or in light depth, or all my redwood trees with pineapples outside. If I'm putting your product on a plant and I'm using a TGA seed and I'm not getting redwood trees with pineapples, probably something wrong with the fertilizer you're giving me, you know? The medium's going to be all right.
There's a thought here that always comes to mind when people talk adding nutrients to their soil and flushing their soil. Chances are pretty much they're isolated into some type of container grow. They're using an off-the-shelf product from, say, Lowe's or Home Depot, like, let's just say, well, I won't mention the name, Plug Farm, you know, but anyways, they need to step their game up to a more living, active soil. Yes, you do want to flush your soil in a container. If you're using a salt-based product, pour the shit on it, take it in your shower and run the shit through it. But if you're using a real soil and not bottled nutrients with salts, it's like flushing the earth. Would you go outside and turn your water hose on and flush your berry bushes until the earth was flooded with water? No, I don't think so. Just keep it natural and pure, and you don't have to flush. The soil takes care of your plant. And if you keep that in mind, feed your soil, the plant will love you. It'll show you when you're not happy in your soil, and just keep an eye on it. But there's so much knowledge here with you guys, and you're kicking ass, and and taking names, and I love you guys.
I don't pH my water, and I don't flush my soil. Bam, that's it right there.
You know what I would say? This is Danny. I just want to mention on that same topic, the less you feed, the less you need to flush. Right. Really. And overfeeding is the #1 biggest mistake that people make in cannabis growing. And I mean, that includes pictures in High Times magazine. You'll see burnt tips on the leaves. If your leaves have burnt tips, you are overfeeding your plants, even if it's just the tiniest little tip of the leaf. And I see it all the time. It's a plague. And so the less you feed, if you err on the side of caution and underfeed, and maybe then you see a slight, slight discoloring, slight light greening, then you bump it up a little bit. That's always easier to add than it is to subtract anything away. So then, flushing becomes much less of an issue.
Diego was saying,
but if you're overfeeding your plants and the tips of the leaves are burnt, you have to flush, just to, because you're not going to be able to burn that. And at Cannabis Cups, when we're judging, let's say, the indica category in Southern California, you got 30 or 40 OG Kushes, or something similar to it. So at that point, you're not judging the strain, you're judging the grower. You're judging how clean it burns, how well it tastes when it's past halfway down a joint, or a bowl has already been burning, or whatever it might be. But you're judging the grower, and the #1 thing that I'm judging at that point is the burnability, the actual, because that can take a pleasurable smell and a pleasurable look and everything, and turn it into an unpleasurable experience if it's not, underfed or basically properly fed, which for most people would mean underfed. Because when you look at the bottle and you're reading off the bottle and they say 4 milliliters per gallon, they're going to push you to use as much of their product as they can, because that gets you to the bottom of the bottle and buying another bottle.
And most of it's made out of water based. Yeah. It's a water based with a couple drops of shit in it. But
you're really paying for them to ship sea salts and water around, and they're charging you a lot for the water. I mean, you can buy those base nutrients and mix your own nutrient if you really want to do that. But even better, find something you like and use less of it than is recommended. That's
Danny,
what
I hate to be that guy again, but on episode 47 of Free Weed at 6 minutes and 48 seconds, you use the term the perfect burn. Do you not subscribe to that ideology anymore now that, because it seems like you were a hydro guy, primarily on the high times, weren't you? And now with the no-till, it seems like you might be leaning a little different way, or no?
Well, I mean, look, I have to cover the entire spectrum of cultivation. So my personal beliefs and what I would personally do is different from if I'm going to visit some big garden and writing about what they do. So me personally, I'm a convert to the whole sustainable practices, compost tea, feed the soil. I'd like to see worms and mushrooms growing out of the soil and all that. That's like where I'm at in my own head. But if I'm covering a 70,000 square foot indoor facility where they're using rock wool and drip systems with salts and all kinds of stuff, I'm still going to cover it, and I'm going to tell people how they're doing that. I don't think there's only one perfect way to grow, but if you want,
wrong way to grow.
Right, exactly. There's no wrong way, but there's I have my preferred methodology and the things that I try to push when people ask me personally my opinion or what I would recommend. But at the same time, I'm covering the whole entire industry, and so there's people out there using GH3 part, and there's people using I when it comes to things like Miracle Grow, you'll find me always telling people don't do it because there's just so many better options, and it's such it's just not a historically nice to even I always tell people also support local. You can find compost, you can find all these things locally. You can find wood chips, you can find a lot of things locally, and not have to pay for them to be shipped over state to state or country to country, and brew your own teas and compost tea and guano teas and all that. I mean, that's what you're paying them to do for you when you're buying bottles, if you're lucky enough to get that in a bottle.
I was just fucking with you, by the way.
Well, I'd love to chime in. I agree with you, Danny. I'm in a similar boat. You said you have to cover several things for the magazine. I have to cover all the various ways to grow on the Grow Tube Roundtable, right? Because of all the different types of growers we have. And one thing I think that's very important that we don't think about is, and you said, we have to support the different growers, et cetera, but I think the community needs to remember we need to support each other. And the example I'll give is we had a little rift that happened with even within our as awesome as our community was, we had this thing on the Grow Tube for a while. It was a joke, but we had, there's the no-till army, right? And so I think it was one of the guys came up with no spill army. So it was like hashtag no spill, hashtag no till. But what we found very quickly, it was dividing the community. And it was like you were one side or the other, and they almost were starting to get hateful. Then it was like, okay, whoa, let's back off of this hashtag thing, because we need to support each other as growers. And like we said, I mentioned, there's no wrong way to grow. If you can grow, and if this is the way that you have to grow, some people can't grow outdoors. Like where I'm at, my county, it's legal and they support growing, but the bylaw that they have, for my city is that it needs to be covered somehow, whether that's a greenhouse or like I grow in my shed, that you can't just have an open tree in the backyard. And so there's certain people have to grow different ways. And so if someone's, barred from being able to grow in the sun, I mean, you can't get on someone if they're trying to grow their own medicine in their basement, like that's just what they got to do. And if they need to use salts, or I hate to say salts, but, nutrients versus organic soil, and there's people have various different needs and different ways they can and can't grow. Like you said, I just wanted to echo what you said. I guess that's a long way of saying it, but also growers, we need to respect each other as a community. And again, that's what we're all about, spreading that knowledge that growers love, that you hear the DGC talk about all the time. That's what it's all about, man. It's all about the plants. And I see Mendo Dope joined us too, by the way. What's up, boys?
Yo, what up, fellas? How's it going?
What's happening?
Just
see you, man.
chilling,
Good to
man.
see you.
Yes. Sorry for
$40
my late entrance.
Hello, no, it's okay. We tell them you're cooking for the parents, man. You're a good boy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm on jam something real quick. We're not on break, but I'm on jams. This young man can fucking flow. I'm gonna put something down real quick. This is from Mendo's Dope's album Live in the Garden. So you guys got to share this. We got get your bowls, get your bongs, all that shit. We got 4 minutes. I'm playing this for Danny. Danny's got this is a deep fucking song, Danny.
I was taught that this plant was an evil drug. It ain't medicine, it's only messing people up. So if I catch you using it, you gonna be in cuffs. You broke the law when you decided to take a puff. Suck it up, complain about your back pain. Kids these days, they all dancing with Mary Jane. Thinking it's all fun and games till one of them overdoses. Should've said no and not smoked it. Cannabis is illegal, I don't support it. I don't care what you got to say, so I ignore it. Marijuana doesn't heal, it reveals a pathway to harder drugs, looking for thrills. If the doctor prescribes you pills, you should take them. Acting like you can't sleep, you just faking. Wakes up his kid, drops him off at school, said if I catch you again, you know what I'm gonna do. Daddy, I'm so sorry, you don't know. Daddy, I'm so sorry, you don't know. I never smoked weed in my life, I never will. I lock up farmers for intention to steal. They try to bring weed on my streets, they gonna fail. I'll book them at the station and throw them into a jail. Later on after work when his son came back, got confronted cause his dad found a Doja sack inside his dresser drawer. What's it in here for? Told you not to use it, threw him to the kitchen floor. Took off his belt, hit him twice, saying hope you learn. People that smoke weed, they all go to hell and burn. I'm trying to teach you that marijuana is wrong. Sent him to his room and an hour later he's gone. Crept out the window, met up with his folks. Stressed out, no appetite, hasn't smoked. His pops doesn't realize that marijuana helps. Cause he has pain, now his dad never felt.
If y'all haven't figured this out, this is they had the idea to spin it. This is a cop, a law enforcement officer, singing this song.
Daddy, I'm so sorry. After a month goes by, his son's looking worse. Family's praying for him when they go to church. Went to the doctor, hoping they could find the answer. Test result came back, diagnosed with cancer. He's shocked, doc, what can I do? Gotta be something they give him that'll help him pull through. Mostly there's a cure called medical marijuana. I think that it's the best route, but that's only if you wanna. All his life he was raised looking down on Dank. Now at the crossroads he would have a choice to make. Looking back on what he did, he couldn't smile. So he agreed to try weed and run the trial. Cannabis had him back on his feet. Started sleeping good at night, waking up he could eat. Couldn't believe what he saw with his own 2 eyes. The plants he was raining just saved his son's life.
Man, love that. Love it. Love it.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Storyteller right there. There's a storyteller in the house right now.
It gives me chills, dude. It literally gives me chills.
Mad props, homie.
Thank you, y'all. You know, I had to come deep on that one and have a little, you know, like that Slick Rick influence, the storytelling raps. People don't do that no more.
Man,
dude, your way with words, man. I'm telling you, you dropped that practice verse last night, and you know, I was talking to Gromouse about this privately offline, and I may
we
have
talk about you privately, bro.
I may have wet my pants a little bit. There was a little squirt. There was a little squirt when you dropped that rhyme. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, that was the point right there. That's what I was going for.
When you guys say you got influences like Too Short and those people that used to do those story raps, you really hear it in a song like that, you know?
Definitely, for sure. You know, like the old school shit that we always grew up on, like a lot of Mac Dre, Too Short, Spice One, Nicotina, of course, back in the day, his shit was always dope. Just taking what we learned over time and just blended into our own style. And once we found our lane with this cannabis culture music, it was just, all out going for it and just speaking the culture.
Hell yeah, dude. Although you guys are missing a big market, that's out there that you're not really servicing that well. And that is the Weird Al Yankovic style joke raps, So I could see y'all doing a song like, remember that commercial that was like, I learned it from watching you, Dad. You can mix that up like, I learned from watching you, Dad. Learn.
No,
stick to LEDs, mouse. Stick to LEDs.
Sorry. I'm gonna go back to my mouse hole now.
House.
Don't quit your day job, brother.
I won't be.
Me and Bleezy always joke about that too. We always like make fun of our own songs, and we'll flip different words in there just to make fun of ourselves. So we always talked about doing a little joke song, that Weird Al influence, like you're talking about.
Keep me in mind.
So Oldie, tell us about the baby trees, man. How's it going?
They're looking good right now. I'm sure the roots are already getting close to touching the 5-gallon pots because they're in the big roots with Mycos and Azos, and they're just going crazy, looking very happy right now. I'm excited.
Whoop, whoop. We're waiting for our cover crop to come up. It's been down 3 days, good rain. We got sunshine today, so I expect to see some greenery going down there tomorrow.
Yep,
got
indeed.
a tea ready, so we're trying to follow you guys as good as we can.
Hey, I mean, we're just learning ourselves from the homie Minnesota Nice. He's kind of giving us tips and walking us through this process, because throughout this whole time of us growing these trees, we've never took it into that next no-till depth. So we're excited this year to experiment with some new things and get our soil just boosting alive like crazy.
Awesome, dudes. I mean, I tell you. So speaking of that, he's been sitting there super patiently. I really appreciate him hanging out. I got to remember to take his mic mute mud off. So, Minnesota Nice, why don't you lay some nerd till on us, bro?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the best things that I've noticed with no-till gardening and reusing the same bed of soil is that the inputs that we use to feed our soil and keep it alive generation after generation is actually, you can use those same inputs in almost any form of organic gardening, whether you do use bottled nutrients or a very high quality potting soil or base soil mix. You can really beef them up using no-till inputs. It's really nice, really simple to feed the soil, keep it alive, let it supercharge the micro herd and work well for you. So, and absolutely blessed to be doing what we do. One of the things that got us into no-till gardening was that there's this stereotype that growers as a community, we're polluters, and that we're always dumping hazardous chemicals into the redwood forest and down the drains, and it's going to the rivers. And really, that's just an attempt to push us out, because there is a way to overcome. And we found that through no-till gardening, where everything that we put into our soil bioremediates. So anything that it touches, it's going to enhance and make that much better to do its job naturally. And it's just an absolutely beautiful thing.
Oh yeah,
we love doing what we do.
That stereotype pisses me off to no end, Minnesota. Like, because every grower I know is probably the most conscientious. I mean, like, these people are growing with like off barely nothing. Like even the guerrilla people, like they're getting as little, they barely getting water at all. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like I guess you could argue chemicals and and the nutrients, whatever. But like, everyone I know is using the absolute minimum amount of power they can, smallest power footprint, smallest water footprint, smallest like off the map, and they are way worse than that fucking asshole when you drive your car to work every day. There's at least 10 of those motherfuckers where you see their sprinklers on in the front lawn and the water's just pouring off the goddamn sidewalk into the gutter, and those people are wasting way more water and way more natural resources than any cannabis grower that I know. And that's the stereotype, stuff like that just like people need to open an eye. They need to really look at this and be like, hey, wait a minute, there's more to this here.
Tell us how you really feel, Diego.
Well, I mean, is that not the truth? See, I drop the truth, and the truth hurts some people sometimes, but that's the way it is. You know, I got to call it like it is.
It is. It pisses me off. On the sidewalk.
I'm fixing to have to put a meter on my own fucking well, and that's my well. It's my property. I paid $500,000 for the shit, and I got to put a meter on my well and report back to the state how much water I'm using, and I got to put a tank in my yard, all because I'm growing cannabis. But check this out: if my entire yard was grass, and I wanted to maybe say knock a fucking golf ball or something out around, I can water my whole yard, no problem. There's retards down in the city of Santa Rosa. Like Diego said, water in the fucking street, water in their driveway. They got a sprinkler on, and it's watered like a 12 by 12 patch of grass, and then they're watering the fucking all day long.
Oh, dude, listen. I'll tell you right now. I'm in Central California where they charge, San Francisco Bay. They charge an arm and a leg for water here, right? The droughts and everything we have. I got a house of 4 people, right? You know, myself, my wife, my 2 kids. I got the beautiful lawn and stuff out front. I got the yard and back. I grow hydroponically. You know, I grow flood and drain and cocoa using reverse osmosis water. My water bill's $50 a month. So everyone else can suck it, because I know lots of people that talk to at work. They're what? How is that? My water bill's like $150 a month. And my wife takes these 20 minutes. You know, it's like that's what I'm talking about. Like, so. You know, I don't know where the waste is coming in at.
Hell yeah, brother. Yes, tell it, man. Fuck yeah, exactly.
I was making the joke. Now, other than the little bit of weed, less than 500 square foot, me and Badger figured it out. I mean, we only use about maybe 30 gallons of water a week indoors. But other than that, so I basically, instead when I got my homies here, I live alone. So I maybe drink like 3 glasses of water a day. I take a shower. I go poop. Maybe I flush the toilet twice. That's all the water I use. Literally all the water I use. So like, I think I should get like a tariff card so I can use some water. My neighbor's got 6 people in a granny unit, you know, on the same reservoir. So I just think I should get a pass since I don't use any water inside. But anyway, we'll find out. And I'm excited because next week the guy comes to give me a bid on putting a catchment system in. I mentioned that before, and I want the catchment system. I just wonder what water's going to be caught in the middle of the summer when I'm growing weed, because it doesn't rain in California. So after next week, it kind of stops. So, but I'm looking forward to following along with the boys DVD. I can't wait to get my cage. I'm going to grow me and Oldie and Bleezy talked about this the other day in detail. I'm going to go about 3.5 feet before I top. Now, I always top before. That's a 12-pound Dairy Queen plant right there, just so you know. And it really was that fucking big. I was like, and that is Mendo Dope's locomotion that's about to go in the breeding room. 8 days. I think we're 8 days. So, and I got a question for you, Oli, on that subject. What kind of yielder is that loco? I'm fixing to run 4 of them in a quad. Is that wise?
Yeah, I think so, because the way we did it in our last run, we haven't even finished all of the trimming on it yet, but it was stacked beautifully. We could have got the plants a little bigger, and you know how our setup is, so you could really maximize them. And I'm excited to see what they do in your room and how big they fill out, because they filled out good in our setup.
What's the stretch from onset of flip?
Really, it did not stretch too much. It wasn't nothing crazy. I'd say it was a nice medium stretch. You know, it's definitely not a slow one that it's just barely grows at all, but it doesn't do that.
1.5?
Yeah, I'd say something like
1.5?
Yeah, probably. It ain't no Jesus OG like the baby Jesus we have that grows triple size once you fucking flip it.
Dude, I crushed the marmalade jelly bean cut, and I mean everybody loves it, but it's just too tall. I got 6.5 foot. So what can I do? You know, hey, I got to tell you something, Oli. I got to speak code to you because it's fun. So what we do, unit, I'm at 32 now, baby. I got a raise.
Damn, that's what's up.
That's what's up, right?
Killing it.
Anyway, Danny just smiled. Yeah, we drop units out here, Danny. See, we still live in Cali where we can drive with 6 pounds and drop some units. And you ready for this? I got paid in a check, motherfucker. I can actually put it in the bank and fucking pay taxes on it and invest it. I like check. I like getting a big fat check for weed. I think that's fucking awesome.
Yes.
The day when a cannabis grower is excited to pay taxes is here, man. It's like the craziest statement.
See, the funniest thing to me, and a little scary, is all these people are coming to me and doing all this checking and measuring and getting me legal, fingerprinting and everything. And I mean, I come from a time, we talked about this a little while ago. I mean, I come from a really scary time. I come from the time and a place. So in Georgia, I had 250 plants in a building in Georgia, and I got busted there. Now I got really, really lucky because there was a bunch of crooked cops, and they took most of the money and they hid most of the weed and stole it too. Now that probably sounds like a bullshit statement, but here are the facts. I got caught in Georgia with over 200 plants, and I got off with probation. And the reason is because when we showed up to the court, there was not very much evidence. And it happens a lot down there in Georgia. So,
Sub, I've been wanting to ask you this for weeks now. I'm sorry to cut in on you, but when did you officially start up TGA? Or was it kind of an underground, like, hey, I'll pass you a pack type of deal?
No. I mean, I can tell you that the story's not long, and I can tell you. I was sub cool a long time ago. Danny knows. And I raised hell on the internet. My very first website was called The Green Avenger. And I just bitched at the DEA. And I started making seeds. And at that time, I've mentioned this before, I was just happy if somebody would grow a pack of my seeds. And that was about the time that I got in trouble. So they picked me up on the way to work one day and locked me up for about a year and a half. And I had 4,000 seeds in a house in Racine, Wisconsin. And Jill flew there, picked up my truck, picked up my clothes, and drove it back to the West Coast. You understand why me and Jill are like we are? We have a long, long history together. We'll always be family. So when we got out here, I was broke as shit. I mean, I'd been in jail for two and a half, 3 years, different jails and the transport, because the transport was brutal. They held me for 9 months waiting, and then they drove me around the U.S. in the back of a bus for 3 weeks. So when we got here, we put up seeds on Cannabis World. $5. We had Danny Boy and Jack's Cleaner Blueberry. And yes, you could buy a pack of Danny Boy for $5. You won't get that for today if you could find one. But put that pack up for $5, and we watched it. And it'd go up for bid for 3 days. And it'd go up, and it'd go, and it'd fall off, and nobody would buy it. I'm like, shit. So I'd go on Overgrow, and I'd post up some more damn pictures. And I'd send Danny some more damn emails. Like 5,000 pictures. His email's going boom, 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 boom with Subkale fucking writing articles. And I'm right, ain't I, Danny? Yeah, see, so anyway, somebody finally bought a pack for $5. And then I've told this before, Mouse, but I don't think you've heard it. There's a thing about human nature that I never knew. And I've told it on the show before, and God knows I tell it, and they'll still fucking do it. So what would happen is the pack of seeds would be for $5, and you can buy it. $5. So underneath it would be a pack of seeds for sale for $5 with an instant purchase. It's got a big little dollar sign. All you got to do is click on it and you own it. But the very first pack that's listed on this auction website, another guy would bid $1. So it'd be $6. And another guy would bid another $1. So $7. And eventually it'd sell for $9. Now let's move forward 3 years. So you've got packs of my seeds, now 10 strains on the website. And they're $40 to instant purchase them. And guys from Overgrow literally are running up $65, $70 a pack. I never understood it. It's like they were playing some kind of online video game or some shit. They were trying to outbid each other. And they would literally get in the chat associated with the seed auction and argue with each other. Well, I'm going to win the pack. No, I'm going to win the pack. And I just sat there and laughed my ass off because I was like, well, you know, we do sell a pack of seeds for $40. And they would just, I mean, sometimes it would be like $99 or some shit. And then, so RC got busted. He owned Overgrow and he owned Cannabis World. And he disappeared. I've told this story many times. You want to sweat? So this isn't the times where you went to prison for doing what we do. I had a check in my hand for $8,000, and I was looking at this dude locked the fuck up on CNN. So like I can see the checkbook in the property that the dude's holding on the news. And I got a check in my hand from this. I got to cash it. I needed the money. I mean, money don't grow on trees. I had electric bills to pay. It is what it is. So me and Jill, I went and cashed that damn thing, and me and her went back to the house, and we sweated. We didn't sleep for a fucking month. I ain't bullshitting you. We didn't get in trouble. And it wasn't long after that, then I actually decided to form a website called TGA Genetics. We got all our med cards and everything, and we started selling seeds in Oregon. And people came from all over the world to buy our seeds. It has blown my mind.
And
I've met
year?
people in Scott. Go ahead.
What year? Was that like 05 or 04? Or?
No, it would have been, it would have been 04. 04 is when I kind of became, I would say, in the auction business. And I had been with Jill about 3 years. So yeah, 04 is about when I started selling seeds.
The reason I asked, man, is I remember a time, and that was kind of when I was getting into growing. And I remember ordering my first couple packs from Avery Seeds Direct. And then, Danny, you probably remember, him going down and everything. And there were a good several years there where it was tough to get, strains. Yeah, there was AK out there. There was White Widow out there and stuff like that. But like, you weren't getting cool crosses and cool hybrids. I mean, you'd go to one of the overseas places and you'd wait 6 weeks and maybe it would come or maybe it wasn't. But man, I guess I would just have to commend you for starting up an operation like this at a time that was very much needed and very risky,
Well, and there's more to the story, and I'm a dumbass because I got busted and they let me out of jail and I cracked some more seeds and I started growing again. And then it was about a couple of years later, I got busted again and I went down harder and they tortured me basically in America. And when I got out, I grew some more damn seeds and I got in trouble again because I don't know, got a big mouth or I sell weed to anybody that I see. That's really the truth. I don't care. I'll sell anybody weed. So when I went down again, I got out and I came to the West Coast and I said, you know what? Fuck these people. I'm going to overgrow the planet. They thought they were fucking with me when I was growing weed in Georgia, when I was growing weed in Florida. Kiss my ass. You can go buy a pack of my seeds in Ireland today. You can buy a pack of my seeds in everywhere in the world except for China, Japan, and Russia. You can actually find a pack of my seeds. And so all they did was piss me off and create a monster. And the term we used to shout about all the time, and overgrow's back around, but overgrow the planet, bet your ass. We went through 500,000 seeds this season. So go ahead. You're not going to stop this because everybody's got seeds and everybody's going to grow them. And then the next thing is I taught all the people who bought seeds how to breed and how to make their own damn seeds. Number one email I get, hey, sub, I crossed your this time. Someone else is that. And while that's competition in some way, bring it on because every one of those guys is making thousands of seeds. And those thousands of seeds, if we can get them in some big root soil, overgrow the planet, baby. That's how it works.
One plant at a time, changing the world one plant at a time.
So, Minnesota nice. So I'm going to move forward because I'm going to ask you this like 10 times. So when we harvest, and by the way, Danny, if you want to come, you're welcome to. I'm having a harvest party for about 20 of my closest friends here. This year, we're going to cut down the charity garden. We've got a couple of cuts to pay the sharecropper and some payback, but we're hoping to clear about 10 units and take it and get rid of it to one of our local dispensaries and take the money and go to Target. And we're going to buy truckfuls of girls' toys, truckfuls of boys' toys. So we're going to have everybody over here to promote it and cut down the buds and hang them up and dry them up and make a hash and all that good shit. So I'll shoot you a note. But yeah, down toward harvest season. And the problem with this is most of my friends will be harvesting. So I can't promise who all can. That's the problem. And if I call OE when I'm trimming and I say, hey, OE, let's just cut the weed down because this happened the first year, okay? They came over, man. They helped me fill the pots. And they taught me how to do this, and they taught me how to do that. And it was just cool. And we hung out in the garden, and we did videos, and we sang, and Frenchie Cannoli and TC came, and we partied. And then the buds got right, and them motherfuckers disappeared, Jack, because they had to trim, I don't know, 60 units or 70 units or something stupid.
When you got trees, you get busy.
That's right. And if you guys have not seen it, so there's something about Mendo I didn't know. So when I first talked to him, there's a job up here, and it's called a trimmer. You see them on the side of the road with scissors, starting about October 1st, you see people hitchhiking up and they got scissors in their pocket. It's part of our culture. There's hundreds of thousands of people come here to trim. So there's a price that people pay for trim. I see Sid shaking his head, right? That's just what we do. Sid's from NoCal for sure. So it's a big thing to trim, and it takes a long time. So I asked Mendo when I first met him, Oldie and Bleezy, I call them Mendo Dope as two people, but I actually know who they are. Anyway, I asked them, I said, y'all trim? They said, yeah. And they threw a number at me, and their number was like a lot more than anybody else's number. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. You know, they're balling. They know what they're doing. I couldn't figure it out. So then I saw the video on YouTube of their time lapse, and I know how much weed they trim. So they stand together as a team, and they trim 3 times faster than anybody I've ever seen. So if you mail it, would you go find that video for me? Mendo Dope trims a giant plant time lapse on their channel.
It was the Cuvée time lapse.
It's the Cuvée time lapse. Yeah, Cuvée time lapse. Go pull that up real quick. So anyway, my point was I've never seen anybody stand and trim weed for 8 hours at a time. But they can take down a 8, 10, 12-pound plant in a day. Am I exaggerating, or is that right, Oldie?
Oh, you're right, for sure. We've had a lot of training since back in the day. And definitely we work as a team real good. So we'll get into something and just we'll go at it. We'll get into focus. We'll smoke, and it's on.
One of my favorite part about the video, Malik's bringing it up for us. One of my favorite part is, I think it's he has to walk to toss his buds in the bin, and you don't. I forget which one it is, but you see him walk to this bin like 1,000 times. I laugh so damn hard. Why can't it come up? This is it, right? Yeah. So y'all, we're gonna just kick it for a second. Y'all just watch this for a second. Just make it full screen, Malik.
And I just want to shout out to Indra floating around in chat too right now. What's going on, Indra? Thanks for rolling through.
We need to get Indra's email so we can invite him on the panel. We don't always have this many people. Are you getting it, Malik? Is it running?
Yep.
Are you getting it, dude?
There's an open slot.
Yeah. Get Indra's email. So one of the mods get in. So y'all watch this real quick. This is where it starts, right? Thank you, Lowly Lowski. Lowly Lowski's donated about $300 to this charity. I want you to know that.
Shout out, Loki.
I mean, we can keep talking. We don't just have to sit here. Just keep your eye on it. It's kind of funny. This is the one they take down and they speed it up, right? Y'all use the GoPro to do this? It's pretty funny.
We just used a regular camera. We just put it in time lapse and just sped it up like 20 times or something.
My back's getting sore just watching it. I mean,
that's
if you guys,
that's awesome. I mean, that's fucking awesome. I mean, come on, Danny. That's got to put a smile on your face, right? See a big old tree like that. Damn, that's incredible, guys.
That's our right. No,
I'll never
right,
bitch about trimming my 4-ounce plant, sitting on the comfort of my sofa watching TV again.
Badger can trim. Badger can trim a ½ pound a day of wet trim indoor with all his chores. These guys just told you they take down a 12-pound plant. Now that's not finished trim, that's rough trim, but I mean it's mind-boggling they can trim that fast. So shout out to you guys. Sorry. Good, Diggo.
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, we were talking about it a couple episodes ago on the roundtable. I was trying to tell people to wrap their heads around that their only, you know, the Mendo boys said their only fear was that the neighbors were going to see the trees because they were growing taller than the house. And I was just like, chat needed to comprehend that for a second. Like, that's their biggest fear. Well, the tree could grow taller than the house this year. We can't let that happen.
They start getting so crazy.
That's a really good problem to have. That's all I'm going to say.
But wait, they go, you laugh, but you got to go watch their video, The Raid, and don't pull that shit up. But yeah, the year I met the boys, they were going in the backyard at a house, and I went to their house and saw it, and I was like, these are motherfucking trees. There's pictures of me and Jill and all of us. They're freaking huge. I mean, they're 20 foot over our head. They're so big.
What amazes me is that they come from those tiny little seeds.
Yep.
They're a little tiny like this, dude. And they just.
I did not know my plants got that big. Okay. The first time I went to their house, I was like, those grow from my fucking seeds? And they're like, oh, yeah. But and I'm not dogging them because they know what happened. Their plants were so big that they could be seen from the fucking highway. So one day, some asshole cops came in their yard, handcuffed them to their tiller. There's some kind of fucked up, inhuman, universal fucking cruelty about that shit. So they handcuffed them to the trimmer and hauled the damn chipper into their yard and chipped about 60 units of beautiful fucking Mendocino green TGA genetics into the damn blackberry bushes. And then they let them go. And I mean, that's fucked up justice. I don't think you guys got in trouble, but fuck, man. That was it, right? They didn't.
That was definitely one of the worst days ever. That was some bullshit. It sucked. And they actually, we were cuffed to the wheelbarrow, me and Bleezy together.
That's harsh, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you grow redwood trees with pineapples.
You know, you can't hide them. They're too big.
But they came back the next year at a different location. They did it different. They reduced their numbers to exactly what the sheriff would allow. And they grew some motherfucking trees again, but they just grew 6. And we filmed them and everything. We got them up there and they got it. They made it. And you know, and now it's on like Donkey Kong. Because did you guys get tags again this year, Oldie, or is there? We heard maybe, you don't know.
No, I mean we never got tags before, so we're not gonna get them this time.
I don't blame you. I'm just curious. You guys can do 6 in Mendo. You guys can do 6 per household. Is that right, or is it 6 per patient?
Yeah, it's 6 per house. You can't do it 6 per patient. Like if there's 2 people in the same house, we were thinking about that too, how that would work. But I guess it's only 6, and that's not in city limits also.
Yeah. Well, so now I checked with my lawyer. So this year, 2017, I can actually do just like I always have with 6 per card outside medically. And then we have our indoor, but we have to have enough cards to cover all the plants on the property, indoors, outdoors, veg clones, breeding. But from what I understand, in 2018, that's when it's over. You get 100 square foot canopy outside, 6 plant limit, and hell, 100 square foot canopy. That's one plant for y'all.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is it's 100 square foot per person with a maximum of 5 people. So 500 square foot max in a residential zone. So that's where they get you, because anything beyond that, you need, for medical, you need a permit, and you got to be on commercial property. So.
Yep. And I can tell you the chart is more complicated. I literally hired a lawyer to tell me how to figure it out. I mean, I showed you guys this the other day. I got my little thing I carry with me every fucking where I go. It's got all my shit here. Basically what they told me is if the popo pulls me over, you say, "Here, sir," and you shut the fuck up. So
yep, that's right. SDFU.
Yeah. Here you go, man. Call my fucking lawyer.
Okay, Mr. Stubco, have a nice day.
No, they don't. It's crazy up here right now. When I ask him, the scary shit is I asked my lawyer, I was like, well, we're kind of past the time when they're going to take us down. They're just going to send like letters. And my lawyer said, absolutely not. He said, if you get on their radar, they will take you down, and they will take you down hard and make an example. So that, in their opinion, and his business is getting your money out of your pocket to defend you. But in his opinion, we are not nearly in the area yet where we can actually do what I'm doing right now, but I don't really care.
Well, and that's one thing I want to stress to the home growers is, we talk about the square footage, et cetera. Check with your city, because, we're all about growing your own, but you have to understand, like with California, right? Like, okay, so you can grow 500 square feet in a residential zone. You have to be mindful of that, because if you have 501 square feet, then they can come traipsing right through your front door, no questions asked, and, you're up shit creek without a paddle. So, these laws are in place, but, I agree with kind of some people saying, we're seeing more raids than ever before because they're trying to crack down before, they're getting their last licks in, and just abide by your local rules is just to play it safe. You know what I mean? And I'm going to here comes the hashtag Daddy Dago, right? Coming out, but like, just follow, grow within your limits, make do with what you can, and then they can't mess with you. You can grow in peace at home and just, yeah.
And if I could go over, just because I paid $10,000 to find that this information, I'd like to pass this guys on to you. So basically, and where I live in California, you get for medical. Now this is throughout for the end of the year, but I never knew all this. Okay, so you get your copies from your patient. And it's got their driver's license. You guys have all seen it. Name, blah, 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 California, blah, blah. Join my collective, the Mobius Collective. And then we put them in a clear binder by the door. Everybody knows that. I mean, everybody that grows weed pretty much understands that's how it works. My lawyer said, just go further. So what they want me to do is to make copies of all these and file them with the lawyer, as well as taking photographs of the goddamn things displayed in the grow room next to the entry to the door, clearly marking it, and then send all of that to your lawyer. Then you put the same package together with you. And so there is absolutely no doubt. And I just didn't think of that. I mean, mine are sitting up on the wall in a plastic thing. I knew that part, but I never thought of actually having all the information actually with my attorney, so that if anything happens and it gets down, I make a phone call and the lawyer's like, no, get the fuck out of there, because I've got his and you're working illegally. And believe it or not, if you've ever had any run-ins with the law, they will fucking step outside their boundaries. They will do shit they're not supposed to do. If you're too stupid and you fall for it, they'll break the law. And you just don't allow that by that. So anyway, I want to say that. Danny, I want to kick it back to you. So how involved are you in the political side of things? I know you're grow cultivators, if I'm not mistaken, but how about the political side? What are your thoughts on Jeff Sessions and the current fuckmas that's up there in the goddamn White Place?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the problem isn't so much Sessions or Trump or the guys at the top. It's the fact of those guys being elected emboldening the people who actually are going to be the ones that affect us. So what I mean is that, like, the average, federal agent or the average law enforcement officer who for the last 10 years has had to sort of get used to the fact that they can't, harass all of us, and they're not going to stop cannabis, and it's never going to be over, you know what I mean? Like the way that they dream of this like drug-free America, this idea that they have. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty discouraging to have, leadership that's that unpredictable, and that also emboldens that person below them on the totem pole to now turn around and say, oh, everyone is fair game. Federal law supersedes state law, and we can do anything we want to anybody we want, and we can pick and choose who they are because we know who they are, because they're out in the open. So, we came from the underground. If we have to go back underground, we do what we got to do. But the reality of the situation, as far as I can see, is not good for the short-term prognosis. Now, do I think they're going to, shut the industry down? No. I think some of the people who are jumping in, these entrepreneurs with lots of money who are jumping in are going to have second thoughts about it. But that doesn't really affect me or bother me that much anyway, because they weren't really from this world anyway. You know what I mean? Like, they wanted to come in and capitalize. And so, the fact that, they might be discouraged in the long run, for me, the situation has always been about freeing the flower and basically getting to the point where, all these injustices that we've discussed are no longer occurring, and people can grow their own and create their own medicine and live in peace as peaceful people that we are. I think the next few years are going to be a hurdle that we have to cross, but I think in the long run, we're on the right side. The polling, the politicians are coming around. Everything is in our favor except, this sort of short-term situation. And so I have, faith that we're going to do fine in the long run, but I'm also wary of what's going to happen in the short run right now, because we do have some pretty, however you feel about, let's say, the current administration, I have my own personal beliefs, but however you feel about them, you have to admit that they're unpredictable. and particularly somebody like Sessions. I mean, he's known to despise marijuana and our whole world and all the science. Nothing will bring a guy like that around. And so if those people are emboldened beneath him, the federal attorneys, the federal agencies, and all of that, we're in for a rough ride. But we've been through tough times before. You know, when I got started, it was the Reagan era. Beyond that, we had to deal with other Just Say No and crackdowns. At High Times, we've had, you know, Operation Green Merchant, Operation Pipe Dreams. You know, they've constantly been going after our advertisers, going after our events. You know, we've been raided here, we've been raided overseas, but the fight continues. And so from the activism level, I mean, I don't see us losing too much ground, but I do think that we're in a period where we're probably not going to gain a ton of ground either.
And you said something earlier that I want to hit upon, and you're right. I say it all the time, and people cringe when I say it, but I mean, I have busted my ass to build a company that I can pay taxes with. I mean, I've got a fucking LLC, I've got a nonprofit, I got a C Corp, I got everything they've asked me to get. I've got 3 accountants, 4 lawyers. I am doing what they told me to do. And if they fuck with me too much more, I'll stop giving them a couple of $100,000 a year in taxes, and I'll go the fuck back underground where they really don't want me. And I know they don't give a shit about me and what I have to say, but a whole shitload of people that believe what I do. And I represent a whole shitload of people. I mean, hell, I can go hang out right now with 25 growers, and every one of them will bitch about 2 things. The fact that they can't get credit because they can't get a bank account because they got a grocery bag full of cash in the back of their truck. And it drives them absolutely insane. They're not shitty people. They don't know how to do anything else. Up in Northern California, way above where Old E is, there is zero culture other than growing cannabis. There's no jobs. There's no timber jobs. There's nothing up there. So people grow weed. And it's the first time I saw it, I was blown the fuck away. I mean, hippies giving natural birth, living off the fucking land, not hurting anyone. I mean, they have gone as far as they can fucking go into the woods to not be fucked with. And our government, it makes them a target. Sometimes they don't even go. Oldie's going to address this. Sometimes they don't even go after the big money. They will take a family that's squalling in the goddamn mud, growing a little bit of weed, and a week before they harvest. And these people that live up there, this is how they buy their fucking diapers and food. And when they take them out, they have no food for the year. They end up homeless and in the damn welfare system. And the government's causing this shit. And I want OD to speak on this. I'm not lying. That's really going on, or am I making it up?
Oh, that's real talk for sure. That's been going on for a long time, you know. People have been doing, you know, small operations, surviving off it, you know, just like you were talking about. It's fucked up when they come through and they fuck with the small people like that. It's, you know how it is.
I do. And you know, I mean, I'm sure you know families like that up there, but I didn't know about this. I forgot about this. I hadn't ranted about this yet on the show, but I kind of forgot, you know, when I came up here first time.
We want to keep this stream online, sub. Just this is the Daddy Dago reminder. We want to keep this one clean, and it's the Saturday show.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that.
Easy, brother. We'll save it for the after show.
I appreciate it.
Chat's gonna kill me. Chat's gonna kill me. But I'm just.
No, thank you. I forget. So, but when I went up there the first time, I was struck. I mean, I went to the Emerald Cup, and it wasn't held at the Cow Palace. It was held at Oldie. Do you know what that place was called?
I believe it was at the not the Mateel Center or.
Yeah, it had a little fire pit there in the middle. It was like raining outside and everybody's piled in there. That was it. I think that was it.
Yeah.
And I mean, I met the nicest people you have ever met in your entire life. I met what I consider was America. I mean, real people, you know, living off, like I say, living off the land, growing vegetables, small jobs, growing a little bit of wheat. Danny, hang on. Thank you very much, Danny. I appreciate you hanging in there. And thank you for coming on. We really appreciate it. I hope you'll maybe come back and give us a shout when you get your show rolling again. And I hope you had a good time.
Hey, all right, man. Thank you for having me. This has been a blast. I've had so much fun. chatting with you guys. I hope I can come back and share more information. It's really, for me, it's just about spreading the word and making sure people are growing the best thing that they can grow for themselves and sharing the plant. Another thing I'll say is the reason I love the concept of free weed is that when you grow it and you give it away or you share it, you can it always comes back to you. More will come back to you than you give away. So keep that in mind. Love the free weed and spread the word. Thanks, you guys. I had a blast being on here.
Thank you, Danny. We love you, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thanks, man.
Danny.
Appreciate it, Danny.
Much love, bro.
Thank you, Danny.
Hey, Sub,
I see Indra. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I was just, I wanted to let you know Indra's here also, but just, we crossed 700 thumbs up. There's 650 people still watching, and we are now number 20 on YouTube's top 100 streams. So we broke the top 20 now, boys. Weed Nerd Live is number 20 on the top 100 list of all of YouTube right now.
Yeah, that's a celebration.
I need to stop yelling at the government then? Is that what you're saying?
Be nice.
Hey, Indra's in the house. I want to get to Indra in just 1 second. He's always a great guest, but I think it's time to take a break, and we're going to take a break. So I got to tell a story with this one. So every once in a while, something really cool happens in life. So I met the boys, and they put down some beats, and then they took me into K-Lou's studio. And one of my favorite little things that happened there. So we in K-Lou's studio, and I walk in, and I'm with Mendo Dope. So I'm like, I got the camera on. I'm like, here we are coming in the studio. And the K-Lou turns around and goes, here you are coming into K-Lou's studio. So I was like, oh shit. So it's kind of a little ratty looking place, as most recording studios are. But as I look around, I see Shaggy, Dr. Dre, Snoop, gold and platinum albums on the wall. I'm like, oh shit, I'm somewhere. And so we went in the booth and laid down a bunch of songs. And the boys asked me, they said, well, what do you want for your song? Not the Weed Nerd song, not all the Strain songs and everything. What do you want? And I said, well, I said, the closest I can get to like rap is funk. And the closest I can get to something that's funk that I really love is a song that Parliament did. And so this is actually, I told them to listen. I told them to listen to Maggot Brain and lay this down. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and here's Vortex by Mendo Dope. You got the CD? You don't? Got to burn it, put it in CD and burn it. I said, maybe some Maggot Brain. Did they get it? Yeah, we'll be back right there. 60, 62. I'm pretty smooth. Has he been out lately? He has? He has not?
Mendo Dope. Check it out. Force. Can you feel it up? Can I miss up the English train?
Thank you, guys. I was floating. Yeah, it's pretty badass to have the boys record some music for you. So I want to kick it to Indra. How you doing tonight, my friend? I muted you. You have to unmute. There you go. You got it.
I got it. Hey, man, I'm doing really good. How about you? When are you going to drag your butt around?
Question you're going to ask me very soon, I promise. I always say that though, right?
Yeah, that's your
I know.
favorite saying.
I know.
But
I can be honest with the whole thing. I don't travel more than about 10 miles from my house ever, so I gotta figure out how to do that. So,
well, one
thing, mental problem there.
Indra, if you don't do it soon, I'm gonna come up there and drag his ass to your place. So don't worry. We're gonna get him over there eventually.
Yeah, look, you come here and you be right back in a safe place, a rat hole, because I'm on 45 acres. The trees are 300 feet tall. They surround the entire house. You can hardly see the sun for maybe an hour a day. So you probably feel at home here.
Okay, that sounds good. It's good to see you though. How have you been this season? Is everything going well in your life?
Oh yeah, I put my website up, pureextractors.com, and ever since I did that, people have been writing, phoning, calling. Sold 5 systems so far, and it's just real crazy going to the bank and depositing a check for 150 grand. Something about it that just tickles my pink like nobody's business. I'm like you. I love checks, man. I know a lot of folks have called me up and said, hey, do you take cash? And I always, I never turn anybody down, but I always appreciate a check because you can deposit them. And I got a regular business called Pure Extracts Incorporated. So I went all the way and got a corporation, but I've had it for 11 years, but we used to do other things with it. Now we sell the equipment instead. But yeah, I fucking love the checks, man. I just
pull that up, Sid. What is that, Indra? What is it? Cures? What'd you say? I'll Malik pull that up for me.
PureExtractor.com. PureExtractor.com.
Pull it up, big guy. That's what I thought. My boy will be on it in a second. Well, that's a big part of this industry. Not to divert completely away from the subject, but I was surprised the other night when Jinx Proof told us that in Washington they actually take credit cards at the at recreational dispensaries there, and I was not aware that it happened. And I'm going to assume private bank, maybe some kind of credit union that's tapped in to maybe earn some interest from cannabis dollars, but I did not know that there were places where people use credit cards in the cannabis business. But no, it's hard. Go ahead, sir.
Let me hip you up a little bit. Club M online takes credit cards and they deliver to your fucking door anywhere in the state of California by courier. Graham Up has been doing it, but they're having a problem with their debit thing. But Club M is having no problems at all. I've ordered several times from them, and the stuff is good. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, sir. Please continue.
It's you, mate. You're on it, buddy. I just put your website up.
You looking at it? It's a good read.
I was, yes, sir.
It's a good read. Eudoxy Scientific and myself got together, and we figured out between his patent and my patent that everybody else who's doing BHO machines on the web is violating us both. And so we're busy shutting down about 30 of them a week right now, and we're going to up that. And it's not because I'm greedy, because that's not what's going on. We're trying to get these guys shut down who are making these piss poor systems that are prone to blowouts, that aren't engineered properly. They're not fire safe. And it's a shame that they're still being allowed to peddle this stuff. These guys are selling you stuff. They don't really care about your ass. What they care about is getting the wallet out of your ass pocket and emptying it out. You know, our system is impossible to have a fire with. You can't open it until it's done. It runs off of buttons instead of valves. The whole thing's a system that is layered with many other systems to make it all work. You don't need a vacuum oven after our system. Vacuum oven is a sign of poorly recovered extract. And we also now have a commercial terpene collector onto the system that collects the terpenes from the top after you've gassed it and run down. It collects all the rest of them that are hanging out up there, and it collects the terpenes from the bottom. It does not take from your terpene count in your oil, because our system extracts the most rich terpene oil count anywhere. We've had it tested so many times, and our terpene count always comes out higher than the rest of the people. It's because they don't recover fully, and they take the oil out of the oven and put it on a table and stir it up with a stick, and then they say all kinds of inaccurate stuff about what's going on. But really what's going on is their terpenes are pissing off into the wind, never to be seen again. And if they're that dumb, oh well, you know. So anyway, mine doesn't lose any of them. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't fucking make them drink, right? Sub cool?
I know. Yeah, I agree 100%. And I love hearing you talk, man. You always bring a lot to the table, and we really appreciate it. It always blows me away, the size and scope of what you do and how much you know. So we really appreciate you being with us. I want to kick it over real quick again to Patrick with Soil King. Man, what a night we've had over here in the chat. I'm going to shout out one more time. The count's falling right now, and you know, when we get in the 400s and stuff, we kick it back to the panel and shut the show off. So I want to make sure everybody knows one more time. Jordan Jackson, she was on earlier in the show, mother of two, works her ass off, hasn't had a day off. Whatever's her story just blew my way, made me cry. But she got in some trouble, and she got a stroke, and then several more strokes. She had open brain surgery. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? I don't think I've ever heard of more scary words. Open brain surgery. Fuck. So we're raising money for her. I bet we've probably raised close to $1,500 a night. Thank you, Weed Nerds. We love you very much. The support you guys give our culture, it just blows me away. But I got to reach one more time in you guys' pocket. So you would, if you haven't donated, please at least give $4.20. That's what we like to see up there. I want to see another donation before the show kicks out tonight, so we can help these people. And Patrick, I'm going to kick it to you. I'll have your numbers first thing in the morning.
Yeah, awesome. It was it's a pleasure being on here tonight. She actually had 3 brain surgeries, one right after the other. 3 of them, man. Told she was going to die the first time. She made it through 3 of them. It's a miracle. You know, miracles do happen. We see it a lot. And yeah, so we're going out there tonight. I said I'm match $1 for $1 raise tonight. So wherever we're at, whatever sub tells me in the morning is I'm going to have a check for in the same amount as what was raised tonight. So we appreciate all the support that you guys are giving. This is a charity. You know how us Cannabis Culture family do it. We come together. We come strong. We come at you. We raise money. We take care of each other. We show the world that we know how to do this. We show the world that we can do it better. And this has been a great program tonight. I mean, everybody on it, from Danny, Dago, you're awesome. I mean, all of us, everybody here was great. I got my Mendo boy over there. What's up, brother? What's up, homeboy? We're gonna see.
What's up, brother? I was just gonna say I didn't want to cut in there, but we're always down to help out with fundraising and different kind of situations. So if you want to get some where we throw a concert at the Soil King Garden Center, let's do all the proceeds go right to the fund.
Yep, let's do it. You got every Tuesday platform. We know how we do it. Shit, I think what's I'm hearing water right now splashing off the side of the houseboat, waiting for a concert to raise some money with our drones going everywhere, with the film crews all over.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man. We've been planning this for a long time. Shit, this is where it's at.
It will come true.
It will come true. I'm hearing what? Sea-doos. I'm hearing skis, jet skis.
Houseboat concert? Is this what I'm hearing?
Am I like making a road trip here? Is that
where are we doing this? Is this like a Shasta houseboat concert? Where's this going to happen at?
You guys go on my Patrick King. Find Patrick King on Facebook. Go through. You'll see the baddest houseboat on the planet over there. It's wrapped with Soil King big roots. It even says redwood trees with pineapples.
That thing's a beast.
Right? It's awesome. It's got 3 amps in it. I mean, let's just say backflips off the roof. Yeah, we got a stripper pole and we got a mortar launcher on top of it. We put a mortar launcher on top of this fucking thing, right? We're going. It's good. It's sitting in Lake Sonoma. Can't do it because of fire, but we can do it in the winter. Can't get away from, it doesn't go that fast, but everything else that drives up to it goes fast. I mean, so stay tuned. And Sub, you're coming out. Sub.
Oh yeah, so
we'll
we'll be up there Tuesday, and we're gonna try to shoot a little live show up there Tuesday.
Yeah.
And if nothing else, we'll record it and air it at night. So we'll be up there Tuesday. We hope we can see you up there, and I'm gonna bring a bunch of goodies this time. But I want to do a shout out real quick. Minnesota Nice, $4.20. Thank you so much, brother. You are so kind. He wanted to make sure somebody actually followed through. Yep. Jason Eastone, $4.20. NKN, a regular. He'll be in the garden. $5 donation.
Thank you.
One more shout out to let's see here. It was come on, I'm coming, man. Live TV. Low Key Grow with $20. Blessings, he says. SoCal's Cannabis Garden. God bless you, Jordan. Tonight's drinks are in your honor.
Thank you.
So talking about weed nerds fucking coming through. I asked for one more time and they sure came through. So
And you want to hear what's pretty cool about, we're still holding strong, that number 20 spot. At number 24 is the NASA live stream from outer space. So we're beating the live feed from outer space.
Your tax dollars at work.
Yeah.
Is that effing cool or what?
That calls for a goddamn dab right there, buddy. Dude, Danny, thank you. I
The
would have
weed
never known to look
nerds
at
have beat NASA on the live stream circuit.
And we'll be the first one growing weed on the planet. We'll be the first one growing weed up there in outer space, too. NASA will be watching that someday, huh? We'll all be down hosting our talk show up there on some Pluto planet, right? Weed nerds for life in outer space.
Lowski with the $4.20. Do you know what I can't believe that. That's too fucking funny, man.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that they got this top 100 list now. This is pretty good insight here.
That's off the hook. That's super sick.
Where do you see that at, Dago? Where's that at? Where do you find that at?
Here, I'll post the link in chat.
So how many viewers do we have to get to be number one?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Number
Minnesota.
From the TGSC band. Now let me tell you about my first hit. I held it in. Body started shaking, the cheesequake begins. Let me tell you about my second hit. Did it again. Strong, high, kind of trippy. I didn't want it to end. Third hit, I was lit. Inhale, sweet grape on the exhale, blow it out. Cheesecakes, but where you get it from? TGSC.
What's up, Young Beetle?
Vengeance. Give thanks to the grower. I'm a doper from the mountains. Bring it.
Yeah, a little Mendo dope there for you. So, Old E, what you got? What y'all gonna put in the garden this year? I mean, I know what I'll gave you, but you seen anything you like? What's standing out for putting outside?
Well, I'll tell you what's standing out so far would be the cherrygasm is looking insane. All 10 of them sprouted with the quickness too, looking retardedly bomb. I can't wait for that. I'm excited. Another one I'm super excited on is the Gorilla Glue number 4 crossed to the Space Dude. We're really excited to see how that comes out. What else we got? We started some more locomotion. We had to play around with some more loco. We have Marion Berry Kush and Alchemy. That's another one. You told us that I didn't even know how bomb the Alchemy was until you started talking about the cross. So I'm ready to see something crazy.
Yeah, we nailed it, man. I mean, I had 2 growers, and one of them, Urban Legends. He's a huge grower on YouTube. I mean, the guy's he's the one. He's got his super cool photos. He's got his avatar's like a city that sells weed or something like that. I mean, he's a pretty balling dude, and he's the one that was telling me that. I mean, he's very impressed. He said Alchemy is his favorite strain that he's ever grown, not TGA strain, his favorite strain.
That's dope.
He's not a fan, but he's a big commercial grower. Yeah, so we're really excited about that. And, I got to tell you something else I'm excited about. With Joe Mendo Dope, I didn't even mention it. We're loading Crazy Train.
Oh,
so we've been
shit.
out here for we got a Crazy Train coming up.
That's what I was just smoking on, some Crazy Train.
Crazy Train, yes. We're pumped.
So I had a quick question actually for Minnesota Nice. So, we've been the style that we've been growing for a while is, we water and then we let it really dry out. We let the roots kind of search for stuff. Now that we're working our way into no-till, and I know that you have to really keep, especially the top layer at least, but you have to keep things moist to keep everything alive. So what is it that we need to do to prevent, say, from like a root rot or some stock rot or something like that? Because we lost a plant last year due to overwatering because we're in 600 and 1,000 gallon pots. So I'm just curious to what is it that we should do to keep on the game to make sure we're rocking it right.
For the larger beds of soil, you're definitely going to have to water a lot less, especially if you use like a living mulch and then topped off with the barley mulch on top of that. It'll help retain a lot of moisture for you. And I think what happened last year was there wasn't a good defense system to like fight off the weakness in the plant that was already growing there. We didn't have predator mites going to our advantage to fight off other insects. We didn't have necessarily the most balanced soil to begin with. We didn't have that humic layer that is going to balance it for us and keep the plant at optimal health. And with the watering, that really is that's a very vague question. I'm sorry to answer it like that, but as a grower, you have to just go with the feel of the plant. Like you have to look at the plant, you have to judge the temperatures. It's going to change daily. It's going to change a lot. Did it rain? Did it not? Is it, the middle of bud and your plants are sucking up a lot of water? You might have to apply more at those times of year, What I strive for is to keep the top 2 inches of soil moist. Now, it doesn't take gallons to do that. Literally, you can use a sprayer and just mist the surface, just down a little bit, and you can let the walls of a fabric pot dry out. The walls dry out, it's fine. The roots are down in the soil underneath the fabric pot, spreading out way further. You're probably standing on them. And they'll be very happy. You can let the walls of that container dry out and just mist the surface and keep that wet. And that'll keep everything going how it should. It'll keep the fungus in the right, in place to pull all the nutrients down and everything. So
for sure. All right. So basically we stay on our target of watching it and seeing what it needs, but now we're just cutting back on how much we used to water.
This is just a question. I'm just asking, not proposing this, but I don't see a lot of implementation of technology into no-till gardens, and I don't know if that's because you want to keep it simple, like KISS method, or if there's some kind of philosophical or fundamental issue with it. But I was cruising through Lowe's the other day, oldie, and I saw for like $40, man, a Wi-Fi solar powered soil moisture meter, and it's called Eden, and it's spelled like EDYN. And I thought, man, if you're having a plant rot out last year or whatever, $40 investment, and then Minnesota Nice is saying that first few inches is super critical. So if this thing will give you like a Wi-Fi, monitoring of that first 4 inches, is that something y'all no-till guys would even be interested in, or is it just go against the whole thing?
I know if your pot is holding water, you're going to have problems. It's got to be a drain. Every pot I've ever closed off that held water always was a huge problem. And I started making the drains in the bottom of all the pots and putting rocks and stuff by them, and I never had that problem again. So I know that if you have your pot retain water, you're going to have some kind of a problem with it.
Sure. Oldie, do you think y'all had a drainage problem, or do you think that was more like self-inflicted overwatering?
Well, if you've got a drainage problem, that was self-inflicted to start with, wasn't it?
Yeah, good point.
Definitely, yeah. I think it was just we overwatered that one. We were kind of getting on a schedule of kind of going on. Everything was getting the same amount of water schedule, and we should have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Brianberry? Is that Brianberry you talk about in one plant?
No, it was actually the M80 that we had on the side, the one we got from Soil King. So
okay,
I think we basically just we saw something happening and we didn't catch on in time, and we just kept at it, and then it just escalated from there. So I think we just need to pay attention to different strains that are, obviously certain ones want more water and they're drinking them up more. Some of them don't need as much water and they can survive a lot with a lot less watering.
Look at Sub getting down on that peppermint patty.
Number 2.
Number 2. Oh, is that what 2,000 milligrams you're taking?
No, the patties are 500 each.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
So with Minnesota Nice, boy, it's great to learn to him. I want to get back to Andrew in just a second, but because I had a question about hash. So the third year I grew out backyard. We had some hundreds and we had some 150s, and they're not big enough, I can tell you that. And I'm not trying to make it sound like I live in a special place, but OE's been up here in the summer. It is fucking scorching up on this rock. I live at about 1,000 feet up in the air, and just like anywhere in Cali in the summertime, I mean, it is smoking. It's 115 degrees in my garden. The first thing I can tell you is the first time I saw straw in a pot from you no-till guys. And I didn't know very much about no-till back then. Still don't. As soon as I saw the straw, I said, son of a bitch. I said, that's a good idea. That probably would have saved me at least a day, because most of the water that we were putting in our garden was just evaporating. It wasn't like the plants were using this shit. It's just that the sun was beating down on it. We didn't grow plants as big as Mendo's, and we trimmed them too much. And so the sun was crushing our pots. I mean, when I saw Old East plants last year, I mean, the plants had taken over the pot. You couldn't even see the damn pot anymore. Pot was basically somewhat in the shade, and I'm gonna try to work on that this year, but it's really had a problem. What I'm trying to tell you is we watered in the morning, and then we would water after the sun went down, because the reason we did this is because if I watered at 3 or 4 in the daytime when they first really looked like they needed it, the water would almost boil inside the damn smart pots because the sun was beating on it. And these are my thoughts. I figured, damn, we don't want hot water on the plant. So I have bigger pots this year, but I've always been curious about that. I mean, I couldn't believe the damn plants were needing to be watered twice a day. We did really good with the crop, but it was a real pain in the ass as far as watering was concerned. It felt like that was all we did was water the damn things. Anyway, I just want to tell you that and see what your thoughts are on it.
Hey, I got to chime in on this water conservation. With me, I started using DripWorks. We started laying it out. Minnesota, I'm with you. I concur with you. More water on top. I set up all my pots with a light dusting. I keep them moist on top for them finger roots to come up and eat whatever top dress or whatever you have on the top of the soil or going in, even teas. You get those finger roots. I try not to dry out the top. The sides of the pots, I can let them dry out a little bit. The majority of my root zone is sitting underneath the smart pot. And
all right, well, in my case in particular, my land is rock. I mean, we got a bobcat. We turned so much over twice trying to dig holes. There was only one spot in the whole garden we could dig a hole in. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm sure they come down a little bit, but mine are sitting on top of rock. A little bit of dirt, a little bit of grass, and a little bit of rock. So, I think the biggest problem I had with that
bigger pots,
bigger pots,
they're too small.
I know. Huh? We got the 400s this year, so
yeah,
I think we're gonna do really good with that. That's for me being a kind of novice outdoor guy, we just wanted to do it for the charity. I think we're gonna get really good results. We bought Pat's really nice to hook us up with 15 yards of Soil King soil, and of course we put, I don't know, some kind of hippie stuff that Skunk Cork puts down there. I got him sharecropping it, but I know it fucking stunk. I know crab and neem seed fucking stink, dude.
So with when I do my water and my irrigation, and I use what I always throw out, DripWorks. I always use their emitters, and I have them help design any garden that I'm on, any seed to soul farms that we're doing. We do a complete irrigation design, but I save so much water with a proper irrigation, and I can set it up. I have it set up on a Bluetooth to my phone. I can hit zone 1 or zone 4 for 5 minutes, for 3 minutes, just by hitting a button on my phone. So when I'm out in the garden and I'm saying, hey, this one's looking a little stressed out, or this one looks a little, needs a little more water today, I can hit that zone and individually turn that zone on. And I got water conservation. I mean, I'm saving money because I don't have somebody out there with a hose on 183 plants watering them, paying that guy. Now I got an irrigation system that's doing it, and I'm using 30% of the water than I normally was. It's great.
And what I did last year, I have an irrigation system in the backyard, Old East in it, and we've got 7 zones. And then I've got one zone, which is the main garden, and I laid 1.5 inch PVC underneath. I came up with 6 manifolds, and off of them I run the 6 pots. So what I did was I went and I got some of that. It's either 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch tubing, and we basically sat there and used the finish nail, and we drove holes in it every 3.5 inches, and then we just made a big ass loop. I got a T, and so we come from the distributors coming out the ground to that big loop. Now it'll have to be a lot bigger this year, and so I do like a 15, maybe I can't even remember off the practice this year, but I think it's like a 15-minute run with that circular ring that's got, 50 jets in it or something like that. And so it should be just covering the topsoil. Now, it looks like to me, based on what I saw of Mendo last year, because they do a lot of handing, it looks like a second ring wouldn't hurt. So if I built a manifold that had say a 16 or 20 inch ring, and then a manifold that was, say, 3.5 foot around to lay in that pot, I think that would probably do a better job of coating the entire pot surface. So, I mean, am I going in the right direction, or am I completely off base?
Sub, I got here's what I'd like. I mean, here's an offer. I can have DripWorks come up and design it. The best part about this is I have, per zones, I might have 12 plants in 400-gallon smart pots, 15 plants in 400-gallon smart pots. But all the way down the row, I have the exact same pressure per emitter coming out no matter what on a downdraft spray, right? And it's exactly the same amount of water from in that plant 1 zone 1 to plant 12 zone 12, right? And we can come out, have them design the whole thing for you. We do a calculation of friction loss for, depending on if you're using PVC, which flows a little quicker. They even do a friction loss for your regular drip irrigation line, the black line, because it has a friction loss. We count the 45s, we count the angles, count everything for you. They'll do a complete layout, all backed by whatever pressure you have at the pump, and it's pretty cool. So, and you're on a well, so you got a well pump, so it's easy to handle that for you.
Send them quick. I'm just telling them to call me. Hook us up. Yeah, let's get done.
I'm gonna send a text right now. So.
Yeah, no, I'm getting it done because I got the electricians coming to inspect the upstairs, and then I won't have any more compliance officers up here for a while. So I just want to get everything ready, and yeah, I could definitely use it. The system I hadn't run it in a while, I could be checked out, and then we could attach to it and get it right, so I don't have to worry about this anymore.
Awesome. They'll come out and we'll get it done
much.
for free too. We'll hook you. We'll get you hooked up.
Shit, you guys, you're too much, man. You're too much. Well, that's cool. Just let him know what we're doing with it. I mean, we hope to, and I will comment on that. So one of the things we do, and Badger will be helping me with this, and we go get those, they're canola drums. They're white, opaque canola drums. And then we go to the hardware store and we get some purple and green paint. And then we get some big giant pot leaves. And we make these things purple and green with pot leaf shadows on them. And then we put them in dispensaries. Now, right now, I can get them into 3 really big dispensaries myself. I can make a few phone calls, but you know what? I'm thinking we probably need one at Soil King Garden Center, maybe 2. Then what because Patrick's as fucking fired up as me about shit. So we basically get online, we go buy a bunch of damn toys, we put them on video and on Instagram, and we go nanny, nanny, boo, boo. Look what we did for the kids. You're a loser if you don't help us. And then everybody comes in and they gives us toys and fire trucks and diapers and formula and everything. And we can turn I ain't super religious guy, but I'm serious. It's like we can be Jesus. We can take some fish and we can feed a lot of people. So we buy a little bit of toys. Well, not a little bit. Hell, we bought $8,000 worth last year, but it turned into like $50,000 worth of toys. In Hopland, a place where people need a lot of help, they received over $20,000 worth of goods on top of what we dropped off. And up there, it was like formula, diapers, tampons, water, dog food. I mean, real life live items, not just, you know, I mean, I was buying fancy toys and shit, and I was actually taken aback a little bit when people were doing that. So you can bet that the donation from Subcool this year will include formula, diapers, or maybe gift certificates to go get that. Because I was thinking, hey, we'll make some little boys day happy with a toy and some little girls happy with a dolly. And I was a little bit stupid and not understanding there's kids out there that don't have a fucking dinner to eat on Christmas. So we want to hit it at all angles. And with all you guys' help, once Christmas comes around, holidays get here, it's my biggest charity of the year. It's something that I believe in.
Count me in.
I believe it helps. I know, brother. I believe it helps and touches a lot of people. So me and Pat, the GrowTube Roundtable, Subcool Live Show, we'll get this thing going, and we're going to help a lot of kids this year. And I just appreciate all the support that everybody has given us for Jordan Jackson. I don't even understand how much is in there right now because it's been going so fast, but it's been steady all night, and I cannot thank everybody enough. It is 10 o'clock, which means we've been going for 4 hours, and I want to let my panelists off if they want to get off, because this is I'm insane, and I have nothing to do but hang out with these guys and smoke pot and talk to you guys. So
I got some more fun facts for you, Sub. I've been eyeing the chat, and I've been eyeing this top 100. Oh goodness, there's my dog. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, my brother. I understand. Just got to take care of problems. It's good. It's good. There you go on the mic. So Indra, how are you tonight, my friend?
Fine as a frog's hair. How about you?
You know, I'm okay. I late at night, I don't like to move around too much because I do like to smoke, and I'm basically just putting up with the negatives to deal with the positives. I'm just a happier person when I smoke some hash. So no, I'm doing okay. Go ahead.
I get you. I'm happy. I wake up happy. And so it pisses people off around me, but I'm up going, hey, how's everything going? Everybody else is, shut up, please. No coffee yet. And I don't even drink coffee, man. I wake up wired up. And so I don't drink coffee. I don't drink booze. Very on occasion wine. Never smoked a cigarette in my life. And I'm just the kind of guy who loves to see those girls grow, and I like the whole ecosystem. So my bags are full of fungus and bugs and worms. Never smoked a cigarette in my life. Never smoked a cigarette. Don't even want to. I try not to even be around people when they are smoking, because I don't even want. If I'm going to get secondhand smoke, it should be in a room where people are lighting up cannabis, right? Never mind that fucking tobacco. Sorry for my French, but it is after 10 o'clock. 10:08.
No, the host's favorite word is fuck, so you're safe.
All right, that's also one of my faves. It's right up near the top of the list after dab.
George Carlton taught me a long time ago that cussing, and I'm making light of this, but it's the way I talk. And I obviously, when I'm around my mother, priest, little kids, I don't talk like this, but I don't know. Always been kind of a rebel.
He threw priest in there.
Not really listen to
Are
anybody.
you kidding, priest?
I don't know. I cuss like a sailor.
Filthiest mouse I've ever heard in my life have been on a priest. I was standing years ago when I was building that 2,500 kilo extractor in the middle of Kansas, standing in a welding place while the guy was putting it up. It was 40 feet in the air, and in walks a priest. He had the little collar on and the whole 9 yards, and he stood there next to me for a little while, and he said, what is that, son? And I said, well, Father, that's a machine for my business that I'm making here. And that didn't satisfy him, and another 5 minutes passed, and he says, well, what does it do? And I said, well, it processes things for my business. And he still wasn't happy, and about 5 more minutes went by, and he turned around and tapped me on the shoulder so that I was facing him, and he looked at me and he said, it looks like something illegal, son. And I said, well, Father, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And so if you think it looks illegal, I mean, that's because you're looking at it from the wrong angle.
Yeah, wrong looking glass.
No,
Besides
and I didn't
that-
mean go ahead. When I said priest, I understand why you were laughing. I didn't get it for a minute, but yeah, I don't talk like this to my mom. Let's leave it at that. Okay. By the way, I got to show you guys something. Oh shit, where's it at? I got to show you guys something that's going. So you guys know I had a about 3 months ago, and I hate to be that guy, but about 3 months ago, I had a grandchild, and his name is Maverick, and that was my oldest daughter. And so my middle daughter, she lives in Beaufort, South Carolina, and I hate to say this, but she is one of my favorite daughters because she's just really easy to get along with. And so this is my like 24 hours old now. That is Leonardo. There we go. That is Mr. Leonardo. And look how bright his eyes are at 24 hours old. So anyway.
Very cute.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Awesome, son.
She's going to come see me in August, and then we're going to go up to Oregon and see my youngest daughter get married. So the whole flock is moving on and out, and it's fun to see them blossom and go out in the world. All my 3 kids are really good kids. My middle kid, this Mama Bear here, she smokes weed and she's got a card, but she doesn't smoke weed in South Carolina because it's illegal. And right now she's not smoking because she was a mom. And but I thought that was really cool. I mean, when she comes to Oregon, she comes out, she hangs out with me, she gets high. She's not some super toker, but she'll get high with me at night, but then when she goes back there because it's illegal, she does. And what a wise person, I mean, that's, if I was there, I'd be getting high. You guys know that shit. But she's just decided that, her husband's a Marine and they live on base, and it would be all kind of shit if something happened. And South Carolina's not your bastion of fucking legal rights and civil rights out there. So it's pretty much the most racist place I've ever been in my entire life, other than Georgia. So
Hey,
I
Sub,
see fodder shaking. Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I see chat. There's some religious, arguments going on in chat right now. I'm just gonna ask chat right now verbally to knock that shit out. I don't want to have to start banning people. I don't like it. What's going on in chat? So you guys can take that offline into a different forum. Subcool's chat room is not the basis for religious argument. So you guys just chill out there. All right. Come on, take advantage of the flower and calm the fuck down and take a bong rip and come back to us.
Hey, Crazy Dago, I want you to know that I'm a fan of your roundtable show, and I watch it all the time. I don't say anything because I'm there to learn.
Wow, that's an honor. Thank you, Indra. Thank you.
All right, Dago, you're gonna give me some stats before your puppy went wild. What you got over there?
Yeah,
Dago?
so I was gonna say Fergoli is in chat, but now Fergoli is here with us. I saw Envy Closet Medgrower roll through, and he won his second cup over the last night. So congrats to Envy Closet. But what's interesting was someone mentioned it in chat, and I went to verify on the top 100 charts. So we're going back and forth. We're battling it out with the space station. We're like sometimes I refresh, they're above us and we're above them. So we're hovering around that 2023 zone. But below us, there are 2 different CNN live streams, 2 different Fox News live streams, and a USA Today live stream, all like down between the 40s and the 60s. So the Weed Nerd live stream is kicking some ass. It's just interesting. Although, number one, I checked on it. There's 64,000 people watching a baby giraffe sleep. So go figure. I can't figure that one out. But that's the number 1 live stream. But we're kicking ass at 20 though. I dig it.
You make me. So I was going to say this when Danny was here, and I'm gonna back way the fuck up off the mic, and then we're going to talk to Fergoli. But there's a little something that you guys may have not seen, and it's happened a couple of times, and it's cooler than what you're smoking in the chat. So I can be in the cup, and when I'm in the cup, I'm hyper focused. I'm hyper focused on the person in front of me, and I'm giving him 110% of sub cool, because that's what people need. I'm not in a bad want. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm not a dick. I'm not confrontational. I give every single person that walks up to me, just everything I got. So the cup is just a very unusual place to, I don't know, to focus, but I can be in that mode and I can kind of come out of that focus and I'll see like 50, 60 people standing in front of the booth. And here's where I back up and I'll go, weed nerd. And out of the crowd, like 70, 80 people will yell, weed nerd. So y'all got to do me a favor. So when I go on stage to accept this Lifetime Achievement Award, the Grin Spoon, whatever thing, I'm going to get up on the stage and I ain't going to be able to say much because I'm a emotional fucking wreck, shit like this. I just am. So what we're going to do is I'm going to say what I got to say, and then I'm going to say, we nerds. And I want everybody to say it because I'm going to be embarrassed as shit if nobody says anything.
I'll scream it. The round table will be there. We'll be screaming it, brother. There'll be at least 12 people screaming it.
Dude, I will bring my megaphone with me. I have a megaphone with a flat speaker that fits in my jacket, but it's as loud as any megaphone. And when you do that, I'm going to be standing right down in front of the station and give them about 40 decibels of weed nerd. And I'll make up a chant and a poem to go along with it that I'll record and play back while we're doing it, dude. Because Lifetime Achievement Awards are something you only win once in a life. So somebody ought to be there blowing your horn, pushing your button for you. Nobody ever gave me a lifetime award except for, I think, my dad used to say, wipe your ass better. Your underwear's got brown spots in it. And that was my achievement award for him. So
I got to tell you guys, though, just so you know, I got a strong suspicion that Mr. Jinx Proof probably had a lot to do with this. I know for a fact he's been talking to Danny Danko, so just so you know, I'm pretty sure he put me up for it, and so I appreciate that. So, Indra, I got to tell you. So, do you know about? Are you aware of Lunchbox? So, Lunchbox. So, the guy's name is Ryan Miller, and they're cleaning my little bong, but Ryan Miller came up with this idea, and I thought it was just the smartest thing I've ever heard in my life. So you always carry shit at the cup. Like I got this, I got a hemp bag that I carry at the cup, and I carry all my jars and stuff in it, but it's not quite suited for hash, tubs, extracts, etc. So the other day, Mr. Ryan Miller suggested to us that we would use a lunchbox. So I thought I had the fucking first one. So this is my first lunchbox. Okay. And there's a couple cool things about a lunchbox. Number one, you get this really neat rolling tray. I mean, these kids that are with me today, fuck, they don't know what a rolling tray is. They're breaking up weed on my center island. They're breaking up weed over by the sink. I got this little canoe rolling tray. I handed it down today. I said, "Down, don't you know what a fucking rolling tray is, dude? You got weed all over my house." He goes, "Rolling tray? What's a rolling tray?" This suffices as a rolling tray right here. That works really good. And then in here, you can carry your tool, like shit that's got stuff on it, stuff that can stab you. You know, your dab tool. You know,
dude, I've worn out 2 rolling trays completely.
See, I know those rolling trays. But the toolbox, now this one's going to be outfitted with foam because I've got that little bong you guys saw, so it'll fit right in here. I bought it for a reason. And then, you know, you got to take that camera foam and cut it out. So I have a contest running right now. And anybody that sends me a picture, I'll send them a weed nerd sticker because you'd be a weed nerd if you got a lunchbox. Lunchbox. And here's the thing. Lunchbox. Tell everybody watching this shit. If you guys go to SoCal, seriously, if you guys show up to SoCal, it's not in lunch, your shit. It's not, you ain't got a lunchbox kit.
Lunchbox.
I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to be good. Not going to look cool. Not at all. So, lunchbox.
Better have your lunchbox.
Lunchbox.
And I can tell you, I will let you guys know for logistics sakes. Now, we're in California, so we're okay. But it ain't like you guys can walk through the gate and shit. So if you're not a vendor, if you're not with the vending crew, especially I'm talking about the round table crew and all you guys, you know, y'all can just give me the lunchbox. And we'll have the lunchbox transportation system. I'll be waiting at the booth for you. So that's always the way to roll. We like to make sure things happen correctly. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
It's fun. We're gonna have to. I'm definitely gonna have to sync up with Sid and Dung. We're gonna have to figure out logistics for the various live streams and so forth. So we'll definitely have to get together, guys, once you guys are back home and everything.
Hell yeah, bro, for sure. We'd appreciate that too. Definitely.
Yeah, no, it definitely. I mean, it's I will tell you, and I'm sure you know this, Dago, that I mean, when I get to the cup, so I walk up to the cup, and the booth is usually done for me, and within about 20 feet of the booth, I'm recognized as Sub Cool. I can't move anymore. It's like everybody's shaking my hand.
Oh yeah,
I can't get my shit down. So and I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you from the time because lots of people. Go ahead.
How do they get you there, Sub Cool? Do they chain you up in a chair and then put you in a vehicle, drive you there, and then unchain you, or what?
See, I knew every time I talk, he's gonna kill me. This time, and you're gonna laugh, a friend of mine, and probably the same friend that I need to carry me to see you. His name is Weedlaw, but I call him Hunter S. Thompson. So he's driving me there because I won't get on a plane anymore. But the problem is, and this gentleman has known to do ketamine, DMT, ashwa, whatever it is, and any myriad of pharmaceuticals that is out there. And I'm making a little bit of a joke because he's a very responsible person. He has a lot
you'd
of
be better off flying. He's flying. Why don't you?
No, but he wouldn't do that. Well, I'm making somewhat of a joke. He is a very competent lawyer. So, and at home at night, he's exploring some crazy shit. That's all I can tell you.
So I'll tell you, if you have to fly, I know you hate getting on those boxes. Trust me, I do too. I just sat in one for 12 fucking hours coming home. But I'm telling you, if you're looking for a good, clean airline where you're not going to get claustrophobic, like Andrew said, you might be better just flying. Dude, get yourself a first class ticket on Virgin America. It's worth it, bro. Clean, new. I think the oldest plane in their fleet's like 4 or 5 years old. It's all new planes. Everything's clean. The filters aren't all like mucked up with hella old. Like you walk onto a United Airlines plane, you all know you can smell the fucking mold coming out of the air filters. But I try and fly Virgin, every time I get, and it's super clean plane, man. And they got the hot young stewardesses, man, on Virgin. I'm telling you.
Look, I was going anywhere. Stay off of the Russian Aeroflot Airlines because if you think you can smell mold on United, Aeroflot has radiators with hot water flowing down them on the inside, and you can hear them cranking like when you're in a cheap motel room and they're going clank, clank, clank as they heat up. That's what they have on Aeroflot, and so take care.
Yeah. What I was going to say is, so watch my logic, okay? Because I've thought this shit out, okay? So we don't have fucking Virgin Airline at the airport I fly out of. We have like 3 fucking planes, and you get on that plane. Now, I don't have to do that. I can drive to San Francisco and get on the airplane there. So it's an hour and a half to an hour, maybe 2 hours to get to the airport from where I live because of the traffic. Because where we live is fucking traffic everywhere. So then you get to the airport and you're going to wait another hour. So now you're basically 3.5 hours and you've just got on the plane. I can be halfway there in 3.5 hours. But then, okay, I don't travel well. I already told you that. And so I won't have anybody with me. So that means I land in Ontario Airport. And I know I sound like the biggest pussy in the world, but it is what it is. I don't breathe well because of this stupid fucking disease. So I don't travel very well at all. So it means I have to get off at Ontario, go out and get a damn car, huffing and puffing, then drive the damn car back to Ontario. So that's another 2 hours we've added to the trip. So that's 5.5 hours. Well, it only takes 7.5 hours to get there. I just overstating this shit, but that's why I decided to go with Dave. We're going to rent us a Cadillac. We're going to get us some tunes, and we're going to fly down there, and I'll have a running mate to help look after me because I don't travel very well. And it's, there's a lot to it. So yeah, it's
well, and you have your extended family there, Sub. We'll all be there with you. We all got your back. You know that, man.
I know that.
Sub, if you make it up here first,
yeah,
then I will make you breathe like a fucking helium balloon, man, and you can travel good then, because when you breathe right, everything works right. The main pump in your body is not your heart, it's your lungs. You're
I
taking a
know.
breath all the time. Your lungs are supplying the energy for your heart to beat, but the big energy exchange is taken in your lungs. The yogis say that the air is full of pranayams, and the pranayams are negative and positive, and your nose all day long swaps back and forth every 30 minutes or so. One side will be dominant and then the other side. You can test yourself all day tomorrow. Just reach up and feel and see which ones really have airflow going through it. And if you breathe through the mouth, you can hyperventilate. But if you breathe through your nose, you can never hyperventilate. And that's because the nose is part of the breathing system, and it splits the energy according to what your body needs. The pranayams are there, attract it to you. And if you need more positive, it'll feed you that. And if you need more negative, it'll feed you that. But first, you got to be able to breathe. And when you come here, what I'm going to do is potentiate your lungs and your chest and your diaphragm so that when you take a breath, it's going to sound like the north wind blowing in for a while.
I mean, I know I got to come see you. I was going to tell you something happened to me. There's a guy online. His name is, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I just bum people out. But I met this guy named John St. Croix online, and he's an alpha just like me, and he's a ZZ. I want to say he's 40, early 40s, and he's up for double lung transplant. And I asked him, you know, what that entailed, and I can tell you, it scared the shit out of me. I mean, I don't know if I can go through what he's talking about going through. I mean, sliced open and laying in a bed for a year. I don't know. I'll have to find that out. But what I'm telling you is I take what you're offering seriously, Indra. It's just maybe I don't take my health as seriously as I should. So it's not your offer, but I will make time. If you will let me bring somebody that I trust.
You can
Okay,
bring your
cool.
whole
Well,
damn family. You know,
just somebody.
You can bring the whole crew. I'll tell you, Dr. Scaldone was here. John Mark Herring from Asahi Glass was here. And Danny from Korova Bakery was here because they just bought a system, the largest bakery in California. And all of those guys submitted to it, and I increased all of their breath, and every one of them was incredulous. And all of them have been calling me endlessly about making a second appointment to come and see me. And John Mark Herring told me he hadn't had a breath like that in his whole life. And so it's not just that your lungs are impaired or that you're not able to, and you're a little bit barrel chested from it. But what I will do is bring balance in your soft tissue system and your rib cage so that you can take a full breath. Because I believe that no matter what they've been telling you about the areoli and the rest of it, it all responds to the ability of the lung to attract the air to it that you need. And that's how it works. And when that ability is brought in tune in your body, you'll start feeling like you're getting fresh air everywhere you're at. And it's because it'll be attracted to you. One of my teachers early on, a guy named Yogi Bhajan, told me he was giving a class one day in downtown Los Angeles, and everybody was kind of complaining a little bit about the air because we were learning breath of fire. And so he thought that everybody should stop complaining because when he breathed air from the Himalayas because that's what his lungs attracted. And everybody got to thinking about that and thought, you know, that just might be the case. Well, now, 30 years later, having worked with Chinese doctors, having worked around the world, having learned osteopathic medicine, I came to understand that you can cause somebody's body to potentiate and to take a full breath without causing any pain. So if you're afraid, if even a tiny bit, that what I'm going to do is going to be a painful thing for you, you're wrong. It'll be a joyful thing. And most people, when they can get that first breath and it comes through, look at me and tears fill their eyes up because they realize that they haven't been able to breathe and they've been punishing themselves, and now they're ready to have breath. Breath is going to make your life a whole different thing, man. And that I could grant you breath again would be a great thing. I'd love it.
I got to come see you. So I want to get to Frigoli here. He's been patiently waiting, and I love talking to this cat. But I didn't see something. My I don't know what I call my three mods. My three mods, they all do something different. They're all unique people. It's not fair for me to group them into one. But without these three cats, two of them behind me, Dung, Sid, and Malik sitting there in the channel. There's no hell. I mean, they are the show. I just started talking and they built this show. This is their creation. So.
Keep your hands off my Fagroli.
I got to.
He's mine.
No, I will.
Keep your hands off my Fagroli.
No, he's just welcome to talk to me at night. So check this out. They wrote this down for me. I modified just a teeny bit. We are weed nerds, and Subcool Seeds are here to share knowledge of medical grade cannabis while taking away the stigma of weed and growing the dankest cannabis in the world. Producers, teachers, and content creators, we weed nerds for life. Have a dang day. That shit's badass. You guys rock, man. That's fucking cool. Rigoli, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on. I gotta first say shout out to chat and all these donations. I've kind of been in and out watching and in and out of chat. Just getting some gardening work and whatnot done tonight. But yeah, you guys have been raising some pretty awesome donations. I've never seen quite something like this. And shout out to you, Subcool. You've got one of the biggest hearts in the community. And without you, nothing like this could be possible. So it's been pretty amazing tonight watching this. And shout out to all you guys. What's up, panel? How you guys all doing? He's not here anymore. But I also want to shout out to Donnie Danko. He's going to be out here in Michigan this weekend for the Hash Bash, which is, I think, the 46th one now. One of the kind of longest lasting activism events in the country. So definitely, if you guys are Michigan, locals or whatever, come out and check out the Hash Bash this weekend. But yeah, thanks for having me on, Sub, and cheers to you guys.
No, thank you, man. When I was a little kid, I'm 50, almost 56, so. When I was a little kid, like growing up, not a little kid, but when I was a teen, I can remember, man, I didn't get to go up there because I was from the deep south. Ann Arbor Hash Bash, man. What? Getting party, man. Really? Yeah, they smoke weed and hash, man. Play fucking music, rock out. I was like, what? And I was probably 16, 17, 18. So like you say, it's been going on for 40 something years. So yeah, I mean, it is world famous. And I can't imagine what it's like after this.
Yeah, it's quite the event. I think I've got some footage and whatnot from, or at least some photos maybe from previous events. And if it's not already on my channel, I'll definitely get it up. I know I missed it last year, but it's quite the event. We have speakers and everything come out. I know Jorge is going to be there as well this year, but there's like 3 different athletes. I think Darren McCarty, who's an ex-Red Wings player. There's a NFL football player. And I think an ex-Pistons player, maybe Detroit Pistons. So like a lot of big names and stuff. And, it's just a real big community thing. It's on the campus, right on the campus, University of Michigan, which is federal grounds, So smoking cannabis is on, federal grounds is highly not advisable, but you have this massive crowd of hundreds of people and nothing but these puffs of clouds of smoke going, rising above them while these people, cheer and shout and tell their stories and kind of the history of this fight that we're still fighting, So it's a pretty awesome thing. And there's kind of a fair and a party after that and all that. So if you guys can make it out, definitely check it out. And my dad's probably about, I don't know, not too far off your age, Sub. And he definitely told me a story of himself showing up, when he was able to at a young age.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, no, it's something. It's one of those things. So I never got to experience that, and not stealing this is thunder, but what I did get to see for the first time in my life when I came to Oregon was Hemp Fest, and I got a story for you, Gola. You'll love this. So when I got to Oregon, with the freedom and the culture there, because I remember I'd been there about a year, and a friend of mine came over with a couple of pounds, and this is way out in the middle of the country. And when he opened the trunk to get the 2 pounds, of course, me being from the South, I did this. I mean, he hugged me. He goes, "Dude, let it out. You're safe now. You're not back south the fucking more." No. I don't know. I've always just really enjoyed the freedom. So we went to Hemp Fest, and I was like, I figured, but the way you guys act out here, I thought it was fucking legal. Pretty much it is. So at Hemp Fest at 4:20. They do a countdown, and they throw thousands of joints up in there, and everybody smokes them. So I'd heard that the joints were kind of swaggy because, you know, you get a bunch of people roll them up the night before and go out in the crowd and do a joint bomb. So I had a media pass. So I was up on the stage taking pictures of the band and everybody, and I was clearly who I am with my shit, a pass on me saying I'm so cool. So when 4:20 hit, I turned around, I grabbed this big bag I had, and I started throwing joints of Dank out into the crowd. And the grip or the monkey dude or whatever, the guy on the stage, he comes running over. He goes, dude, you can't throw joints off the fucking stage into the crowd. He goes, they're like doing that shit anonymously, you know? They're like, somebody just goes out there with a bag and goes and then runs off.
That's so cool.
Hey, dude.
You know, it's so cool handing them out, shaking your hand, and we just say, "This is going to change your life right here."
Yeah, so yeah, but Hemp Fest is cool. You know, it's partying for 3-4 days, about 300,000 people, and they sit around and they smoke a lot of weed and they go do a little bunch of rooms, and seriously, for 3 days, no fights, no one gets hurt. You bump into somebody, and you know they go, "Dude, I'm so sorry, man. Can I get you a water?" You know, it's not like any other large event. And you're like, you go to a football game and knock into somebody, and they want to beat the shit out of you. But Ann Arbor Hash Bash, from what I understood, it's just a very chill. Everybody's there to just get high with everybody. That's the thing. That's the vibe. I want to get high with you, you know? So
yeah, we've been medical here since 2008, you know, still no recreational or anything, but there's a lot of cities, including Ann Arbor, that have decriminalized it. So even if you do get, grabbed by the police, all they're going to do is give you a, $50 or whatever it is, dollar ticket and kind of send you on your way. So times are changing, but, unfortunately we don't have quite the freedoms out here. As you know, you mentioned earlier about, next week's show. So, Michigan's still kind of a battleground state, I guess you could say that.
So, where are you at in the season there for goalie? I have to ask. I can't keep up with everybody.
Say again, in the harvest season, you mean?
Just where you at? Where are you at in this situation? I don't know what everybody's doing all the time. So, you loading, unloading, getting ready?
In terms of what, like my garden, like I'm always
I hadn't seen your garden in a while. I've been busy as shit.
Yeah, no, we just kind of run perpetual over here. So we run flood and drain tables. We got 2 rooms with 4+ lights in it. Essentially, we got 8 lights on a controller. Just trying to push out essentially like a table as often as we can. We got quite the variety of strains and a limited plant count because of the Michigan regulations. But, I think we've really kind of narrowed it down over the last couple of years, and reaching out to people like yourself and med growers supplied us with, cuts and stuff like that. We've had Alien Rift in our garden, which of course is the OG guys, because of med grower. But we're always just kind of like narrowing it down, and it's depends on what our patients want, and it depends on like kind of what we're doing too, whether it's the ceiling height or the extracts or whatever we're running. We got a rosin press now, so now it's like, all right, well, I really like to press dry sift into rosin, but what kind of plants are going to give us the best sift? And we know from Cuban grower that Kimbo Kush is great for that, so we actually have that hanging right now, so maybe we'll find out. So it's just a kind of a perpetual learning experience for us, but also just kind of refining our own skills and our own genetics.
That's cool. So it sounds like you run, I'm not going to call it a quad, but it sounds like you do a little bit like us. You're in and out a lot. You're always moving something out. Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah, definitely. And it's I would say it's definitely easier to do those like monocrop runs, you know what I mean? But that puts a lot of work on the end load, and we just don't always have the time to do it as precisely as it needs to get done, because we all know that dry and that cure, it's very, very important that you get that timing done right. And if you don't, well, then you just spent 9 weeks for nothing. So, and including lots of energy bills and nutrients and all that, back labor. So
yeah, we're really excited here. The only problem we had is it's not a problem every year, because like you, I mean, I don't shut down. We clean a quarter of our garden every 60 days. I mean, we don't ever clean the whole garden because there's always something growing in the garden. But once a year, I like to shut down. Not shut down, but scale back. Keep everything alive, keep something in the wings, but get ready. And we clean the entire grow room out from start to finish. And we replaced the foil line. We cleaned under the mats. I worried about mold under the stall mats and shit. So it took us we were only down for 8 days. I was really proud of me and Badger. I mean, it was empty. I can show you pictures where the room was like literally empty, foil line off the wall. And 7 days later, we had 4 plants. 10 days later, we had 8 plants. And then within 2 weeks, it was loaded fully. The only problem for poor Badger is with the quadrant system, he takes one quad down. And it takes him about 3 days to trim 4 large plants indoors. And then he can go on to doing other things, seed counting, prep, whatever to do. But he's got a whole damn room. So he's got 16 plants plus 2 breeding lots. So he's fixing to get really busy pretty soon. So it's going to be fun to see him scramble. But another thing that's been really fun is I run a lot of the same strains a lot. And I don't do a lot of testing here at my location because I don't have a room. So, but I looked for I did a mail search on my Coracle strain. And we found him. And we grew 4 females in the bud room this time because we were able to. And oh my God, the smell on them. And you forget when you create something. Like I created Coracle like 12 years ago. So I've grown it 3 times and I've done a mail search on it twice, but I just haven't grown it in a long time. And wow, I was back there today, and I rubbed my hand up against it. And what an old friend, man. Just that nice lavender, a little of that Urkel, a little of that cherry. And I guess my point is sometimes, you forget what you created. Wow. Really, really amazing strain, the Coracle. I wouldn't say it's a yielder, but the flavor she puts out, man, it's just fun to grow something from seeds sometimes.
Yeah, and that's
where I was going.
Well, that's I'll pick it up from there because I've got some of your genetics now, and I've unfortunately never had the opportunity to have any TGA in my garden, and we haven't popped any seeds really since our last pheno hunt in 2016, and I'm definitely looking forward to popping some of yours now. Again, it's like a plant count issue here, but I'm pushing out this next cycle. I've been transplanting all day. Last night we were transplanting, trying to get these plants ready to go into flower and everything because I want to get going on some of those genetics. I want to find a couple nice phenols. And as you know, like I'm all about the extracts and stuff, and I'm all about the flavor and the terpene profiles and things of that nature, and kind of even those secondary cannabinoids. So, I love refining and getting down to those basic numbers and kind of playing around with it that way. So yeah, I'm excited to add some new things to the garden. I appreciate that.
No problem, man. I'm an honor, and Father's got a bunch of my babies up, and I know a bunch of people. I can't even remember who all the people I've sent to, but the round table's welcome to reach in my safe anytime. And I'll tell you something, Dago, that I hadn't told you, and I want to talk to Dago real quick about his garden real quick. See mouses in the garden, but if you guys want, I hadn't told you guys this, and I probably shouldn't say this in the channel because it's explode, but I got some stuff down there in my box. It's pretty cool. Like I got Aaron of DNA walked up to me one day and he handed me the kosher ticket. So I guess this is about 7 or 8 of them down there. It says kosher kush times the Chernobyl male that he selected for DNA. So he put those in my hand. I figure they probably don't suck, And then I got a couple other really cool things. If you guys ever want to grow something really strange, just let me know. I got some really stuff that's not on the menu. So.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already sent that one tester, and that's it's one. It's hard for me to choose between. I don't have the CPACs in front of me, but it's hard for me to choose which one I like best because it's like I know I'm gonna like Jelly Bean. You're selling me on the Coracle, but then this GG cross. It's like, oof. Well, I know I really like Gorilla Glue, but I don't have that in my garden. Haven't had it in my garden for over a year, so it's like I'm itching to pop all of these. Like, could I just maybe do a couple at a time? I don't know what I have room for, but I want to pop them all.
The gorilla is the one that's fantastic. We'll get it later. Look at Mouse. Mouse, hey, your phone's upside down, buddy. It looks great.
Oh,
though.
it is.
Yeah.
Damn it! This thing, dude. On the last stream, it had that stupid black bars, and that was annoying. I guess the phone just.
There
I
you go.
guess. Oh well. Anyway.
So I got to ask real
makes me
quick.
feel special.
while we look at Mouse's crop, I'm dying to ask. I've been waiting for a while. There you go. Didn't you have like some issues when you were in London? Wasn't there some like you were supposed to do something before you left? Or it seems like there was something
Transplanting.
going on. Okay, well, tell us
Transplant.
what's going on.
Yeah, no, I wanted to transplant, and that's tomorrow's job. It's a combination of transplanting and then the just the light was a little too bright. So just turning the light down in the shed fixed it. I'm having issues here in the garage though because I started the plants. They were under LED and everything was going great, but I'm using RO water out there in the shed. And here inside the garage, I'm still using, I don't have a second RO filter. I threw the tent up and there's little things I didn't think about. So I don't have RO water in here. So I have to use dechlorinated tap water. And the problem is because I'm not running RO, normally can is super, super stable, right? Like I set stuff in my shed, stays at 5.8. I can come back 2 weeks later, it's 5.8 because it's all in RO water. I came back this week, from my trip, I set it was down at like 5.7 before I left. And that was after adding dechlorinator, adding like 40 milliliters of pH down, to get the freaking city tap water chemicals to balance out. But I came in, and in addition to the CMH being super bright, like the pH was 7.5. And so the plants in my tent right now are not happy. They're starting to get mag deficiencies. The stems are turning purple. And I'm like, all right, like now we got to we're not going to be able to flip these. Like it's another week or two to get them back to health before we can flip those, and I got to figure out how to get, I'm going to have to go buy like a 200-foot hose to get RO water from the shed in here. But that's what I'm dealing with. Otherwise, the shed is fine. I had my wife turn the light down for me while I was away, and the plants under that bright light perked right back up. But they still need new shoes, so everything's going to get new shoes tomorrow. That's my job in the garden tomorrow.
Not streaming. Okay, cool, dude. I mean, that's. I just want it to be successful. I just want it to do right. So get those things transplanted, and they'll come back really fast. You know that. I mean, I got to tell you. I got to tell you so you feel better. So Jack's Cleaner is lunchboxes go on IG. Just tag me on IG, or you can send them to tgagenetics@gmail.com. Anyway, sorry. Lunchbox pictures I'm collecting. So, but no, we had Jack's Cleaner. The mom's 29 years old or some shit like that. She's just pissed off at the world. I need to send her out to sun for a little while. I think.
Sup, cool?
Yes, sir.
2 things. One, I'm going to sign off and say goodnight. And it's been a very great pleasure hanging out with you. I'm old, and so I'm getting a little tired here. But the other thing is, for your charity event, if you want, I'll volunteer to make any concentrate or extract for you at no charge.
Wow, did y'all hear that? So we'll find somebody in the area and we'll take advantage of that. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for coming on. And my friend, me and a friend will come see you soon. I really mean that. Thank you again. Awesome. Really cool to have him in there.
Heck
so
yeah, that was awesome. Having Andrew
down.
through. So this was like an all-star show you had tonight, brother. So King's on, Minnesota was in the house, Danny Danko's on here, Indra's on here. My goodness, man, I'm honored to still be here, 4 or 5 hours in, whatever time we're at now. This is awesome, man.
You're Daddy Dago, dude. You're Daddy Dago. I mean, I'm so honored. When you were in the chat, I'm always like, okay, this is the real shit now because Dago's here.
Oh, stop that!
But yeah,
shit.
let me tell you. But let me tell you what one of my mods says. One of my mods did give me a little bit of big head today. So they've been working all this. They hustled all week long. So I texted Danny and I said, "Hey, Danny, you want to come on my show?" And he's like, "Well, sure. What is it?" So I told him. He said, "Oh, okay, cool." And so that was it. And I came in the room. They're like, "Sub knows people." I was like, "Well, yeah." So I just need to look through my phone and shit. I can get all kinds of people on here. I just have to call them and go, "I'm sorry, I haven't called you in like a long time. When you want to be on my show?" So
yeah.
My phone is one of my most valuable assets because I've had the number that I have for 16 years. So every time I'm in every time I'm anywhere, I'm collecting that data. So yeah, it's funny. My phone is stupid, man. It really is. No, we did not get an answer on how hot Soul King is, but I have more new shit has come. Like Dago, I got to tell you, a while ago, somebody was talking. I looked up and fucking Cheech had on the ballerina outfit and the fucking mask, and he was in a tutu, and he was fucking dancing to Erect My
Oh, back
Eye.
here, look,
And
he's
I
there
was
right
like,
now. Look, that's the best part of the movie. Look, they're all getting high right now inside the theater, man. That's
No, when he comes out though with the mouse ears and the fucking tutu,
right there. Look,
Erect My Eye.
look, there he is. Hold on, they're singing it right now. This is that part of the movie. Can't you see it right there? Look, there he is.
Oh, there he is. Dude, I'm telling you, that scene, Cheech is fucking Cheech. Because he's had to say, I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
the dude to act that and that, you just have to say, I really don't give a fuck.
Well, this is like my thing now. I totally ripped this off of Casey and Neistat. You know, he's a big vlogger on YouTube, and he always has The Godfather playing in the background of his channel because it's his favorite movie of all time. But I've been like, I rotate through, and I asked chat tonight, I was like, I'm tired of watching Star Wars. It's been on there for about a month. I was like, let's get something different. And they're like, Up in Smoke. I said, all right, here we go, Up in Smoke. So I try and keep some fresh, you know, cool kind of stoner flicks in there, you know, switch it up from time to time. Keep the fans go. Oh, my, see, but look, my potion light went out. Where is it at? Right there. I usually have my little potion light going too. People
I saw
are
it
like,
pink earlier. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. It was pink potion. I got some purple lights.
do you know, little props and shit, right? Like I'm in a garage. I'm in my garage. So I got to try and do something to keep the background lively. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing the best I can over here. I don't have a studio yet.
Where's is Malik in the house? Is he there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay. How's my sound? Is my sound okay?
Cracking a little bit.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you, my friend.
Yep.
And that is all that is. We figured it out. I'll address it one time because I don't talk about it anymore because the channel goes crazy. It goes crazy. I live in the middle of fucking nowhere and have two internet connections. Basically, my internet connections are brown wire downstairs and a blue wire downstairs. And one of them is Direct TV. It's 25 gigs a month. And it's supposed to be a big pipe, a fairly big pipe. And we hook it up and it works sometimes and sometimes it don't. There seems to be no rhyme or reason. When it's really beautiful and sunny and warm outside, it don't work with the shit. So you explain that to me. And then I have another one, which is like a satellite that bounces from my neighbor's house to a cow's ass to some satellite over on some mountain or some shit. And again, sometimes it hauls ass and sometimes it don't. So I spend $300 a month for internet connection. And you can get a T1 for about that. But I live on a rock, and I live like they cannot run a T1 where I live. They can't run a gas line. They can't run a T1 line. So, whatever.
I was gonna say, oh gosh, darn it! Stop it, dude! I'm trying to talk on a live stream here. Sub, if you go to the top of your panel there, in your settings, next to your settings, there's an adjust bandwidth button. Have you tried maybe pulling that down a little bit? Maybe put it halfway or something. That might help. So you're not trying to download like high res video of all the rest of us. You know what I mean? It'll limit that for you. That might help. It might not. I'm not sure.
No, I did. Thank you so much. Do we get any boost there, Malik? Still fuzzy?
Yeah, still a little fuzzy. It's the net, man. But yeah, but same thing though. But see, like I could tell you, your audio's it's only scratchy when you're fuzzy. When your picture comes in clear, the audio comes in clear. It's the internet thing. That's all it is, you know.
Hey, NASA's probably not fucking jiggy like I am. But fucking, it's
We're
okay.
beating NASA. They're not happy right now. They're running interference up there. Fuckers.
We got some fucking stoner with a fucking scratchy mic yelling at the screen and yelling fuck all the time. He's kicking our ass. So yeah, that's good. Dude, I've had two things. So today I was told that I'm going to get the Lifetime Achievement Award, and that's fucking amazing. There's not many of them, and they only give out so many. So it's and to get it, in Cali, that's like I spent my whole life trying to get here. It cost me a lot personally to get here and stay here. So it's a really, really rewarding. And then for Dago to come on, and do you get that high, Dago? I'm not trying to be a dick here, but have you seen this with the round table? What's going on when you had 900, 1,000 people watching Friday night?
Yeah, almost 1,000. It's definitely nice, and I don't know. It's weird. I'm just trying to grow it, just get it out there. You know what I mean? I just try not to pay attention to I don't even hate to call it fame, but like I try and tell other YouTubers, don't read the comments, but don't read the comments because there's the trolls and this and that. But it's about getting really like I echo a lot of what Danny Danko was saying tonight. What he's about. It's just about getting it out there, getting more people involved. Tell a friend, hit the thumbs up. If you can't donate, tell your buddy. I know you got friends who grow. I know there's more than 1,000, weed nerds on YouTube. So you got 43,000 following you, so it's just getting them to find out about the show. I mean, like shit, I had no idea Indra watched the show. Like that was a little, it's funny when I'm live on stream, I don't get to process this stuff. Cool. It's not until I'm sitting afterwards and I'm like lying in bed and I'm just like, fuck, and I know later I'll be like, damn, like did Indra really? Like Indra watches my stream, like shit, like because now I'm like next year I'll be all nervous now. I'll be like, fuck, like man, there's like important people watching this shit now, like it's tough. We just get on and do our thing, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm at home behind the microphone. That's why I used to be in ham radio and CB radio, and this is my home, and if we're talking about the plant we all love. Fucking let's do it, baby. Let's do it. In fact, I'm gonna pack my bowl right now. I'm not high enough. I'm failing the drug test right now. So I'm cool.
The smoking hour has got here. I'm not gonna shut the stream off because I'm having fun. Anybody can come and go. We're just chilling. I was gonna tell Jago. So my mods take this shit a lot more seriously than me. They get so. I told Sid today. I said, dude, you need to take a fucking Quaalude because he's just bouncing around my fucking sub. I got this. I got we don't believe. And Zen and this shit, but they are pumped up, and that's what's driving the show forward.
Well, and the chat gets passionate, and I want the chat to know, mistake. Like I'll give, I don't want to give names out, but there's mistakes that happen where people get heated, and that's like tonight with the religion thing. I just spoke up, I gave Mr. Dookie a little timeout, but he's all good. It's just I'm not trying to be I guess that's how I got the hashtag Daddy Dago, but like. We don't want to have to be banning people. There's trolls and then there's people who get passionate. And so that's why I think, the timeout's a good tool. It's just a little pause, like timeout, go take a bong hit, come back. But the moderators, they're working out, but they have to be, in order to maintain that community. And I totally get the freedom of speech. I mean, seriously, like First Amendment, totally get it. But also you got to remember, like, what is it? No shirt, no shoes, no service. Or like, I reserve the right to refuse service to anyone, right? So it's like, take that shit outside in the fucking street. Don't fight in the bar. Take that shit out into the fucking, go out in the street and do that stuff. No fighting inside. So that's kind of how I feel.
I got to tell you, Danny, that I mean, seriously, I appreciate it because I've never had a filter. And one of the reasons I don't have a filter is, well, I don't give a fuck. But the main reason I don't have a filter is because
that's a good reason.
I'm a very peaceful person. I handle myself. When I go out in public, I'm friends with the dude that I pay for the gas. I chatted up with the person that I get a biscuit from. I mean, I like people. I enjoy talking to people and shit. In front of this microphone, and also you got to remember something else. I've been the weed nerd so long that I've been talking to that stupid camera. And when I'm talking to the camera, it's no different than now to me. I mean, I've been looking at that stupid camera for 5 years, yelling and screaming at it, 6 years almost. But that I edit. Watch it and go, oh shit, sub, you can't say that. So I'm being honest, man. Having you somebody that's just say, sub, dude, do you know what you just said? You might want to.
Yeah. Well, I'm just. Well, I know. I mean, I just don't want you to have to delete the stream. We had so many superstars on tonight. You know what I mean? That's why it's just like, okay, he's up.
No, I'll leave this one on too, because I'll try to leave this one. But I will tell you that sometimes when I play the music on the thing, it'll get it because I don't stream no more because of I play like Mendo Dope and Trevor Lyon and stuff, but they might grab it. I don't know, but I hope not. But no, I would like to start recording some of these. You're right. But I do enjoy this. This is something that I've never seen before. My audio's clear. Okay, cool. So we're going to take a little break here, and then we come back. We're going to smoke some serious pot, and I have a topic, but I'm going to play something for you guys. I like this song. This is more Mendo Dope.
Why do we got to smoke Why do we got to smoke when we get back? Why can't we smoke now?
Smoke now, man. Smoke them up.
Born and raised, we are rooted in the Emerald Tribe. It's a way of life here, and we telling them why. Legalize weed, CBDs, keep them alive. But to the feds, cultivating is a felony crime.
Support my activism. I'm taking hits like Kenny Estes, Brownie, Mary, and Eddie Mack. Let me get this out to the city so they can live. Felonies are being committed once one is.
Mendocino is the county I'm stepping in. The risk that we take just to bring them the medicine. We better ring growers like B.E. Smith. We comes from Northern California, green tree gift.
Y'all gonna be carrying my shit.
Well, I can't carry shit. I'm filming. Come on, film your ass.
This ain't a drug, it's a natural herb, a medication prescribed by God for this earth. Observe, it heals the pain with these strains. Mixing my soil and growing high grade organic. No pills cause they killing me. Originals, Mando, Humboldt, Trinity, outlaws. Living outside the law. Doing it for the patient, I stand, won't fall.
Praise the Trinity, my first granddaughter. Original granddad, the strain is much darker. Many try to replicate the market that they devastate my country. Don't tolerate a new face. It's family and we protect it with
Of course, that's from the Mendo Dope CBD pack. So thought it was a cool idea to have my own CD that was a 10-pack of songs. So I want to kick over to Mouse. Mouse is working, man. So what you got going in there, buddy?
Hey, man. Sorry I've been so quiet. I just, it gets a little later over here than it does there. And a lot of times when I get off the stream, I'm too tired to work in the garden. So I figure, hey, what the hell? There's plenty of action going on. So this new round, and this is going to be a side-by-side checking out to see if Mammoth P is going to work or not, and if it's worth the money and everything. So what we got here is we got 15 Gorilla Glue number 4 cross Alien Rift. And these are the 6 plants that won't be getting Mammoth P here. And then these are the 6 plants that will be getting Mammoth. And Mammoth sent me this big ass sign.
I was fixing a comment on the sign. That's the shit, dude.
Yeah.
That's the shit.
I didn't even ask for the sign. I said, can you guys send me like a logo or something, and I'll cut a little sign out of a piece of wood or like plexiglass or something like that. They said, yeah, sure, no problem. So they send me this full size, like, this is something you see at a cup, like a trade show. I think it's an 8-foot freaking sign, like 8x3. Just
No, dude,
massive
it's
sign. So
something you'd see on a kick-ass grower's channel. Dude, you got some good quality-ass production over there. They know what's up.
Yeah, that's a quality sign for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I don't want it to give off the negative impression that I'm biased towards Mammoth. I want to find out if I need to be spending my hard-earned dollars on this product or not. No real motivation to try to bias it towards Mammoth. Like, they're cool, and I appreciate that. Everything that they're doing. Be a strictly controlled side by side, and then the 3 plants in the middle. I think they're going to get like both. I think they're going to get Mammoth P and Photosynthesis Plus just to see. And I got to put the scrognet in. So these plants, they are up a little higher. But I'll scrog it all down. And so I got a couple scrog, basically like hook bars here. So we'll scrog it out. We'll lay them all flat, and then they'll probably get up to there. And then we'll just raise the light, just with the winch in the attic. So, yeah, I don't know. When I did this on the last stream, the article, So when I tried to turn my phone to the side, it just wouldn't work. So sorry about the small sliver of a screen. But,
No, you're okay. It's quite okay. Can you do me a favor, Mouse? Because you freaked me out. You fooled me the other day. Can you?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last part. Can I what? Did I just drop out of the stream?
No, I think we just lost.
No, we lost Subcool. He froze up. This is Houston. We have a problem.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, this happened last night too. We lost a feed from them. So we kind of just talked amongst ourselves for a little bit, and then it dropped it.
Yeah, keep rolling, Mound. You might be able to.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, here's a good
Yeah,
chance.
this happened last night.
We got 450 people in chat right now.
Yeah.
We got 800 thumbs up right now. I want to know again. I want to do this again because I liked it the first time. I want to know. We got new people in chat. Where's everyone smoking from? Put in the city where you guys are from. Where are you guys all smoking from right now? Let's see that in chat. Come on.
And me and Dung Beetle are eating ice cream with Ruby Doobie tonight. So.
Nice. You guys with the ice
Yeah,
cream.
man. Yeah, ice cream. Yum, yum, yum.
What flavor?
This here is a double chocolate. It's an organic chocolate chip and chocolate.
Look at this. St. Louis, I see going in here. London, St. Louis. Who else we got? We got San Mateo, California, another local over here. I love it. Virginia, Michigan, Canada.
A lot of Michigan representing. What's up, guys?
Merlin, or is that Merlin, Oregon? New Mexico, Colorado, San Clemente. Yeah, a lot of Michigans, man. Oh, there's a Massachusetts, Sydney, Australia, Rhode Island, Bermuda, Nebraska. Look at this. Las Vegas, Utah, all over. Nationwide, worldwide. I love it, man. The weed nerds out in force.
Yeah, then back Easters, man. It's tomorrow already.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, we're past 2 a.m. now, so
Yeah, man. You guys are, the bars are closed, so they're coming home to the weed nerd show.
I'm gonna sleep good. I tell you what, it's these last 24 hours have been pretty surreal for me. I went from doing the round table last night, and then literally shutting that off, getting in the shower, to go eat breakfast, go to Paddington Station, train to the airport, on the plane for 12 hours, come home to literally shower and be online just in time at 5:30 for when this starts. So it was it's been a pretty interesting setup.
Good job.
Dago, we do appreciate all your big help.
I'm not. You guys look. You guys gotta stop doing
No
that
shit, dude.
I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude growing weed.
Bullshit.
Behind on the soapbox. That's all.
I'm calling bullshit. No, did you pick up a pretty big rock? You lifted it up to a different.
Dung ran downstairs, switched to
There he
internet.
is.
You guys held it together.
All
yeah,
right.
teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Hell yeah.
Look out, fist bump.
Fuck them internet peoples. They can't have it.
Love you, fucking guy.
Yeah, dude, we got your back.
Awesome, dude. No, that's too damn funny.
And your audio sounds good now.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, really?
Ruby and I are joined you on some chocolate ice cream here. We got double chocolate with chocolate chip. Thank you very much.
Got Rocky Road.
He's got the Rocky
Road, yeah. But mine's in a lunchbox.
Lunchbox.
Dude, the lunchbox thing is cracking me. I'm telling you, I've already got Instagrams of people with lunchboxes. The coolest ones, the dude had a little teeny fucking lunchbox like that big. It didn't look that big because he took a picture of it. And then he showed it to me with his finger. It's a little metal lunchbox, but lunchbox.
Well, Grow Mouse is the king of the soundboards. So Grow Mouse, what you need to do is you need to get one of the remember that sound from the Pee Wee Herman show when someone said the word of the day? It was like, ah! You get lunch every time someone says lunchbox. That's like the word of the day, man. People freak out when you say lunchbox.
I love it. I just got a new mixer, so now my mixer is a USB connected mixer, so it can support a soundboard.
How cool is that? It'd be like our own little code word, you know, like 420. We got a new one. It's lunchbox.
Uh-oh, did we lose Subcool again?
I think we may have lost him again. Come on,
Dun,
son.
dun, dun.
I see him, but he's frozen.
It's all good. He'll be back maybe.
Liquid nitrogen
He'll
that
be
just ran into
back.
his house. They froze him and Dung's frozen. The liquid nitrogen, you know. That's
Well,
really
there's like 3 of them all using the internet there. You know, it's fine when Sub's by himself, but when there's 3 of them trying to use that net, it gets a little rough.
He was there. There he is.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
He's back again, man. Hey, you can knock him down, but you can't keep him.
Yeah. Well, I'm so happy I got back on because I wanted to close the show out. And me and you guys can hang out. As soon as I do this, I'll be live again with you guys. But I wanted to thank everyone so much for tuning in tonight. I want to thank everybody. I would imagine the show is going to get a lot bigger because we were vying with NASA today, apparently. Thanks to Dago for letting us know that. So I imagine the show is going to keep growing. I'm going to use the platform to continue raising money for charity for people who need it. Maybe people that necessarily wouldn't reach the national spotlight and get any help. So thank everyone for coming and hanging out so much. Thanks to my panel for being in tonight. Thanks to everybody that hung out.
Oh, it's our pleasure, Sub.
Yeah, no, just
815 thumbs up, by the way, Subcool. 815.
Wow.
That's pretty good for one show, boy.
Almost 1,000. Sid still ate his patty though.
Sid still ate. He ate another Thowie.
No, 500, I guess.
250.
250. All right.
Normal rate. Oh, so the lady called me. She's going to use Sid as a poster child, and she said, "Why did you torture those poor boys?" And then put their pictures all over Instagram.
It was out on the couch. A lot of guys didn't see this last night. He took pictures of them on his phone. They was passed out on the couch. Yeah, it was wild crazy.
The best one is the picture of Sid. Sid is moderating the show, and he's in the kitchen. So I go in there to check on him, and Dunk's like asleep with his hand like he looks like he's talking on the cell phone. But Sid's in front of the computer because he's moderating. He's like this. His head's on the damn thing. He's out, baby. They were out. They were out so hard I got pictures of them. So that's how hard they were out.
He was saying, man, if he had a magic marker, they would have been in big trouble.
That'd have been well, I guess did I smooth out there, Malik, or is it still shitty? Still shitty? Yeah, I smoothed out.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's my fault. I'm gonna close out, guys. I really appreciate everybody for coming on. We'll see you on the next stream. There's no telling when that will be. I will let everybody know that sometimes my internet fucks up in the summertime or a lot. So bear with me. I hope you guys will deal with that. Hopefully we will be broadcasting live from Soul King on Tuesday from around midday till whenever it's over. So I hope you guys will come out and see us and see Beasel and see the Dung Beetle and see Sid and Patrick Soul King, everybody out there. So thank you guys very, very much for tuning in. And we will see you on the next show, and have a dank day.
Thanks, chat.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Sub,
Good night,
for having us
everybody.
on.
I feel like we're still live and we just lost Subcool.
Yeah, we lost the boss, man.
We lost
the
him
boss.
right before.
We're still on live, and we
I think
lost
he
the
ditched
boss.
us, guys. I think he ditched us.
He hit the wrong button. Damn it.
Enough these 500 people in chat still by ourselves. I'm not sure what we're gonna do now.
Well, last night we just talked amongst ourselves, huh, Malik? And we had a great time until the feed went offline, and it was cool. It will shut itself off eventually.
Here we go. He's back. You with
I'm
us now,
here.
Sub?
Here he is.
Okay.
Okay.
Internet's so shitty it won't even
We're
stop
still
live.
We're still
Oh,
live.
no.
Yeah.
24/7 live from Subcool.
Yeah. You can't unsub because you're locked in.
Like the Truman Show up in this, but he knows it.
knows, man.
The
Whatever this
outer
crazy
limits.
thing this internet's doing, I don't know. I think we should smoke some cannabis though.
Hey,